What if Deku and Shigaraki were brothers, not just by fate, but by blood, torn apart before they ever learned each other's names? One was raised in the light, chosen by the world's greatest hero to carry the weight of hope, the other was left in the shadows, molded by hate to become its greatest threat. As their paths cross again and again, fists collide with more than power, they carry echoes of a forgotten past screaming to be remembered. Buried beneath scars, battles, and lies, the truth begins to rise: they were never just enemies. They were family, stolen from each other. Now, the world watches as two broken brothers stand on opposite sides of a war neither of them started, yet both are destined to end. To save the future, one may have to destroy everything he's ever believed in; to change, the other must face what he's become. This is not just a story of heroes and villains, it's a story of legacy, pain, and the bond that even war could not erase. Chapter 1: Echoes of Forgotten Names. The fluorescent lights of the doctor's office hummed, a sterile, indifferent buzzing that seemed to amplify the silence in the small examination room. Izuku Midoriya, barely 4 years old, sat on the paper-covered examination table, his small legs dangling, kicking idly at the air. His bright green eyes, usually alight with an almost manic curiosity, were clouded with a nascent fear he couldn't yet articulate. Beside him, Inko Midoriya clutched her purse strap, her knuckles white, her gaze fixed on the doctor, a man whose smile seemed to sag under the weight of unspoken bad news. "Mrs. Midoriya," the doctor began, his voice practiced, gentle yet firm, "we've reviewed Izuku's X-rays and run the necessary genetic markers. It's quite clear, I'm afraid." He paused, and the silence stretched, thick and suffocating. "Izuku will not be developing a quirk." The words, so clinical, so definitive, hung in the air like a death knell. Izuku, too young to grasp the full implications, felt only the shift in his mother's posture, the sudden loss of tension in her hand as it fell from her purse, her shoulders slumping. He looked up at her, seeing her face crumble, the worry lines around her eyes deepen into canyons of sorrow. "No. No, that can't be right," Inko whispered, her voice barely audible, a fragile plea against an unyielding truth. Tears, quick and hot, welled in her eyes, blurring the edges of the room. But he's already 4. Everyone gets their quirk by 4. Even a small one, like mine, or Hisashi's fire-breathing." Her voice trailed off, choked by a sob. The doctor offered a sympathetic nod. "While it's true that the vast majority of children manifest their quirks by this age, a small percentage, like Izuku, are what we term quirkless. The extra joint in his pinky toe is a clear indicator. It's a recessive trait, becoming rarer with each generation, but it does occur." Izuku listened, trying to make sense of the big words. Quirkless? What did that mean? He looked down at his small hand, flexing his fingers. He had always imagined, with vivid, childish certainty, what his quirk would be. Maybe he'd shoot flames like his dad, or pull small objects like his mom, or something grander, like All Might. All Might. The symbol of peace. He'd leap, he'd punch, he'd save everyone with a smile. His gaze drifted to a small All Might action figure clutched in his other hand, its plastic smile unwavering. He tightened his grip. Heroes. They always had quirks. Powerful ones. Inko, now openly weeping, pulled Izuku into a tight embrace, burying her face in his soft green hair. "My poor baby," she murmured, her voice thick with anguish. "My poor, poor Izuku." He felt the wetness of her tears on his scalp, the tremor in her arms. It wasn't a comforting hug. It was a hug of pity, of sorrow. And in that moment, something shifted within Izuku. The vague fear solidified into a sharp, cold understanding. He was different. He was broken. That night, the memory of his mother's heartbroken face, the doctor's definitive pronouncement, haunted Izuku. He sat in front of the flickering glow of the computer screen, watching the iconic video of All Might saving civilians from a burning building. All Might, soaring through the air, debris exploding around him, his powerful form radiating strength and unwavering confidence. "Look, Mom," Izuku said, his voice small, wobbling slightly, his finger pointing at the screen. "He's so cool. He saves everyone, no matter what." Inko, who had been preparing tea, stopped, her back to him. Her shoulders, still slumped from the doctor's visit, seemed to carry an unbearable weight. She turned slowly, her eyes red-rimmed, a forced, watery smile on her lips. "Yes, Izuku. He's very cool." Izuku slid off the chair, shuffling closer to her. He looked up, his green eyes wide and earnest, still clinging to a desperate hope. "Do you think," he began, his voice barely a whisper, "do you think I can be a hero too? Even without a quirk?" The question hung in the air, heavy with all the unsaid fears and dreams of a 4-year-old boy. Inko knelt, pulling him close again, but this time, the embrace was different. It was less pity, more a desperate comfort, a shared despair. She held him, her tears falling freely onto his hair again, and through her choked sobs, she uttered the words that would echo in his mind for years, shaping his understanding of his place in the world. "Oh, Izuku," she wept, "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." She didn't say yes. She didn't say no. She said sorry. And in that apology, Izuku understood. His world, which had once been limitless, filled with the vibrant hues of heroism and possibility, suddenly shrank, fading into muted shades of gray. He was quirkless. He couldn't be a hero. The bright, hopeful path he had envisioned for himself crumbled into dust. It was the first true heartbreak he had ever known, a wound that would fester, driving him even as it tormented him. Life for Izuku Midoriya became a series of subtle, persistent rejections. At kindergarten, while other children excitedly displayed their nascent quirks, a spark here, a floating toy there, Izuku would quietly observe, his analytical mind already dissecting their abilities, noting their strengths and weaknesses, even as his own hands remained stubbornly empty. He filled notebooks with these observations, a habit that would only intensify with age. His best friend, Katsuki Bakugo, or Kachan as Izuku affectionately called him, was the brightest star in their little constellation. Kachan's quirk, explosions, manifested early and spectacularly. Small, volatile pops from his palms, like tiny fireworks, thrilled and terrified Izuku in equal measure. Kachan, with his spiky ash blonde hair and fiery personality, was everything Izuku wasn't: powerful, confident, admired. "Deku, stop muttering." Kachan would snap, his small hands already sparking with nascent explosions. "You're creepy when you do that." The nickname Deku, a play on his given name meaning useless or one who can't achieve anything, stung. It had been Kachan's invention, delivered with a sneer, and it quickly became Izuku's unwelcome moniker among their classmates. Yet, even as it hurt, Izuku never entirely shed his admiration for Kachan. He saw the strength, the potential, the raw power that promised a glorious hero future, a future so starkly different from his own. One day, on the playground, a group of smaller children were cornered by a bullying 4th grader who had a minor elasticity quirk, stretching his arms to swipe their snacks. Izuku, despite the fear gripping his stomach, felt an uncontrollable urge to act. He didn't think, he just moved. "Hey! Leave them alone," Izuku yelled, running forward, his arms outstretched, a comical, ineffective barrier. Kachan, standing nearby with his cronies, watched with a smirk. "Look at Deku," he scoffed. "Still playing hero without a quirk. What a loser." The elastic-armed bully laughed, dropping the snacks. "Oh, look, it's the quirkless freak trying to be a hero. What are you gonna do, cry on me?" Izuku stumbled, but he didn't back down. He stood his ground, his small fists clenched, tears already pricking at his eyes, but his jaw set. "It's not right. You shouldn't pick on smaller kids." The bully merely laughed harder, extending a hand to shove Izuku. Izuku braced himself, but before the shove landed, Kachan intervened, not to help Izuku, but to assert his own dominance. "Move it, extra." Kachan barked at the bully, a flurry of small explosions popping in his palms. "I'm the only one who gets to beat up Deku." The bully, recognizing Kachan's volatile reputation, wisely decided to retreat, muttering threats. Izuku watched him go, then turned to Kachan, a mixture of gratitude and confusion on his face. Kachan, you helped?" Izuku stammered. Kachan sneered, shoving his hands into his pockets. "Don't get it twisted, Deku. You were just getting in my way. And besides, it's pathetic watching you try to be a hero. Just give it up already. You'll only get yourself killed." The words were harsh, delivered with a casual cruelty that belied their true impact. But Izuku, ever the optimist, clung to the sliver of perceived protection, even if it came with a heavy dose of insult. Kachan hadn't let him get hurt too badly. It was a twisted form of care, perhaps, or merely Kachan asserting his hierarchical dominance. Whatever it was, it left Izuku with a lingering ache and a reinforced understanding that his world was dangerous, and he, without a quirk, was inherently vulnerable. In the quiet solitude of his room, surrounded by All Might posters and figurines, Izuku would spend hours studying hero footage, meticulously detailing quirks, combat styles, and strategies in his ever-growing collection of notebooks. His hero analysis for the future journals were his sanctuary, a place where his mind, unburdened by the limitations of his body, could soar. He could be a hero there, a strategist, a keen observer. He could contribute, even if it was only on paper. Inko, watching him from the doorway, would sigh, a soft, melancholic sound. She worried for her son, for his unwavering, almost naive determination in the face of such overwhelming odds. She wanted to protect him from the harsh realities of a quirk-centric society, but she also couldn't bring herself to extinguish the one spark that seemed to keep his spirit alive, his dream. One evening, as Izuku meticulously drew a new costume design for Mount Lady, complete with annotations on her potential growth limitations and counter-strategies, Inko brought him a plate of katsudon. "Izuku," she said softly, placing the plate beside him, "aren't you going to eat? You've been in here for hours." He looked up, his face smudged with pencil lead, a small, genuine smile gracing his lips. "Oh, thanks, Mom. Just finishing up this analysis. Mount Lady is really interesting, but her quirk has a huge drawback, you know? She can only be giant, so in tight spaces or against agile opponents." Inko listened, half listening, half lost in her own thoughts. His passion was palpable, undeniable. It was beautiful, in a way, heartbreaking in another. "Izuku," she tried again, her voice hesitant, "you know. There are many ways to help people. You don't have to be a pro-hero. You could be a police officer, or a doctor, or a support item designer. You're so good at analyzing quirks, you'd be amazing at that." Izuku's smile faltered. He picked up his chopsticks, poking at the katsudon. "But I want to save people with a smile, like All Might," he mumbled, his gaze drifting back to the poster of his idol. "I want to be the kind of hero who makes everyone feel safe." Inko knelt beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder. "I know, sweetie. And I believe in you. But the world is a dangerous place. I just want you to be safe." Her voice broke on the last word. The fear for his safety, coupled with the societal pressure for quirks, was a constant gnawing anxiety in her heart. Izuku looked down at his food, the aroma of the katsudon suddenly bland. He understood his mother's fear. He saw it in the way she looked at him sometimes, a deep sadness mixed with desperate hope. But he couldn't let go. Not yet. His dream was too deeply ingrained, too much a part of who he was. He just needed to figure out how. How could a quirkless boy stand shoulder to shoulder with the giants of his world? The question was a constant, burning ember in his chest. Meanwhile, in a different, far darker corner of the world, a child named Tenko Shimura was learning the true meaning of fear and abandonment. His early years were not marked by the bustling vibrancy of city parks or the innocent rivalries of school playgrounds. Instead, they were defined by a quiet, suffocating dread that permeated his family home, a dread born from the tyrannical rule of his father, Kotaro. Kotaro Shimura, a man consumed by bitterness and a twisted sense of familial duty, had purged his home of all reminders of his own mother, Nana Shimura, the seventh user of One for All. Pictures were hidden, stories forbidden, and any mention of heroism was met with a chilling fury. Tenko, a sensitive boy with a deep, unarticulated longing for connection, felt the oppressive weight of his father's anger constantly. He learned to be quiet, to be small, to avoid drawing attention. His older sister, Hana, was his only solace, a beacon of warmth in the cold household. She would sneak him snacks, tell him hushed, forbidden stories about a kind grandmother who had once lived in their house, stories that hinted at heroism and sacrifice, planting a seed of confused longing in Tenko's young heart. Their mother, now, and grandparents, Mako and Chio, were quieter presences, loving but seemingly powerless against Kotaro's rigid demands. Tenko, at 5 years old, still hadn't manifested a quirk. The lack wasn't overtly criticized like Izuku's, but it was another facet of his perceived uselessness in his father's eyes. He felt small, insignificant, often overlooked. He just wanted to be loved, to be seen, to be acknowledged without fear. He yearned for softness, for gentleness, for a world where he didn't have to constantly tiptoe around a simmering rage. One sweltering afternoon, a memory, fragmented and hazy, began to stir in Tenko's mind. It was of a woman, with a kind, strong face, smiling, her hand gently touching his cheek. A warmth, a scent, something indefinable yet comforting. He tried to grasp it, to hold on to the image, but it slipped away, leaving only a faint echo. Later that day, playing in the backyard, Tenko stumbled upon a hidden box in the shed, tucked away beneath old gardening tools. It was a small, dusty wooden box, and curiosity, a rare indulgence in his constrained life, compelled him to open it. Inside, wrapped in faded cloth, was a single, yellowed photograph. It showed a beautiful woman, with a striking smile and determined eyes, standing next to a younger Kotaro. Her face, Tenko realized with a jolt, was the same face from his fleeting memory. Nana. Hana had whispered her name before, with a reverence that puzzled him. He heard his father's footsteps approaching and panicked. He fumbled with the photo, trying to stuff it back into the box, but his small, clumsy fingers made it difficult. The footsteps grew closer. A tremor of fear ran through him, a familiar chill. Tenko. What are you doing in the shed? Kotaro's voice, sharp and accusatory, cut through the quiet afternoon. Tenko froze, the photograph clutched in his hand. He turned, his eyes wide with terror, expecting the usual reprimand, perhaps a slap. But what happened next was beyond anything he could have imagined. A strange, tingling sensation, like pins and needles, erupted in his hand. His vision swam. The air around him seemed to crackle. He felt a sudden, inexplicable urge, a powerful, raw sensation building within him, demanding release. And then, without warning, the wooden box in his hand began to crumble. Not just crack, or splinter. It decayed. It turned into dust, a fine, gray powder sifting through his fingers, as if time itself had accelerated, reducing it to nothing in an instant. Kotaro, now standing at the entrance to the shed, saw the dust falling, saw the horror on Tenko's face, and saw the photograph still clutched in the boy's trembling hand. The recognition of his mother, Nana, in the child's grasp ignited a furious, uncontrollable rage in Kotaro. What have you done? Kotaro roared, his face contorted in a mask of pure fury, his hand raising. You touched that. You worthless, disrespectful brat. He lunged for Tenko, but before he could reach him, the terrifying tingling sensation consumed Tenko's entire body. Panic, pure and unadulterated, seized him. His small hands, still clutching the photograph, instinctively reached out, pushing against the ground as he tried to scramble away from his enraged father. And then, the ground beneath him, the very earth and grass, began to decay. It turned to dust, spreading outwards in a horrifying ripple. A faint, sickening whisper, like crumbling stone, filled the air. Kotaro stopped, his eyes wide, not with anger now, but with terror. He saw the accelerating decay, the ground turning to gray powder, consuming everything it touched. He saw Tenko, cowering, his body vibrating with an uncontrolled energy, his eyes reflecting a terror equal to his own. Am I Quirk? Tenko whimpered, his voice barely audible, his eyes fixed on his hands, which were still glowing faintly with the destructive aura. Before anyone could fully comprehend what was happening, the decay spread. It reached the shed wall, which instantly crumbled. Then it touched a large, ancient tree in the yard. The tree groaned, its bark flaked, its leaves shriveled, and in mere seconds, it too dissolved into a pile of ash. Kotaro screamed, a sound of pure, visceral fear. Hana, drawn by the commotion, ran into the yard, her eyes widening in horror at the sight of the disintegrating tree, the crumbling shed, and her terrified little brother at the epicenter of the destruction. Tenko! She shrieked, running towards him, concern overriding caution. Hana, no! Stay back, Kotaro yelled, but it was too late. The wave of decay, now uncontrolled, reached Hana's outstretched arm. She gasped, a choked sound, as her skin began to gray, to crack, to crumble. Her eyes, filled with love and terror, met Tenko's. Hana? Tenko whispered, the horror of what he was doing finally registering. He tried to pull his hand back, to stop the insidious spread, but he couldn't. It was like an unstoppable force, a part of him, yet alien and terrifying. His sister's body, his beloved Hana, turned to dust before his eyes. The world seemed to tilt. The screaming started then. His mother, now, running out, seeing Hana's ashes, then seeing the horror spread to the ground beneath her own feet. His grandparents, Mako and Chio, emerging from the house, their faces contorted in disbelief and fear as the decay reached them too. Tenko watched, paralyzed, as his entire family, one by one, crumbled into dust. He heard their screams, their pleas, their terrified gasps, all swallowed by the insidious whisper of his burgeoning quirk. He saw his father, Kotaro, his face etched with a desperate, final terror, turn to ash. He was alone. Surrounded by the dust of what was once his home, his family. The photograph of Nana, surprisingly, was still intact in his hand, a cruel, mocking survivor of the devastation. The sheer, overwhelming silence that followed was more deafening than any scream. Tenko Shimura, a 5-year-old boy, stood amidst the ruins, his hands trembling, covered in the gray residue of his family. His eyes, once bright and filled with a childlike innocence, were now wide, hollow, reflecting the unspeakable horror he had wrought. He was a monster. His quirk, a curse. He had destroyed everything. He knelt amidst the ashes, clutching the photograph, hot, searing tears finally beginning to fall. But they were not tears of sorrow alone. They were tears of profound, soul-shattering guilt. He had done this. His power. His cursed hands. He wanted to undo it, to rewind time, to stop the horrifying transformation. But he couldn't. All that remained were the echoes of screams and the cold, unfeeling dust. Days blurred into a nightmare of disorientation and profound despair. Tenko wandered through the desolate, dust-ridden ruins of his home, unable to leave, unable to process the unfathomable tragedy. The world outside, the bustling, vibrant world of quirks and heroes, seemed alien and distant. He was trapped in a personal hell, a wasteland of his own making. He still clutched the photograph of Nana Shimura, the only tangible link to his past that remained. Her smiling face, once a source of fleeting comfort, now seemed to mock him, a reminder of what he had lost, of what he had done. The guilt was a physical weight, pressing down on his chest, making it difficult to breathe. He yearned for someone, anyone, to understand, to forgive, to tell him it wasn't his fault. But there was only silence, and the chilling whisper of the wind through the skeletal remains of his house. He survived on scraps, scavenged from what little remained, the fear of his own hands preventing him from touching anything directly without extreme caution. He felt dirty, contaminated, a walking plague. He began to scratch himself, a nervous habit developing on his neck, trying to physically scrape away the sensation of decay that still clung to him, the phantom touch of destruction. Then, one twilight evening, a shadow detached itself from the deeper shadows of the ruined house. A man emerged, tall and imposing, his form obscured by the deepening gloom, his face unreadable. He moved with an unnerving stillness, his presence radiating a calm authority that, paradoxically, brought a strange, fragile comfort to Tenko. "Child," the man's voice was deep, resonant, and unusually gentle. It was the first human voice Tenko had heard in days, and it was like a balm, soothing the raw edges of his terror. "What has happened here?" Tenko flinched, instinctively shrinking back. He looked at his hands, then at the man.
I did it," he whispered, his voice hoarse from disuse.
"My hands. My quirk." They all turned to dust. Tears, dry from exhaustion, pricked at his eyes. The man walked closer, slowly, deliberately, not making any sudden movements that might startle the boy. He knelt, his eyes, though hidden in shadow, seemed to bore into Tenko's soul. "Your quirk," the man repeated, his voice laced with a subtle intrigue. "A powerful one, indeed." He held out a hand, not to touch, but to offer a silent invitation. "You must be very afraid." Tenko hesitated, then nodded, a single, fat tear tracing a path through the grime on his cheek. "I'm a monster. I killed them all. My family." He held up the photograph of Nana. "Even Nana. She was supposed to be a hero, but I'm not like her." The man's gaze sharpened, lingering on the photograph. A flicker of something, perhaps recognition, perhaps a cold, calculating satisfaction, crossed his face before it smoothed back into impassivity. "Nana Shimura," he murmured, a hint of something resembling reverence, or perhaps disdain, in his tone. "So, you are her descendant. How ironic. The blood of a hero, now flowing through hands that bring such ruin." He then looked at Tenko, his eyes narrowing slightly. "You are not a monster, child. You are a victim. A victim of a world that fears what it doesn't understand. A world that labels powerful quirks as curses, simply because it cannot control them." Tenko looked up, hope, fragile and tentative, stirring in his chest. "Victim?" "Indeed," the man said, his voice gaining a hypnotic quality. "You were merely defending yourself. Your father, a cruel man, who hated heroes, hated her," he gestured vaguely at the photograph, "he pushed you. Your quirk, a dormant power, simply reacted. It was the world's fault, not yours. Society cast you aside. Heroes failed to protect you." The words were a lifeline in the swirling chaos of Tenko's guilt. It wasn't my fault? He had desperately wanted to hear that. He had needed to believe it. This stranger, this mysterious man, was offering him absolution, a twisted comfort wrapped in a dangerous truth. They didn't save me," Tenko whispered, the anger, a nascent, unfamiliar emotion, beginning to simmer beneath his fear. "No one came. No one ever does, child, when you need them most," the man said, his voice dripping with a bitter empathy. "Not true heroes, at least. Only those who truly understand the darkness within this world can offer you solace. My name is All for One." And I believe I can help you. He extended his hand again, this time a direct invitation. Tenko looked at the outstretched hand, then back at the ruins of his home, at the dust of his family. He looked at the photograph of Nana Shimura, the heroic ancestor he was supposedly so different from. And then, slowly, haltingly, he reached out and took All for One's hand. The touch was firm, cold, yet strangely grounding. All for One did not decay. And in that moment, Tenko felt a shift. A subtle, insidious transfer of philosophy. The guilt did not vanish, but it began to transform, slowly, imperceptibly, into a bitter resentment. Resentment towards the world, towards heroes, towards a society that had, in his eyes, failed him. All for One was offering him not just a home, but an ideology. A new purpose, born from the ashes of his tragedy. He was no longer Tenko Shimura. He was becoming something else. Something dangerous. Years passed. For Izuku, the ache of being quirkless became a dull throb, a constant companion. He entered Aldera Junior High, where the bullying from Kachan and his friends intensified. Katsuki, now a powerful teenager with even more explosive quirks, saw Izuku's continued pursuit of heroics as a personal affront, an irritating defiance of the natural order. "Deku, you're still trying to get into UA?" Kachan would scoff, sparks flying from his palms. "With that quirkless body? You'll just be a stepping stone for someone else. You're pathetic." The words still stung, but Izuku had learned to endure. He'd perfected the art of muttering to himself, of ducking his head, of appearing harmless. But beneath the timid exterior, a fire still burned. He would meticulously analyze Kachan's quirk, his fighting style, even his personality quirks, storing every detail in his memory and his notebooks. It was a coping mechanism, a way to stay connected to the hero world he desperately wished to inhabit. One afternoon, during a particularly brutal bullying session, Kachan held Izuku underwater in a puddle, his hands crackling menacingly. "Why don't you just take a swan dive off the roof, Deku? Maybe you'll get a quirk in your next life." The words were chilling, truly malicious. Izuku spluttered, gasping for air, the dirty water stinging his eyes. He felt a profound despair, a wave of hopelessness washing over him. Was he truly so useless? Was his dream truly so worthless that even his childhood friend wished for his demise? But then, an image flashed in his mind, All Might's unwavering smile. A hero never gives up. A hero saves everyone. Even himself. A surge of defiance, small but potent, ignited within him. He wouldn't give up. He couldn't. He surfaced, coughing and spluttering, his eyes fixed on Kachan, not with fear, but with a flicker of stubborn resolve.
I won't give up, Kachan," he choked out.
"I'm going to be a hero, no matter what." Kachan stared at him, genuinely surprised by the uncharacteristic defiance. A vein throbbed in his temple. "You're even more annoying than I thought, Deku," he growled, before turning away, leaving Izuku shivering and soaked, but unbroken. Izuku walked home that day, his shoes squelching, his spirit battered but not shattered. He felt a strange mixture of relief and exhaustion. He had stood up for himself, however weakly. And in that tiny act of defiance, he reaffirmed his commitment to his dream. The path was dark, the obstacles insurmountable, but he would keep pushing. He had to. As he walked under a bridge, contemplating the futility of his aspirations, a slimy villain burst from the sewer, its grotesque form made of green sludge. Panic seized Izuku. He was trapped. He tried to run, but the villain engulfed him, its viscous body suffocating him, trying to steal his form. A perfect human disguise. The villain cackled, its voice gurgling. "Just a few more minutes, and I'll be able to escape All Might." Izuku struggled, clawing at the sludge, his lungs burning, the world beginning to gray at the edges. This was it. This was how his useless life ended. Not saving anyone, not even himself. Then, with a roar that shook the very foundations of the bridge, a towering figure burst forth. All Might. The symbol of peace, in his heroic, muscular form, had arrived. "Fear not, citizen." All Might boomed, his voice echoing with power and confidence. "For I am here." Izuku's vision swam, but he saw his idol, shimmering like a golden god, punching through the sludge villain with a single, devastating blow. The force of the punch created a powerful gust of wind, sending the villain's viscous body splattering against the walls of the tunnel, unconscious. Izuku passed out, overwhelmed by the sudden rush of oxygen and the sheer unreality of the situation. When he awoke, he found All Might gently patting his cheek, a booming laugh accompanying his movements. "Young man. You truly are fortunate. You were nearly devoured by a villain, but I, the symbol of peace, arrived just in time. All Might announced, striking a heroic pose. Izuku could only stare, his mind reeling. He was face to face with his idol. The very hero he had admired his entire life. The man who represented everything he aspired to be. Then, a sudden, horrifying realization struck him. All Might was about to leave. He had to ask. He had to. This was his one chance, his last desperate plea to the universe. All Might, wait, Izuku cried, scrambling to his feet.
I have to ask you something.
All Might, already preparing to leap, turned, his massive form filling the tunnel. My time is limited, young man. I must apprehend this villain and deliver him to the authorities. Please. Izuku begged, tears streaming down his face, his voice raw with emotion. Even someone who's quirkless. Can they be a hero like you? Can they save people with a smile? The question hung in the air, echoing with all the hopes and fears of a lifetime. All Might stopped, his smile faltering slightly. His gaze, which had been so full of heroic certainty, softened, tinged with a deep, sorrowful understanding. He looked at Izuku, at the earnest, desperate plea in his green eyes, and saw not just a fan, but a child grappling with a profound, personal tragedy. Then, with a puff of smoke, All Might's muscular form deflated, revealing a gaunt, sickly man. Izuku stared, aghast. I cannot maintain this form for long, All Might explained, clutching his side. A past injury, quite severe. I can only perform hero work for a few hours a day. He coughed, a gush of blood splattering from his mouth. And as for your question, young man, it is admirable to wish to save people. But without a quirk, it is simply too dangerous. Pro-heroes put their lives on the line every day. I cannot, in good conscience, tell you that you can become a hero without a quirk. It would be irresponsible. The words, though delivered with a genuine regret, hit Izuku like a physical blow. The last bastion of his hope, the ultimate symbol of what he wanted to be, had just confirmed his deepest fear. He was useless. He couldn't be a hero. He couldn't save anyone. The world, All Might included, had just told him to give up. His vision blurred, not from tears, but from the crushing weight of reality. He felt the ground give way beneath him, his legs suddenly too weak to hold him. He sank to his knees, his face in his hands, his dream shattered into a million irreparable pieces. The hum of the city, the distant sirens, All Might's worried murmurs, it all faded into a dull, meaningless drone. He sat there for what felt like an eternity, adrift in a sea of despair. He didn't notice All Might leave to chase after the sludge villain, which had escaped from his pocket. He didn't notice the commotion outside the tunnel. He just sat, numb, broken. And then, as if fate itself had decided to offer a cruel twist, a new roar reached his ears. Explosions. A familiar, terrifying sound. He stumbled out of the tunnel, his eyes red and swollen, and saw it. The sludge villain, rampaging through the city, had taken another hostage. A familiar, spiky blonde head struggled within the viscous goo, sparking uselessly. Kacchan. The pro-heroes on the scene were useless. Their quirks weren't suited for the situation. They stood by, helpless, waiting for someone stronger, someone more suited. Waiting. While Kacchan suffocated. A primal, instinctual surge of terror, not for himself, but for Kacchan, seized Izuku. His mind, even in its broken state, began to analyze. The villain's weak points. The unsuited quirks of the pro-heroes. The desperation in Kacchan's eyes. His body moved before his mind could catch up. Before he could process the danger, before the fear could paralyze him, he was running. His legs, moments ago too weak to stand, pumped with a newfound adrenaline. He threw his school bag at the villain, aiming for its eyes, a desperate, irrational act. Kacchan! He screamed, his voice hoarse, raw. The villain recoiled, momentarily distracted, releasing its grip on Kacchan just enough for the blonde boy to gasp for air. Izuku, now face to face with the terrifying mass, saw the opportunity. He lunged, his small, quirkless hands desperately clawing at the sludge, trying to pull Kacchan free. He didn't know what he was doing, he just knew he had to help. He had to save him. It was an act of pure, unadulterated heroism. And it was this act, this selfless, irrational charge into danger, that brought All Might back. I told you it was impossible, young man, All Might's voice boomed, now in his muscular form, standing beside Izuku. But this time, there was no pity, no regret. There was pride. But I must retract my statement. With a mighty punch, the Detroit smash, All Might vanquished the villain, changing the weather itself. Izuku watched, awestruck, as the rain began to fall. Later, All Might found Izuku sitting by himself, still dazed, still trembling. "Young man," All Might said, his voice surprisingly soft. "I saw it. Your spirit. Even without a quirk, your body moved on its own. That is what makes a true hero." He knelt, his gaze intense. "You may be quirkless, but you are worthy. You have the heart of a hero. And because of that, I deem you worthy to inherit my quirk." Izuku stared, his jaw slack. Your quirk? But how?" All Might explained one for all, the transferable power, the legacy of generations. He offered Izuku the impossible, the miraculous. He offered him a path to his dream. And in that moment, as the rain washed over him, cleansing away the dirt and the despair, Izuku Midoriya wept. But these were tears of profound relief, of overwhelming gratitude, of a hope so blinding it seemed to illuminate the entire world. His shattered dream was not only restored, but transformed, made real, made tangible. He was no longer useless. He could be a hero. He could save people with a smile. The echoes of his mother's "I'm sorry" finally began to fade, replaced by the resonant promise of "you are worthy." His training began immediately, a brutal, grueling regimen designed to prepare his body to inherit One for All. All Might pushed him to his limits, physically and mentally. Days were spent hauling junk, clearing a polluted beach, sculpting his weak frame into something capable of containing the immense power. Nights were spent studying, analyzing, researching, his hero notebooks now filled with a new, urgent purpose. There were moments of awkward humor, of course. Izuku, still an excitable, anxious mess, would often trip over his own feet, embarrassingly ramble about hero facts, or blush furiously when complimented. All Might, for his part, found a strange, gruff fondness for his earnest successor, his booming laughter often filling the beach as Izuku stumbled through another training exercise. "You're getting stronger, young Midoriya." All Might would bellow, flexing a bicep. "But you're mumbling. That is a quirk in itself, perhaps. We must work on your confidence." Izuku would blush, bowing profusely. "Right. Yes, All Might. I'll work on my self-confidence and my mumbling. Thank you for the advice." Despite the humor, the underlying current was serious. Izuku was constantly aware of the immense responsibility placed upon him, the legacy he was now part of. He trained with a fierce determination, driven by the memory of his helplessness, the desire to never feel that way again, and the overwhelming gratitude for All Might's belief in him. He was a blank slate, yes, but one ready to be etched with the lines of heroism. The world was still dangerous, but now, he had a fighting chance. Far from the cleansing rain and the arduous training, in the sterile, dimly lit confines of All for One's hidden lair, Tenko Shimura was undergoing his own transformation. The man who had found him amidst the ashes of his family had systematically stripped away his old identity, replacing it with a new one forged in resentment and the promise of destruction. He was no longer Tenko. He was Tomura Shigaraki. A name chosen by All for One, a tribute to the legacy of his destructive hands. All for One was a meticulous, patient manipulator. He did not rush Tomura's indoctrination. Instead, he cultivated his nascent anger, nurtured his sense of injustice, and expertly channeled his profound grief into a simmering hatred for hero society. He provided Tomura with a home, of sorts, a confined, isolated existence, but one free from the terror of his own power. He gave him purpose, a distorted mission of vengeance. "They are parasites, Tomura," All for One would murmur, his voice a silken poison, as he watched grainy news footage of heroes basking in public adoration. "They create the very villains they defeat, perpetuate a false sense of security, and ignore the suffering of those they deem quirkless or broken. They are a cancer on society. And you, my boy, you are the cure." Tomura, now older, perhaps 10 or 11, listened intently, his eyes fixed on the screen, a strange, hungry glint in them. He still scratched at his neck when nervous or agitated, the habit of physical manifestation of his internal turmoil, but his hands, once symbols of his guilt, were slowly becoming instruments of his growing contempt. He had collected the detached hands of his deceased family, wearing them as morbid trophies, each a reminder of the heroes who had failed them, and a psychological anchor in his twisted reality. He rarely went outside, and when he did, it was always under strict supervision, cloaked in anonymity. The bright, bustling world of heroes and civilians felt alien, sickeningly cheerful. He preferred the quiet, dark corners of All for One's lair, where the air was thick with the scent of old dust and the silence was only broken by the soft hum of machinery or All for One's low, hypnotic voice. His early training wasn't physical combat, but ideological conditioning. All for One showed him the underbelly of hero society, the collateral damage, the ignored cries for help, the superficiality of their smiles. He fed Tomura stories of heroes who failed, of lives ruined, of the hypocrisy that lay beneath the gleaming facade. He framed every incident, every news report, as further proof of hero society's inherent rottenness. They only care about appearances, Tomura, All for One would say, gesturing to a news report of Endeavor heroically saving a cat from a tree, while a distant image showed a crumbling building, a casualty of a previous battle. A superficial gesture to distract from the true decay. You, however, will be the agent of true destruction. You will expose their hollow core. Tomura learned to hate with a profound, almost religious fervor. He hated All Might most of all. All for One had carefully crafted the narrative of All Might as the ultimate villain, the symbol of the society that had abandoned Tenko, that had caused the death of his family. All Might's bright, unwavering smile, so full of hope for others, was to Tomura a sickening mockery of his own despair. He wanted to wipe that smile off his face, to crush the symbol, to expose the hollowness of heroism. He began to exhibit moments of a dark, sarcastic humor. When All for One showed him a video of a hero awkwardly fumbling a rescue, Tomura would let out a low, raspy chuckle. "Look at him, sensei," he'd rasp, his voice still childlike but tinged with a nascent cynicism. "He can't even catch a simple villain. And they call him a hero. Pathetic." All for One would smile, a cold, calculating curve of his lips. "Indeed, Tomura. Indeed." One day, All for One brought Tomura a collection of old comic books, hero manga. Tomura, initially wary, found himself drawn to them. He read them, not with admiration, but with a critical, dissecting eye. He'd point out plot holes, illogical quirk usage, and the often naive motivations of the heroes. "Sensei, this hero," Tomura said, pointing to a panel, "he's so stupid. He just rushed in. If he had thought for a second, he could have saved 5 more people. He's inefficient. And his costume. It's so garish." All for One merely listened, a faint smile playing on his lips. This was exactly what he wanted. A mind trained to dismantle, to find flaws, to see the rot beneath the surface. Tomura was becoming his perfect instrument. He was absorbing the concepts of heroism, only to be able to better shatter them. Tomura's quirk, decay, while initially terrifying, slowly became an extension of his will. All for One helped him understand its parameters, its destructive potential. He learned to control it, to activate it with all 5 fingers, to hold back, to unleash it with precision. But the fear of accidentally disintegrating something precious lingered, a constant reminder of his past trauma. It was this fear, subtly nurtured by All for One, that kept him tethered to his mentor, the only one who seemed to truly understand his power. He often stared at his hands, particularly the one bearing Nana Shimura's withered hand, his grandmother's hand. He never connected the face in the photograph to the man who was All Might's predecessor. All for One had carefully curated his understanding, ensuring that Nana Shimura was merely a distant, failed hero, someone who had abandoned her family, leaving them vulnerable to the cruelty of the world. She was weak, Tomura, All for One would tell him, his voice devoid of emotion. She put her duty to the public before her own family. And look what happened. They were left unprotected. It is a hero's selfishness, disguised as sacrifice, that destroys families. This narrative, repeated over and over, became Tomura's truth. His grandmother was a symbol of heroic failure, a testament to the fact that heroes were inherently flawed, inherently destructive in their own way. And so, the hands, once a source of unbearable guilt, transformed into symbols of his righteous anger, each representing a facet of hero society's hypocrisy. His own body was changing too. The scratching intensified, leaving raw, irritated patches on his neck. His posture became hunched, almost furtive. He preferred to be in the dark, to observe from the shadows, to calculate. He was growing into a weapon, sharp and precise, honed by a master craftsman of malice. There were no light moments in Tomura's childhood, not in the traditional sense. His humor was dark, his sarcasm a shield. His only interactions were with All for One, and later, the enigmatic Kurogiri, a sentient warp gate, who served as his silent guardian and practical instructor. He did not know friendship, only allegiance. He did not know love, only a twisted dependence. He was becoming exactly what All for One intended, a symbol of destruction, a harbinger of a new, chaotic age. His purpose was to dismantle, to decay, to bring down the edifice of a society he believed was rotten to its core. As Izuku Midoriya painstakingly cleared the last of the debris from Dagoba Municipal Beach Park, His muscles screaming in protest, a stray thought, fleeting and unbidden, drifted into his mind. He paused, wiping sweat from his brow with a grimy hand. The setting sun cast long, orange shadows across the newly pristine sand. It was a strange feeling, a phantom ache of a memory that wasn't quite his. A faint scent, like old dust and something metallic, lingered at the edges of his perception. He shook his head, attributing it to exhaustion. He focused on the task at hand, the weight of All Might's expectations, and the burning desire to finally manifest one for all. He looked out at the ocean, its vastness mirroring the immensity of the task ahead of him. He was becoming strong, yes, but he was still Izuku, the boy who cried easily, who mumbled under pressure, who second-guessed himself constantly. He was a hero in training, but the hero was still very much a work in progress. He thought of Kacchan, and a familiar pang of complicated emotion went through him. Rivalry, fear, but also, still, a grudging admiration for his raw power. He wondered what Kacchan was doing right now. Probably training just as hard, oblivious to Izuku's new, secret path. Their paths were diverging, but their shared past, however painful, was still a foundational part of who Izuku was. He was still the analytical boy, the one who filled notebooks. He was still the anxious one, the one who cried when overwhelmed. But now, he had hope. He had a path. And he had a purpose. He would become the symbol of peace, just like All Might. He would save everyone with a smile. The echoes of his childhood, the loneliness, the perceived uselessness, were slowly being replaced by the resounding promise of a future. Meanwhile, in the dim, stale air of All for One's hidden base, Tomura Shigaraki sat hunched over a flickering monitor, playing a violent video game. His five-fingered grip on the controller was precise, deadly. He annihilated digital enemies with a detached, clinical efficiency. His fingers twitched, an almost imperceptible movement, as if mimicking the decay he could unleash. He paused the game, his gaze drifting to the grimy, cracked mirror on the wall. He stared at his reflection, at the gaunt face, the dry, chapped lips, the bloodshot eyes that held an unnerving intensity. He ran a hand over the rough, irritated skin of his neck. A ghost of a memory, equally fleeting and unbidden, brushed against his mind. A warmth, a soft touch, a feeling of security. It was gone as quickly as it came, leaving behind only the familiar coldness of his reality. He scoffed, attributing it to a trick of the light, a lingering fatigue. Sentimentality was a weakness. He looked at the hands on his face, particularly the one obscuring his mother's mouth, a constant reminder of the voices he could no longer hear, the words of comfort that had been silenced. He felt no pang of sadness now, only a reinforced conviction. They had been failed. He had been failed. He thought of All Might, of his sickeningly bright smile plastered across billboards. A sneer twisted Tomura's lips. He pictured that smile crumbling, decaying, turning to dust. That was his purpose. His grand design. To erase everything that All Might represented. To bring down the symbol, and with it, the entire edifice of hero society. He was still the boy who felt abandoned, who yearned for connection. But that yearning had been twisted, corrupted, transformed into a desire for destruction. He was the product of his trauma, shaped by the malicious hand of All for One. He was a weapon, honed and sharpened, poised to strike. The whispers of his past, the forgotten warmth, were slowly being silenced by the louder, more insistent voice of vengeance. Both boys, Izuku and Tenko, stood at the precipice of their young adult lives, unknowingly intertwined by blood, separated by fate, and driven by diametrically opposed forces. One, filled with a newfound light, striving to uphold a crumbling ideal. The other, shrouded in darkness, determined to accelerate its decay. The stage was set. The echoes of their forgotten past, subtle and barely perceptible, resonated between them, waiting for the day they would collide, and the true meaning of their shared blood would be violently revealed. The first step on Izuku's journey involved the relentless task of cleaning Dagoba Municipal Beach. Each piece of trash, each discarded refrigerator, each rusted car part became a testament to his burgeoning resolve. It wasn't just physical labor, it was a psychological crucible. His muscles screamed, his lungs burned, and his hands, once soft and inexperienced, grew calloused and strong. All Might, in his true form, would stand watch, sometimes offering booming encouragement, sometimes a critical eye. Young Midoriya. Your form. Remember, it's not just about brute strength, but about efficiency. Conserve your energy. A true hero knows how to pace himself, even when moving mountains of trash. Izuku would nod vigorously, panting, pushing a rusted engine block. Yes, All Might. Efficiency. Got it. He'd then stumble, nearly dropping the heavy load, only to be caught by All Might's surprisingly gentle hand. "Careful, my boy," All Might would say, a rare moment of softness in his voice. "You push yourself too hard. Rome wasn't built in a day, nor will your vessel be perfected in a fortnight." One evening, after a particularly exhausting session, Izuku collapsed onto the sand, gasping for air. The setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, reflecting off the now sparkling waves. He looked at his hands, calloused and dirty, yet they felt capable. He'd never felt capable before. He'd always been the one who needed saving, the one who stood on the sidelines. Now, he was building himself, piece by agonizing piece, into something more. He thought about his mother, Inko, and how worried she must be. He hadn't told her about All Might or One for All. It was their secret, a burden of truth he felt he couldn't yet share. He knew she'd worry even more if she knew the dangers involved. He missed her quiet comfort, her worried but loving glances. He also thought about Kachan. The thought still brought a familiar knot to his stomach, a mixture of fear and the deep-seated yearning for acceptance that had never truly left him. He wondered if Kachan had noticed the changes in him. Probably not. He was just Deku, still the useless one. But soon, that would change. He would stand on equal footing, perhaps even surpass him. The thought, while thrilling, also brought a twinge of guilt. He wasn't doing this for revenge, he reminded himself. He was doing it to save people. To be a hero. His nights were equally demanding. After a small, nutritious dinner prepared by Inko, who still fretted over his sudden, inexplicable need for more food and his increasing muscle mass, Izuku would retire to his room. He'd pore over his hero notebooks, now expanded to include strategies for manifesting and controlling One for All. He sketched muscle groups, calculated vectors for impacts, theorized about shock absorption. His analytical mind, once a lonely hobby, was now a powerful tool, honed and directed towards a singular, vital goal. He read old hero histories, articles about past symbols of peace, the lore surrounding powerful quirks. He stumbled upon vague references to a second symbol, a hero of immense power from a bygone era, shrouded in mystery. The details were scarce, almost mythical, but something about it resonated with him, a faint, inexplicable hum in his soul. He didn't know why, but the idea of a hidden legacy, a forgotten power, felt strangely significant. He filed it away in his mind, another puzzle piece for future analysis. His humor, though often accidental, still surfaced. One morning, trying to mimic All Might's signature pose in the mirror, Izuku flexed his still developing biceps, puffing out his chest. He lost his balance, however, and tumbled backwards, knocking over a stack of his hero notebooks. The resulting clatter brought Inko rushing in, concerned. "Izuku. Are you all right? What was that noise?" she asked, her voice laced with worry. Izuku, sprawled on the floor amidst scattered papers, a blush creeping up his neck, sheepishly mumbled, "Just practicing, Mom. For posture." Inko sighed, a soft, exasperated sound, but a small smile played on her lips. "Well, try not to hurt yourself, dear. You're already working so hard." She helped him gather his notebooks, her eyes lingering on the detailed drawings and meticulous notes. She might not understand the full scope of his ambitions, but she saw his unwavering dedication. The early mornings became a ritual. Before school, Izuku would rise before dawn, run laps around his neighborhood, and then return for a quick, cold shower. He trained with an almost manic intensity, fueled by the ticking clock of UA's entrance exam, and the fear of disappointing All Might. The fear of failure, once crippling, was slowly morphing into a powerful motivator. He would not fail. He could not fail. He found himself observing people more, not just heroes, but ordinary citizens. He saw their daily struggles, their quiet kindnesses, their moments of joy and despair. He saw the need for a hero, not just to fight villains, but to provide hope, to be a pillar of stability in a world constantly on the brink of chaos. His motivation was deepening, becoming more nuanced than just admiration for All Might. It was becoming a desire to protect, to serve, to truly embody the ideals he had always cherished. In the cold, clinical precision of All for One's hidden facility, Tomura Shigaraki's transformation was progressing with chilling effectiveness. His training wasn't about building muscle or resilience, but about honing his destructive quirk and sharpening his ideological venom. All for One focused on teaching him control, precision, and the art of strategic demolition. "Observe, Tomura," All for One's voice, devoid of emotion, filled the sterile training room. A mannequin, stylized to resemble a generic hero, stood before them. Your power is not merely brute force. It is the undoing of existence. Focus. Envision the decay. Visualize the molecules breaking apart. Tomura, now noticeably taller, his limbs still gangly but with an unnerving stillness to them, stretched out a hand. His 5 fingers touched the mannequin's head. A faint, gray shimmer enveloped the plastic. The mannequin began to crackle, then to powder, crumbling slowly from the head down, until nothing but a pile of dust remained on the sterile floor. Good, All for One affirmed. Now, disintegrate only the left arm. Without touching any other part. Tomura gritted his teeth, his hand hovering over another mannequin. He focused, his brow furrowed in concentration. His fingers, almost like an extension of his will, descended, touching only the mannequin's left arm. The arm turned to dust, neatly detached from the rest of the body. The control was remarkable, a testament to All for One's insidious tutelage. Tomura was learning to weaponize his trauma, to turn his self-loathing into a tool of targeted destruction. But the inherent loneliness of his existence remained. His only companions were All for One and Kurogiri, the misty entity who served as their faithful attendant. Kurogiri was a stoic presence, his voice calm and polite. He would prepare Tomura's meals, ensure his needs were met, and occasionally offer dry, pragmatic observations. There was no warmth, no affection, but there was a quiet, unwavering loyalty. Master Shigaraki, Kurogiri would intone, placing a plate of food before him. It is imperative that you maintain your physical health to execute your strategies effectively. Tomura would grunt in acknowledgement, picking at his food. He still ate with a detached air, as if sustenance was a mere necessity, not a pleasure. His appetite for destruction, however, was voracious. His recreational activities involved hours of playing video games, specifically those with tactical combat and moral ambiguities. He preferred games where players had to make difficult, often ruthless, choices. He'd analyze character motivations, scrutinize flawed systems, and revel in moments of chaos and rebellion. His sarcastic humor, a coping mechanism, had sharpened. "Look, Kurogiri," Tomura would rasp, pointing at the screen as a hero character in a game made a predictably altruistic but strategically unsound decision. Another fool. Sacrificing the greater good for a single civilian. How inefficient. How utterly human. Kurogiri would offer a noncommittal hum. Indeed, Master Shigaraki. Such predictability often leads to unforeseen complications. All for One's teachings continued to drip into Tomura's psyche like venom. He spoke of the true nature of quirks, not gifts, but mutations. Not sources of power for good, but instruments of chaos that hero society merely tried to superficially control. He talked about the inherent instability of a world built on such randomness. This society is fragile, Tomura, All for One would explain, gesturing to a projection of a bustling city. Held together by a thread of lies and the illusion of peace. Your quirk, decay, is the antithesis of their order. It is the catalyst for true liberation. It strips away the pretense, revealing the raw, unadulterated reality beneath. Tomura found himself nodding, his mind absorbing the logic. He saw the cracks in the hero facade everywhere, in every news report, every heroic blunder, every public scandal. He began to believe, with a fierce conviction, that heroes were nothing but glorified entertainers, protecting a system that was inherently unjust. His scratching became more frequent, more desperate, as if trying to tear away the societal lies that still clung to him. His appearance was changing too. He began to neglect himself, his hair becoming unkempt, his skin dry and irritated. He spent hours in front of the mirror, not out of vanity, but out of a morbid fascination with his own decaying reflection, a reflection of the world he intended to create. He'd trace the lines of the hands on his face, particularly Nana Shimura's, his supposed grandmother's, hand. All for One had ensured that Tomura knew Nana was a hero. But he had twisted the narrative into one of abandonment and hypocrisy. She chose the mantle of hero over the bonds of family, Tomura. A tragic, selfish choice. Her heroism led directly to the downfall of her own bloodline. This carefully crafted falsehood deeply ingrained itself in Tomura's mind. He harbored no respect for Nana Shimura, only a bitter contempt. She was the ancestor who had forsaken them, whose legacy was intertwined with his own trauma. Her hand, placed over his mouth, was a symbol of suppressed truths, of silenced pain, and of the ultimate silence his quirk could bring. He spent his days in a chilling solitude, his mind a cauldron of simmering rage and carefully constructed nihilism. He drafted strategies, not for hero rescues, but for devastating attacks. He envisioned a world without heroes, without the false sense of security, a world where the strong survived and the weak succumbed to the inevitable decay. He was becoming the embodiment of that decay, the living symbol of all for one's malevolent will. The echoes of his childhood, the innocent desire for connection, were now utterly eclipsed by the chilling promise of universal destruction. The distance between Izuku Midoriya and Tenko Shimura, growing in their separate, meticulously crafted worlds, widened with each passing day. Yet, the subtle echoes of their shared, unknown past, like faint whispers carried on the wind, sometimes touched them both. Izuku, on his rigorous training journey towards UA, often found himself observing the mundane details of life. He'd see a child struggling to reach a high shelf, and an instinct, a primal urge to help, would surge through him. He saw heroes in the news, often performing grand, flashy rescues, but his mind would immediately turn to the small, unseen acts of kindness, the quiet supports that held society together. His world was expanding, becoming richer, more nuanced. He was learning to look beyond the surface, to see the human stories beneath the dazzling quirks. One afternoon, while taking a break from cleaning the beach, Izuku sat on a discarded tire, meticulously adding notes to his hero analysis notebook. He was studying a lesser-known hero, Manuel, and his water-based quirk. Izuku admired Manuel's dedication to supporting other heroes, his quiet competence. He found himself drawn to the unsung heroes, the ones who didn't seek the spotlight but diligently worked to keep the peace. A small, scruffy stray cat, attracted by his stillness, cautiously approached him. Izuku, always gentle, extended a hand, and the cat tentatively rubbed against his leg. He scratched its head, feeling the soft fur, a moment of simple, unexpected joy. He thought of his own small, comfortable home, his mother's cooking, the scent of her laundry detergent. These small, ordinary things were the bedrock of his world, the things he would fight to protect. He found himself laughing more often, a nervous, high-pitched giggle that would usually devolve into mumbled self-deprecation. But there was a genuine lightness to it now, a release of tension that came with the burgeoning hope of his future. All Might's belief in him had unlocked something, a quiet confidence that was slowly pushing through the layers of his insecurity. He still apologized excessively, still worried about everything, but a new, unshakable determination had taken root. His mother, Inko, slowly began to notice the physical changes in Izuku. His gaunt frame was filling out, muscles subtly developing beneath his clothes. His eyes, though still prone to tears, held a brighter, more focused intensity. She worried, of course, but she also saw a newfound purpose in him, a quiet strength she hadn't seen since he was a toddler. "Izuku, you're eating so much more these days," she'd exclaim, placing another serving of rice on his plate. "Are you working out? You're getting so strong." Izuku would blush, shoveling food into his mouth. "Oh, yeah, Mom. Just trying to stay healthy, you know? For school." He kept his secret close, protecting her from the dangers he now faced, but the pride in his transformation was hard to completely conceal. He still revered All Might, but his understanding of heroism was deepening. It wasn't just about flashy moves or incredible power. It was about courage, empathy, and an unwavering spirit. He was beginning to understand the immense weight of the symbol of peace's burden, and he was, with every fiber of his being, preparing himself to share that weight. He was a hero in the making, not just in quirk, but in spirit. He was ready to face the world, to fight for its safety, to offer his own, earnest smile to those in need. In the controlled desolation of All for One's lair, Tomura Shigaraki's life continued its downward spiral into calculated malice. He rarely saw the outside world, and when he did, it was through the lens of All for One's disdain. He saw people as sheep, heroes as their foolish shepherds. His only interactions were with his mentor and Kurogiri, the Warp Gate. His recreational activities remained centered around violent video games, and occasionally, dissecting news reports of hero failures. He found a morbid satisfaction in the chaos, in the suffering of others. It confirmed All for One's teachings, that society was inherently flawed, deserving of decay. One cold, sterile afternoon, as Tomura meticulously practiced disintegrating small objects, a discarded soda can, a chipped teacup, always leaving a neat pile of dust, a memory, sharp and unwelcome, pricked at him. It was of a small, warm hand in his, a quiet giggle, the scent of wildflowers. Hana. His sister. He flinched, the teacup crumbling prematurely. He scratched his neck furiously, tearing at the skin until it bled. The memory, a sliver of forgotten innocence, was a weakness, a pain he could not afford. All for One had taught him to suppress such sentimentalities, to turn them into fuel for his rage. He looked at the hand covering his mother's mouth, the one he always wore, and a sneer twisted his lips. She had failed him. They had all failed him. Their deaths were a testament to the world's indifference, to the hero's inability to protect the innocent. His humor, when it surfaced, was cutting, laced with a bitter sarcasm. He'd mock the heroes on screen, their predictable actions, their overly dramatic pronouncements. He was a master of cynical observation, his mind a precise instrument of deconstruction. "Look at this idiot, sensei," Tomura would rasp, pointing at a news anchor praising a hero for a minor rescue. "He saved a cat." Meanwhile, 3 blocks away, a family lost their home because that hero ignored the true threat. Such blatant hypocrisy. All for One would merely nod, a silent approval that reinforced Tomura's worldview. He was learning to see the world as a broken machine, and he was destined to be the one to dismantle it. Tomura's physical appearance was becoming a direct reflection of his internal state. His skin was perpetually dry and cracked from constant scratching, his eyes sunken and bloodshot from lack of proper sleep. His posture was perpetually hunched, as if he carried an invisible weight, or perhaps, as if he was always ready to strike, to unleash the decay that festered within him. He developed a strange, almost obsessive aversion to cleanliness, to anything that suggested order or peace. He preferred grime, dust, the detritus of a decaying world. His lair, despite Kurogiri's quiet efforts, always had a faint layer of dust, a testament to Tomura's destructive influence. He spent hours studying the concept of symbols. All for One had explained that heroes, especially All Might, were merely symbols, facades that needed to be shattered. And Tomura, with his destructive quirk, was the perfect tool to accomplish that. He wasn't just going to fight heroes, he was going to destroy the very idea of them. He knew nothing of Izuku Midoriya, of the earnest boy training tirelessly on a beach, destined to inherit the very power Tomura so desperately wished to annihilate. He knew nothing of their shared blood, of the grandmother whose legacy had shaped both their lives in such profoundly different ways. His world was shrinking, becoming a focused, obsessive tunnel vision of vengeance and destruction. He was a villain in the making, not just in action, but in soul. He was ready to tear down the world, to make it crumble to ashes, just as his own had. The 2 boys, Izuku and Tenko, stood on opposite sides of an invisible chasm, oblivious to the bridge of blood that connected them. Their youthful years, so divergent, were meticulously forging them into the very embodiments of the conflict to come. Izuku's life was a testament to the enduring power of hope, even in the face of relentless adversity. He spent his final year of junior high in a dizzying cycle of physical training with all might and intense academic study. The prospect of the UA entrance exam loomed large, a terrifying yet exhilarating hurdle. Every morning, he'd wake up before the sun, his still soft muscles aching, but his spirit buoyed by the burgeoning strength he felt within. He had developed a ritual, a short, brisk run, followed by a sequence of stretches and bodyweight exercises. He'd then join All Might at Dagoba Beach, continuing the strenuous task of clearing the remaining junk. Each success, no matter how small, lifting a heavier object, clearing a larger section of the beach, was a victory against his past self, the quirkless boy who couldn't even lift a heavy textbook without strain. Almost there, young Midoriya. All Might would boom, his voice echoing across the now clean beach, gleaming under the morning sun. "You've cultivated a vessel worthy of One for All. Now, we must ensure you can wield it without tearing yourself apart." The thought of One for All, this immense, inherited power, both thrilled and terrified Izuku. He felt the weight of generations, the legacy of heroes he had never met, resting on his slender shoulders. He was no longer just Izuku Midoriya, he was the 9th wielder, the successor. This knowledge, heavy as it was, ignited a fierce sense of responsibility within him. He had to be worthy. He had to succeed. His social life, if one could call it that, remained largely unchanged. Kacchan's bullying continued, though Izuku found he could absorb the verbal barbs with a greater resilience. The physical assaults were less frequent, as Kacchan seemed to sense a subtle shift in Izuku, a newfound, unyielding core. "Still mumbling about heroes, Deku?" Kacchan would sneer in the school hallway, his hands sparking. "Don't think for a second you're getting into UA. You're just a pebble in my path." Izuku would duck his head, a small, almost imperceptible nod. I'll do my best, Kacchan." He no longer felt the need to argue, to justify. His actions would speak louder than any words. He knew, with a quiet certainty, that their paths, once intertwined by childhood, were about to collide in a spectacular, unforeseen way. His internal monologues, once filled with self-doubt and anxious rambling, now included detailed combat simulations, quirk analyses, and strategies for navigating complex hero scenarios. He'd picture himself in various situations, imagining how he would use One for All, How he would save people, how he would maintain his smile even in the face of overwhelming odds. He still cried easily, still got flustered, but beneath it all was a bedrock of courage, slowly solidifying. Inko, witnessing his quiet transformation, felt a complex mix of emotions. Pride, yes, at his dedication and growing strength. But also, an ever-present fear. He was no longer her fragile, quirkless boy. He was becoming something powerful, something that would undoubtedly draw danger. She watched him leave for school each morning, a silent prayer on her lips, a worried frown etched onto her face. One evening, Izuku was studying in his room, surrounded by an impressive array of new hero merchandise, gifts from All Might after successful training milestones. He picked up a small, intricately carved wooden figurine of a hero from the early days of quirks, a lesser-known figure with a unique grappling quirk. He admired the history, the continuity of heroism. He felt a deep connection to this lineage, a sense of belonging he had craved his entire life. The echoes of his loneliness were fading, replaced by a sense of purpose and belonging. He practiced his smile in the mirror. Not the timid, apologetic smile he usually wore, but the wide, confident, reassuring smile of All Might. It felt alien on his face, but he kept trying, twisting his lips, trying to infuse it with genuine warmth. "I will be a hero who saves people with a smile," he whispered to his reflection, the words a sacred vow. He was ready for the next step, ready for UA, ready for his future. In the depths of All for One's hidden sanctuary, Tomura Shigaraki was a stark contrast to Izuku's burgeoning hope. His existence was defined by shadows, by the constant murmurs of All for One's insidious teachings, and by the chilling certainty of his destructive destiny. His body, though not overtly muscular, possessed a lean, almost starved look, with fingers often splayed in an unconscious imitation of his quirk's activation. His training, unlike Izuku's, was not about building. It was about dismantling. All for One meticulously taught him the weaknesses of systems, the flaws in human nature, the vulnerabilities of hero society. Tomura's tactical mind, once innocent and undirected, was now a razor-sharp instrument, honed to identify and exploit every crack in the edifice of peace. "Observe the flow of society, Tomura," All for One would command, projecting intricate network diagrams onto a screen. "Identify the pressure points. The heroes are merely a symptom of a deeper illness. To truly cure the disease, you must destroy the very concept of peace they represent." Tomura would trace lines on the screen with a skeletal finger, his movements precise and deliberate. He absorbed the information like a sponge, his mind a vast, dark repository of destructive knowledge. He was learning to be a strategist, a leader, a purveyor of chaos. His hands, adorned with the withered remains of his family, were no longer a source of guilt, but of power. He would stare at them, particularly the one on his face, Nana Shimura's hand, a symbol of the broken legacy. He felt no familial bond, only a chilling contempt for the ancestor who had, in his eyes, abandoned her kin for a hollow ideal. "She was a fool, sensei," Tomura would rasp, his voice still dry from disuse. "Her sacrifice was meaningless. It only perpetuated the cycle of false hope. I will end it." His social interactions were non-existent, save for All for One and Kurogiri. He had no friends, no peers, only subordinates in waiting. His only form of connection was the shared malice with All for One, a dark, symbiotic relationship forged in the crucible of his trauma. His humor, sharp and cynical, was a constant undercurrent. He'd watch news reports of heroes saving civilians, then turn to Kurogiri with a derisive snort. "Look at that, Kurogiri. Another civilian rescued. And what will they do? Go back to their mundane lives, completely oblivious to the rot beneath the surface. Such sheep." Kurogiri would simply incline his misty head. "Indeed, Master Shigaraki. Their ignorance is their bliss, and their weakness." Tomura's physical appearance mirrored his internal decay. His skin was increasingly dry and flaky, prone to irritation from his constant scratching. His eyes, perpetually bloodshot, held a vacant, unsettling gaze, only truly lighting up when discussing destruction or the downfall of heroes. He moved with a subtle slump, a constant air of disdain and exhaustion. He spent hours playing online video games, not for entertainment, but for strategic practice. He gravitated towards real-time strategy games, perfecting his ability to control multiple units, to exploit weaknesses, to orchestrate overwhelming assaults. He was a ruthless player, driven by a need to dominate, to erase his opponents. One late night, after a particularly frustrating game loss, Tomura slammed his fist on the table, sending a tremor through the room. "These incompetent fools," he rasped, staring at the losing screen. "They don't understand strategy. They don't understand how to truly dominate." He ran his hand over his face, his fingers brushing against Nana Shimura's withered hand. A faint, almost imperceptible shiver ran through him. He looked around the desolate room, the dim lights casting long, eerie shadows. He felt a profound isolation, a crushing weight of being utterly alone in his chosen path. But this loneliness, rather than softening him, hardened his resolve. He was destined for a solitary, destructive glory. He felt the burgeoning power of his quirk, the insidious whisper of decay always at his fingertips. It was a part of him now, an extension of his will. He was ready. Ready to emerge from the shadows, to unleash his power, to dismantle the world that had abandoned him. He was ready to face All Might, to tear down the symbol, to make the entire world crumble to ashes. The echoes of his childhood, the desperate cry for help, were now completely subsumed by the chilling promise of his destructive future. He was a force of nature, shaped by malice, ready to unleash a deluge of ruin upon the unsuspecting world. The path to the UA entrance exam was paved with sweat and relentless self-doubt for Izuku Midoriya. Despite the immense progress he had made under All Might's tutelage, the years of being quirkless, of being told he was useless, had left deep scars. He still muttered, still flinched at loud noises, and still felt the gnawing anxiety that he wasn't good enough. The exam day dawned bright and clear, mocking his internal turmoil. As he stood before the imposing gates of UA High, the premier hero academy, his legs felt like jelly. He saw other examinees, confident, powerful, already displaying their quirks. He saw Kacchan, striding past him with an arrogant smirk, seemingly radiating power. "Don't get in my way, Deku," Kacchan growled, bumping his shoulder as he passed. "You're just a stepping stone." Izuku mumbled an apology, his head bowed, his stomach churning. He felt a familiar wave of hopelessness wash over him. Could he really do this? Could he, a boy who had only just received a quirk, stand among these prodigies? Then, All Might's voice, a booming echo in his mind, cut through the noise of his doubts. "You are worthy. You have the heart of a hero." He straightened his shoulders. No. He wouldn't give up. Not now. Not after all he had endured. The practical exam began. A frantic, chaotic battle against robotic villains. Izuku, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the challenge and the raw power displayed by his peers, stumbled. He found himself unable to activate One for All without fear of shattering his own bones. He dodged, he ran, he analyzed, but he couldn't fight. The old Izuku, the quirkless Izuku, was still struggling to break free from the paralysis of his past. He watched as other examinees racked up points, their quirks exploding, flying, transforming. He felt a familiar despair creep in. He was failing. All Might would be disappointed. His dream, once so tantalizingly close, was slipping away. And then, he saw her. A brown-haired girl, the same one who had saved him from tripping earlier, trapped beneath a pile of rubble, a massive zero-pointer robot looming over her, ready to strike. The other examinees were running, fleeing the overwhelming threat. No one was helping her. A primal surge, not of power, but of pure, unadulterated heroism, coursed through Izuku. His body moved before his mind could process. He didn't think about points, about quirks, about shattering his bones. He only saw the girl, the danger, and the desperate need. A hero saves everyone. He screamed internally, his voice raw with a newfound resolve. He activated One for All, instinctively channeling it into a single, devastating punch. His arm screamed in protest, bone shattering, but the force of the punch obliterated the zero-pointer. He had saved her. He had acted. He had been a hero. He fell, broken and exhilarated, his body collapsing as pain finally overwhelmed him. The girl, Uraka Ochako, saved him from falling further, her touch nullifying his weight. He was rushed to the infirmary, his body a wreck, but his spirit soaring. He had done it. He had taken the first step. He was on his way to becoming a hero. Meanwhile, far away from the hopeful chaos of the UA entrance exam, Tomura Shigaraki was reaching a different kind of breaking point. All for One, seeing the completion of his indoctrination, began to introduce him to the practicalities of villainy. He was no longer just learning theory, he was observing the ugly realities of the underworld. He saw the low-level thugs, the petty criminals, the discarded members of society who fell through the cracks of hero protection. He saw their desperation, their anger, their nihilism. And he saw himself reflected in their forgotten eyes. His empathy, a trait he thought long dead, flickered for a moment, only to be ruthlessly suppressed by All for One's voice. "These are the true victims, Tomura," All for One would say, gesturing to a grimy alley where a group of small-time villains huddled. discarded by a society that only celebrates the strong. Your purpose is not to save them, but to liberate them from this false peace. To usher in a new era where such distinctions no longer matter. Tomura's skin itched constantly, his scratching becoming more violent, leaving angry, festering wounds on his neck. The hands on his face felt heavier, a constant, suffocating presence. He found himself growing increasingly agitated by minor imperfections, by anything that hinted at order or contentment. His temper, always simmering, now threatened to boil over at the slightest provocation. He still played video games, but with a new, disturbing intensity. He didn't just play, he annihilated. He reveled in the destruction, in the digital chaos he orchestrated. He was rehearsing. One day, All for One brought him a file. It was a detailed report on All Might, his past, his successes, his every public appearance. Tomura devoured it, not with admiration, but with a cold, calculated fury. He studied All Might's movements, his signature moves, his public persona. He found himself focusing on All Might's unwavering smile, the symbol of everything Tomura despised. That smile, Tomura rasped, tracing the image on the screen with a finger that twitched with destructive potential. It's a lie. A sickening, arrogant lie. I will wipe it off his face. I will show the world the true decay beneath his facade. All for One's voice, a low hum beside him, was filled with a chilling satisfaction. Indeed, Tomura. You are ready. The time for observation is nearly over. Soon, you will step onto the stage. And the world will know the true meaning of despair. Tomura ran his hand over the desiccated hand of Nana Shimura that covered his face, a perverse comfort. This hand, the hand of his heroic ancestor, was now a tool in his vengeance against heroism itself. He was ready to unleash his quirk, to make the world crumble, to turn everything into dust, just as his family had. The echoes of his childhood, the desperate cries for belonging, had been completely drowned out by the thunderous promise of his destructive future. Both Izuku and Tomura, still unknowingly brothers, stood on the brink of their respective destinies. Izuku, now accepted into UA, was on the cusp of his heroic journey, a beacon of hope fueled by a borrowed power. Tomura, groomed by All for One, was preparing to unleash a storm of chaos, a harbinger of destruction fueled by a festering hatred. Their paths were converging, drawn by the invisible threads of fate and blood, set to collide in a world unaware of the echoes of forgotten names that bound them. The moment Izuku Midoriya received his acceptance letter from UA High was a blur of tears and overwhelming joy. It wasn't a mere letter, it was validation, a testament to his grueling training, to All Might's faith, and to his own unwavering, if often clumsy, determination. He had passed the written exam with flying colors, his analytical mind proving invaluable. And despite his self-destruction in the practical, his desperate act of heroism for Ochako Uraka had earned him rescue points, pushing him over the threshold. Inko sobbed with relief and pride, hugging him fiercely. My Izuku. My hero. She wept, her voice thick with emotion. Her fears for his safety were momentarily overshadowed by the sheer magnitude of his achievement. Izuku, still reeling from the shock and elation, couldn't stop the tears from flowing either. He was going to UA. He was going to be a hero. He was going to follow in All Might's footsteps. The dream he had clung to for so long, the one that had seemed so impossible, was now a tangible reality. His first day at UA was a kaleidoscope of new sensations. The imposing architecture of the school, the vibrant energy of his classmates, the stern but inspiring presence of their homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Izuku felt a strange mixture of awe and crippling anxiety. He was surrounded by incredible quirks, by students who seemed born for greatness. He, who had only recently gained a power he still couldn't control, felt like an imposter. The first quirk apprehension test was a rude awakening. Aizawa's chilling pronouncement, "Whoever comes in last will be expelled," sent a wave of terror through the class. Izuku, watching his classmates unleash their quirks with practiced ease, felt the familiar knot of despair tighten in his stomach. He couldn't afford to break his bones on the first day. He couldn't risk expulsion. During the ball throw, he tried to channel One for All, but his fear of shattering his arm paralyzed him. He threw it weakly, getting a pathetic 46 meters. Aizawa's disappointed gaze, and Kachan's triumphant sneer, were unbearable. "You're still just a quirkless loser, Deku." Kachan snarled, sparks flying from his palms. "You think you can compete with us? You're pathetic." Izuku's eyes welled up. He was back to square one. He was still the useless Deku. All Might's faith, his own hard work, seemed to evaporate in the face of this immediate, public failure. But then, Aizawa, with his erasure quirk, stopped his attempt to power up One for All again. You tried to save it, Izuku Midoriya. Aizawa's voice was flat, devoid of emotion, and almost got expelled in the process. This isn't a game where you can break yourself. If you can't control your quirk, you're just a liability. Aizawa's words, though harsh, were a cold splash of reality. He wasn't telling Izuku to give up, he was telling him to get control. And in that moment, something clicked. Izuku knew he couldn't rely on brute force. He had to be smart. He had to find a way to use One for All without self-destruction. He focused, desperately searching for a solution. And then, he saw it. A tiny spark. His finger. He could channel the power into a single point, minimize the damage. With a terrified but determined push, he flicked his finger, sending the ball soaring. 705.3 meters. Aizawa announced. The entire class stared, aghast. Izuku, his finger throbbing with agonizing pain, felt a surge of exhilaration. He had done it. He had used One for All. He was still broken, yes, but he was also powerful. He was a hero. The day was filled with awkward moments for Izuku. His nervous muttering, his flustered interactions with girls like Uraka and Tsuyu Asui, his tendency to overanalyze everything. He was a bundle of raw nerves and boundless enthusiasm, endearing himself to some, annoying others. He was finding his place, slowly but surely, amidst the vibrant chaos of Class 1A. He still spent his evenings poring over hero notes, now with an added urgency to understand One for All. All Might, his mentor and now a teacher at UA, would occasionally offer cryptic advice, or a reassuring pat on the back. "You did well, young Midoriya," All Might would say, deflated, in the teacher's lounge. "You found your own way. That is the mark of a true hero." Izuku's eyes would light up, his anxieties momentarily forgotten. He was growing, not just in strength, but in confidence. The echoes of his past, the haunting feeling of inadequacy, were slowly being drowned out by the roar of his newfound purpose. He was Izuku Midoriya, and he was going to be the greatest hero. Far from the hallowed halls of UA, in the shadowed depths of All for One's base, Tomura Shigaraki was also preparing for his debut. His life was a grim counterpoint to Izuku's hopeful journey. He was surrounded not by aspiring heroes, but by the decaying remnants of All for One's network, cynical criminals, misguided zealots, and those who simply wanted to watch the world burn. His physical state had worsened. The scratching was almost constant, his neck a map of red, inflamed scars. His hands, still adorned with his family's remains, twitched with nervous energy, the urge to decay a constant, buzzing presence. He was a bundle of raw nerves and simmering rage, a walking embodiment of the nihilism All for One had so carefully cultivated. All for One was meticulously explaining the next phase of his plan, the attack on UA High, during the USJ training exercise. His voice, calm and detached, outlined the weaknesses of the hero system, the vulnerabilities of the students, the perfect opportunity to strike a devastating blow to All Might, the symbol of peace. "They will be complacent, Tomura," All for One explained, pointing to a holographic projection of the USJ facility. "They believe their security is impenetrable. They believe All Might is invincible. You will shatter those illusions. You will break their symbol." Tomura listened, his eyes wide and bloodshot, fixed on the projection. He traced the contours of the facility, identifying the bottlenecks, the escape routes, the best points of attack. His mind, once a blank slate, was now filled with intricate, malevolent strategies. He was no longer just learning, he was orchestrating. "And the students?" Tomura rasped, his voice dry and devoid of warmth. "They will be terrified. They will see the helplessness of their so-called heroes." "Precisely," All for One affirmed, a faint, chilling smile playing on his unseen lips. "You will show them the true nature of their world. That their peace is an illusion. That their heroes are a lie." He spent hours playing video games, but now, the virtual chaos felt like a dress rehearsal for the real thing. He played as the villain, orchestrating mass destruction, reveling in the simulated despair of his digital opponents. His sarcastic humor was sharper, more cruel. "Look at this hero, sensei," Tomura would scoff, watching a news report of a hero struggling against a particularly tenacious villain. "He can't even handle a simple street thug. And they call him a professional. Pathetic." All for One merely hummed in agreement, pleased with his protégé's growing disdain. Tomura had no friends, no connections, only the strange, symbiotic relationship with All for One, who was both mentor and tormentor, caretaker and manipulator. He occasionally saw the other members of the League, but he considered them merely pawns, tools to be used in his grand game of destruction. He felt no camaraderie, only a shared purpose of malice. He often stared at his hands, particularly the one covering Nana Shimura's mouth. He ran his fingers over its dry, cracked surface. It was a macabre talisman, a constant reminder of his purpose. To erase. To decay. To bring everything, especially the symbols of heroism, to dust. He was a walking embodiment of resentment, a harbinger of chaos. The echoes of his past, the forgotten warmth of his family, were entirely subsumed by the thunderous roar of his destructive future. He was Tomura Shigaraki, and he was ready to watch the world crumble. The world held its breath, unknowingly balanced on a knife edge. On one side, Izuku Midoriya, an aspiring hero, brimming with a borrowed power and an earnest desire to save. On the other, Tomura Shigaraki, a budding villain, steeped in hatred and poised to unleash his destructive rage. Their paths, divergent for so long, were about to violently intersect, forcing them to confront not just each other, but the hidden truths of their shared blood, a bond that would unravel the very fabric of their carefully constructed realities. The echoes of forgotten names, once faint whispers, were about to become a deafening roar. This period, leading up to the USJ attack, was a crescendo of both hope and despair for Izuku and Tomura, respectively. For Izuku, every day at UA was a revelation, a step further into the world he had only dreamed of. He absorbed lessons like a sponge, from Aizawa's tactical combat simulations to present Mike's English lessons, which he found particularly challenging. He watched his classmates, admiring their quirks, their confidence, their easy camaraderie. He envied it, even as he yearned to be a part of it. His control over One for All was still rudimentary. The smash technique, which involved channeling the power into a single limb, resulted in bone-breaking recoil. He practiced relentlessly in secret, often late into the night, using old textbooks as makeshift punching bags, trying to find a way to mitigate the damage. He analyzed every fight scene from All Might's career, every movement, every subtle shift in posture, seeking clues. His analytical mind worked overtime, a constant hum of theories and calculations. Young Midoriya, All Might would say, appearing in his deflated form beside Izuku during a lunch break, his voice a low rumble. Do not rush the power. It is a river, not a dam. Let it flow, gently, through your entire being. Like a full cowl. Izuku would nod, scribbling furiously in his notebook. A full cowl. So, distribute the power? But how? How do I prevent it from just shattering everything? All Might would offer a knowing smile. That, my boy, is the challenge. A hero must learn to wield their power, not be consumed by it. It comes with experience, with pushing past your limits, and with understanding your own body. This cryptic advice was both frustrating and inspiring. Izuku felt the weight of All Might's legacy pressing down on him, the immense pressure to live up to the symbol of peace. He was a legacy, a living embodiment of hope, and he couldn't afford to fail. He had to master this power, for All Might, for his classmates, for a world that needed heroes. His awkward humor, a mixture of self-deprecation and nervous energy, often provided unintentional comedic relief in class. During a hero costume design lesson, he presented a highly impractical, overly complicated suit with far too many support items, all meticulously drawn and annotated. Midoriya? Sato, one of his classmates, asked, looking at the design with a puzzled expression. Are those jet boosters on your elbows? And a grappling hook that deploys from your kneecaps? Izuku blushed furiously, stammering. Well, you see, the elbow boosters could provide a burst of momentum for a short-range attack, and the kneecap grappling hooks would be useful for urban evasion in tight spaces, assuming the environment has sufficient anchors for the tensile strength of the grappling wire, which, of course, would need to be a specialized alloy to withstand the sudden impact forces. He trailed off, realizing he had lost his audience in the sheer technicality of his explanation. Uraka, however, simply giggled. Deku-kun, you think so much. It's kinda cute. Izuku's face turned a shade of crimson that rivaled Kirishima's hair. He was still a clumsy, socially awkward boy, but he was slowly, surely, finding his tribe. He felt a burgeoning sense of belonging, a quiet joy that permeated even his most stressful moments. The fear of being quirkless was slowly fading, replaced by the exciting, terrifying reality of being a hero in training. He still thought of Kacchan, often with a mix of trepidation and a strange, almost nostalgic fondness. Their rivalry, once so one-sided and cruel, now felt like a driving force, pushing Izuku to be better. He knew Kacchan would be furious when he eventually saw Izuku's progress, but that was a bridge he would cross when he came to it. For now, his focus was on mastering One for All and becoming the hero he was destined to be. The echoes of his past, the constant feeling of inadequacy, were being replaced by the growing roar of his own unique path. In the murky depths of All for One's hidden lair, Tomura Shigaraki's preparations for the USJ attack were chillingly precise. He wasn't learning to build, he was learning to shatter. His existence was a constant exercise in deconstruction, his mind meticulously dissecting the vulnerabilities of hero society, his fingers twitching with the desire to decay. His physical appearance had further deteriorated. The skin on his neck and hands was perpetually red and inflamed from constant scratching, a physical manifestation of his festering internal rage. His eyes, sunken and perpetually bloodshot, held a vacant, unsettling gaze that only sharpened when he discussed destruction. All for One continued to refine his worldview, emphasizing the inherent weakness and hypocrisy of heroes. He showed Tomura historical data, news reports, and even staged videos, all meticulously designed to reinforce the narrative of a crumbling society. The hero system is built on a lie, Tomura, All for One would murmur, his voice a low, hypnotic drone. They cultivate fear to justify their existence. They fight shadows while ignoring the rot within. You, my boy, will expose the truth. You will bring about a collapse that is both necessary and inevitable. Tomura would nod, his dry lips twitching in a faint, unsettling smile. He absorbed every word, every piece of twisted logic, his mind a sponge for malice. He was becoming a disciple of chaos, a prophet of destruction. He understood his purpose with a chilling clarity, to dismantle the illusion of peace, to force society to confront its own decay. His hands, adorned with the withered remains of his family, were no longer just a morbid comfort. They were instruments of his will, each representing a facet of his twisted philosophy. The hand on his face, belonging to Nana Shimura, his heroic ancestor, was a constant reminder of the legacy he was determined to obliterate. He saw no familial connection, only the symbolic weight of a failed ideal. He spent hours meticulously planning the USJ attack, going over blueprints, analyzing security camera blind spots, calculating response times for heroes. His tactical mind, sharpened by years of video games and All for One's tutelage, was a formidable weapon. He was not just a destructive force, he was a strategic one. His humor, when it surfaced, was dark and acerbic, often delivered in a raspy, almost childish voice. He would scoff at the heroes on screen, their predictable actions, their overly dramatic pronouncements. During a briefing with the other members of the League of Villains, he would casually point out a hero's fatal flaw with a sardonic grin. "Look at that idiot, sensei," Tomura rasped, pointing to a projection of Eraserhead's combat style. "He relies too heavily on his erasure. What happens when he's overwhelmed? He'll be useless. So predictable." Kurogiri would simply offer a low hum of agreement. The other villains, though sometimes unnerved by Tomura's intensity, recognized the chilling logic in his assessments. Tomura had no friends, no real connections beyond All for One and Kurogiri. The other League members were merely tools, pawns in the larger game. He felt no camaraderie, only a shared malevolent purpose. His social life, or lack thereof, was a reflection of his profound isolation, a consequence of the path All for One had carved for him. He would often sit in the dimly lit control room, watching the monitors, his fingers twitching, a low hum of anticipation building within him. He was no longer just the boy who had accidentally turned his family to dust. He was Tomura Shigaraki, the leader of the League of Villains, the chosen successor to All for One, and the harbinger of a new age of chaos. The echoes of his past, the haunting memory of his family's demise, were no longer a source of guilt, but a powerful fuel for his burning desire to see the world crumble. He was ready for the spotlight, ready to unveil his destructive power, ready to shatter the symbol of peace, all might, and watch the world descend into the ashes he believed it deserved. The stage was set. Izuku Midoriya, walking into UA with a mixture of nervous excitement and unwavering resolve. Tomura Shigaraki, poised in the shadows, his eyes fixed on the USJ facility, a chilling hunger for destruction in their depths. The threads of their separate destinies, so intricately woven, were now converging, destined to intertwine in a violent clash that would unearth the long-buried echoes of forgotten names and unravel the very fabric of their individual realities. The story of blood in the ashes was about to truly begin. The days leading up to the USJ attack were a whirlwind of activity for Izuku. He was rapidly adjusting to the demanding curriculum of UA, soaking up every lesson, every piece of advice. He still grappled with One for All, the immense power feeling like a caged beast within him, threatening to tear him apart if he wasn't careful. His fingers, still prone to swelling and bruising from his smash practice, were a constant reminder of his struggle. He found unexpected allies in his classmates. Ochako Uraka, with her bubbly personality and encouraging words, was a refreshing presence. Tenya Ida, though initially intimidating with his rigid adherence to rules, proved to be a loyal and earnest friend. Even Katsuki Bakugo, though still verbally abusive, showed a grudging, almost imperceptible respect for Izuku's sudden progress, which only fueled Izuku's drive. During one particularly intense combat training session, Izuku was paired against Todoroki Shoto, whose ice and fire quirk was breathtakingly powerful. Izuku, overwhelmed by Todoroki's sheer versatility, found himself relying on his analytical skills, trying to predict movements and identify weaknesses, even as he dodged ice attacks. He managed to land a single, painful finger flick, creating a gust of wind that briefly disoriented Todoroki, allowing Izuku to retreat and regroup. "You're quick, Midoriya," Todoroki remarked, his voice flat, but with a hint of surprise. "And you analyze well. But your quirk control is haphazard." Izuku bowed profusely, blushing. "Why yes, I know. I'm still working on it. But your quirk is amazing, Todoroki-kun. The way you can instantly create ice structures, and then the heat output. It's incredible for both offense and defense, especially if you can manage the temperature fluctuations to create vapor or even a localized pressure front." "Ah, sorry. I'm mumbling again." Todoroki merely stared at him, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk playing on his lips. Izuku was slowly earning the respect of his peers, not just through his nascent power, but through his unwavering spirit and his unique analytical mind. He was still awkward, still prone to tears, but he was undeniably a part of Class 1A. Even Aizawa-sensei, with his perpetually tired eyes, seemed to acknowledge Izuku's progress. After a sparring match where Izuku, despite breaking a finger, managed to land a decisive blow, Aizawa gave a rare nod of approval. "You're learning to fight smarter, Midoriya. Good. Now, about that self-destruction. We need to fix that." The conversation about full Cal with All Might became a constant loop in Izuku's mind. He tried to imagine the power flowing through his entire body, not just concentrated in a single limb. He meditated, he practiced breathing exercises, he even tried to visualize the energy, like a river, as All Might had suggested. It was frustrating, but he was determined. He knew this was the key to truly mastering One for All, to becoming the hero he envisioned himself to be. He still found moments of light and humor in his everyday life. A shared laugh with Uraka over a silly hero meme. A friendly, if competitive, argument with Ida about proper classroom decorum. A comfortable silence with Tsuyu during lunch. He was making friends, building connections, and these relationships, these small moments of human warmth, grounded him. They reminded him of what he was fighting for. He also continued his rigorous research into hero history, poring over old archives in the UA library. He was fascinated by the lineage of One for All, the previous wielders, their struggles, their triumphs. He vaguely recalled a fleeting mention of a second symbol from his earlier research, a hero from a bygone era, but the details were too scarce to truly grasp. He put it aside for now, focusing on the immediate challenge of mastering his quirk. His nights were filled with dreams of heroism, of saving people, of smiling confidently in the face of danger. The echoes of his childhood, the sting of being quirkless, were slowly becoming faint, almost entirely subsumed by the vibrant reality of his heroic future. He was a hero in training, full of nervous energy and boundless hope, ready for whatever challenges came his way. He was Izuku Midoriya, and he was ready for his destiny. In the chilling silence of All for One's hidden lair, Tomura Shigaraki's focus was entirely on the impending USJ attack. His mind, honed to a razor's edge, was consumed by strategies of destruction, by the myriad ways he could shatter the peace and dismantle the hero system. His physical state was a testament to his internal turmoil, the incessant scratching, the bloodshot eyes, the skeletal frame that seemed almost brittle. All for One continued his psychological conditioning, feeding Tomura a steady diet of cynicism and contempt for heroes. He provided detailed files on every pro-hero, dissecting their quirks, their weaknesses, their personal lives. He wanted Tomura to see them not as symbols of hope, but as flawed, vulnerable individuals, deserving of nothing but contempt. All Might is the linchpin, Tomura, All for One explained, pointing to a holographic display of All Might's public appearances. Remove the linchpin, and the entire structure collapses. The USJ attack is not merely a strike against a facility, it is a declaration of war against the very concept of peace he embodies. Tomura's dry lips twisted into a faint, chilling smile. "I understand, Sensei. I will make sure the world sees his weakness. I will make them despair." He spent hours running simulations in his mind, visualizing the USJ layout, the students' panicked reactions, the hero's desperate struggles. He envisioned All Might, cornered and helpless, his signature smile crumbling into dust. The image brought a perverse sense of satisfaction, a dark thrill that resonated deep within his twisted soul. His hands, adorned with the withered remains of his family, were a constant source of nervous energy. He would clench and unclench them, the urge to decay a vibrating presence just beneath his skin. He occasionally practiced on small, discarded objects, watching them crumble into dust with a detached, clinical fascination. Each act of destruction was a step closer to his ultimate goal. His interactions with the other members of the League of Villains remained transactional. He saw them as tools, extensions of his will. He tolerated their presence, their bickering, their sometimes inane conversations, only because they served his purpose. He felt no camaraderie, no genuine connection. His isolation was absolute, a self-imposed prison of hatred. His humor, sharp and cynical, was a reflection of his contempt for the world. He would mock the League members' occasional failures, their petty squabbles, their lack of foresight. He was ruthless in his assessments, his voice a dry rasp, his eyes glinting with a cold amusement. "You call that a plan?" Shimura would scoff at a suggestion from a minor villain during a briefing. "It's sloppy. Predictable. You clearly haven't thought about the collateral damage, or the hero response. Pathetic." His physical appearance, already a stark contrast to Izuku's burgeoning health, grew even more unsettling. His constant scratching had left angry, festering wounds on his neck and forearms. His hair was perpetually unkempt, his eyes perpetually bloodshot. He moved with a subtle hunch, a predatory stillness, as if always ready to strike. He spent his final hours before the attack in a state of heightened anticipation, a grim excitement building within him. He was ready to unleash his quirk, to make the world crumble, to watch the illusion of peace dissolve into dust. He was no longer just Tenko Shimura, the boy who had accidentally destroyed his family. He was Tomura Shigaraki, the leader of the League of Villains, the chosen successor to All for One, and the herald of a new age of chaos. The echoes of his past, the haunting memory of his family's demise, were entirely subsumed by the thunderous roar of his destructive future. He was ready for his debut, ready to shatter the symbol of peace, All Might, and watch the world descend into the ashes he believed it deserved. The stage was set, the pieces were in motion. Izuku Midoriya, brimming with nervous excitement and a powerful, if unwieldy, quirk, was about to enter the USJ facility, oblivious to the storm brewing. Tomura Shigaraki, steeped in hatred and poised to unleash his destructive rage, was about to launch his assault, oblivious to the blood connection he shared with his ultimate target's successor. Their paths, divergent for so long, were now on a collision course, destined to intertwine in a violent clash that would unearth the long-buried echoes of forgotten names and unravel the very fabric of their individual realities. The story of Blood in the Ashes was about to truly begin, with its first devastating chapter. The day of the USJ training exercise arrived, cloaked in an ordinary morning, but holding the promise of extraordinary, terrible events. For Izuku, it was another day of learning, of pushing his limits, of inching closer to his heroic ideal. He boarded the bus with his classmates, a nervous flutter in his stomach, but an underlying current of excitement. He was going to learn how to save people in different environments. He sat next to Uraka and Ida, listening to their lively chatter. Ida, ever the stickler for rules, was meticulously organized. Uraka was bubbling with enthusiasm. Even Kachan, sitting a few rows ahead, seemed to be in a relatively calm, albeit still explosive, mood. Izuku felt a strange sense of belonging, a quiet comfort in the presence of his new friends. These were the people he would fight alongside, the people he would protect. When they arrived at the USJ, the sheer scale of the facility was awe-inspiring. Different zones simulated various disaster scenarios, a fire zone, a flood zone, a landslide zone. It was a hero's playground, designed to test and train the next generation of protectors. 13, the space hero, stood waiting for them, an enigmatic figure with a unique black helmet. "Welcome, students, to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ. 13's modulated voice greeted them. Here, you will learn to hone your quirks for rescue operations in various disaster situations." Izuku listened intently, already mentally cataloging the different zones, imagining how he would use one for all to save people in each scenario. He was so focused on the positive, on the learning experience, that he almost missed the anomaly. A flicker in the central plaza. A dark, swirling vortex appearing out of thin air. And then, figures emerging from it. Dozens of them. Not heroes. Not rescue workers. Villains. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through the orderly calm of the USJ. 13 Sensei. Aizawa-sensei, Izuku exclaimed, his voice trembling. Those are villains. Aizawa, quick as always, instantly assessed the situation. 13. Protect the students. I'll handle them. His goggles descended over his eyes, his capture weapon unfurling. He leapt into the fray, a blur of motion, his erasure quirk nullifying the villain's abilities with ruthless efficiency. Izuku watched, a strange mix of terror and awe gripping him. Aizawa-sensei was incredible. But there were so many of them. Too many. Then, the shadowy figure from the warp gate, Kurogiri, appeared directly in front of their group. Greetings, UA students. We are the League of Villains. Our goal is simple, to kill All Might, the symbol of peace, and to destroy this institution he so foolishly upholds. Izuku gasped. Kill All Might? The words resonated with a horrifying weight. He felt a surge of protectiveness, of fear for his mentor. He clenched his fists, one for all thrumming beneath his skin, ready to activate, even if it meant shattering every bone in his body. He couldn't let them hurt All Might. Kurogiri's misty form expanded, enveloping the students, warping them away to different zones within the USJ. Izuku found himself, along with Mineta and Asui, in the flood zone, surrounded by water and a horde of aquatic villains. Ribbit, Midoriya-chan, what do we do? Tsuyu asked, her voice calm despite the terrifying situation. Izuku, his mind racing, quickly assessed their quirks and the environment. We need a plan. Mineta's pop-off can stick to surfaces, and Tsuyu's frog quirk is great in water. We need to combine our abilities to get out of here and help Aizawa-sensei. He was still terrified, still prone to muttering, but in the face of true danger, his analytical mind, combined with his unwavering heroic spirit, took over. He was a hero, even without All Might's direct presence. He would protect his classmates. He would fight. Meanwhile, in the central plaza, a gaunt, sickly figure with hands covering his face emerged from the warp gate. Shimura Shigaraki. His eyes, bloodshot and filled with a chilling malice, surveyed the scene. He saw Aizawa, effectively neutralizing his lower-tier villains. He saw the panicked students. And he saw the empty space where All Might should have been. Where is he, Kurogiri? Shimura rasped, his voice dripping with impatience. All Might. He's supposed to be here. This is useless without him. Kurogiri's misty form shimmered. Master Shigaraki, he is not here yet. Perhaps he was delayed. Shimura slammed a hand on his leg, his skin instantly decaying, then reforming. The action was a testament to his suppressed rage. Delayed? This is supposed to be the moment. The grand reveal. This is how we shatter the symbol. He ran a hand over the desiccated hand on his face, Nana Shimura's hand. He focused on his rage, on the betrayal he felt, on the image of All Might's smile. He was ready to unleash his quirk, to make this entire facility crumble, to show the world the true meaning of despair. Fine, Shimura snarled, his voice a low growl. If All Might isn't here, we'll make him come. We'll break his students. We'll show him what happens when heroes fail to protect. He pointed a finger at Aizawa. Nomu. Destroy him. A monstrous, black-skinned creature with an exposed brain, the Nomu, lumbered forward, its massive form radiating terrifying power. Aizawa, tired and injured, fought valiantly, but even his erasure quirk couldn't stop the Nomu's sheer strength and shock absorption. Shimura watched, a cold, clinical satisfaction spreading across his face as Aizawa was brutalized. This was the beginning. This was the decay. The symbol of peace would fall. And then, the world would know true chaos. Izuku, from the flood zone, saw the monstrous Nomu attacking Aizawa-sensei. His blood ran cold. Aizawa was losing. He couldn't stand by. He had to help. His mind screamed at him to run, to save himself, but his heart, the heart of a hero, demanded action. We have to help Aizawa-sensei, Izuku yelled to Mineta and Tsuyu. He's in trouble. Ribbit, Midoriya-chan, you'll just get yourself killed. Tsuyu warned. But Izuku was already moving. He focused one for all, not into a full smash, but into a controlled leap, a burst of power that launched him out of the flood zone and towards the central plaza. He was still learning, still clumsy, but his purpose was clear. He would save Aizawa. He would protect his classmates. He would be a hero. He landed in the plaza, panting, his body screaming in protest from the uncontrolled power. He saw Shimura Shigaraki, the leader of the villains, standing over the fallen Aizawa, a sadistic smile twisting his lips. He saw the Nomu, a terrifying embodiment of destructive power. You. Shimura rasped, turning his bloodshot eyes towards Izuku. Another hero wannabe. How amusing. You're just a pebble in my path. Izuku ignored the insult. His eyes were fixed on the Nomu, on Tomura, on the threat to his teacher, to his friends, to All Might. He knew, with a chilling certainty, that this was his first true test. This was where he either became a hero, or crumbled into dust. The echoes of his childhood, the loneliness, the perceived uselessness, were all converging on this single, terrifying moment. He was ready to face it. The story of blood in the ashes was escalating, and the collision was inevitable. The USJ attack plunged Izuku Midoriya into the brutal reality of heroism, a baptism by fire unlike anything he could have imagined. Standing before Tomura Shigaraki and the monstrous Nomu, a wave of terror threatened to paralyze him. This wasn't training, this was life or death. He watched, horrified, as the Nomu continued to pummel Izuku-sensei, who was already gravely injured. "Stop it!" Izuku screamed, his voice cracking with a mixture of fear and rage. He tried to activate One for All, but his body seized up, the power feeling too volatile, too dangerous to wield without shattering himself completely. The years of being quirkless, of being powerless, returned with a vengeance, the feeling of helplessness a bitter taste in his mouth. Tomura, unfazed, merely smirked, his eyes gleaming with sadistic amusement. "Oh? And what will a useless little hero wannabe do? Beg for mercy? Your teacher is just a stepping stone. A warning. This is what happens when heroes fail to protect." He stepped on Izuku's hand, grinding his heel into it, causing a sickening crunch. A raw, primal scream tore from Izuku's throat. He didn't think. He didn't calculate. He saw the suffering, the cruelty, and his body moved. He launched himself forward, a desperate, clumsy leap, his quirkless instincts overriding his newfound power. "Detroit Smash," he roared, instinctively channeling One for All into his right arm, aiming for Tomura. He knew it would break him, but he didn't care. He had to stop him. But before his punch could connect, the Nomu intercepted, taking the full force of his blow. The impact was deafening, a shockwave rippling through the plaza. Izuku's arm screamed in agony, bones shattering, pain blossoming across his entire body. He recoiled, falling back, his vision swimming, but the Nomu, incredibly, seemed unfazed. "He has shock absorption," Tomura rasped, a chilling delight in his voice. "You cannot harm him. You cannot save your pathetic teacher. This is despair, hero wannabe. Learn it." The situation seemed hopeless. Izuku, his arm mangled, felt the familiar surge of self-loathing. He was useless. He couldn't even land a hit. He had failed All Might, he had failed his teacher, he had failed everyone. Then, with a roar that shook the very foundations of the USJ, All Might burst through the doors, a figure of incandescent rage and unwavering power. "I am here." He boomed, his presence instantly shifting the balance of power. Tomura's eyes widened, a flicker of genuine surprise and then cold fury crossing his face. "All Might. You're finally here. Good. Now we can proceed with the main event." All Might, seeing Izuku's mangled arm and Izuku's brutalized form, felt a surge of raw, unadulterated fury. He confronted the Nomu, a brutal, devastating exchange of blows. The Nomu, designed to match All Might's strength, pushed him to his limits, forcing him to fight at a level he hadn't in years. Izuku watched, helpless, as his mentor struggled. He could see the toll the fight was taking on All Might, the gradual deflation of his muscle form, the strain on his face. All Might was getting weaker. He was running out of time. "He's getting weaker," Kurogiri, Tomura observed, a gleeful, almost childish anticipation in his voice. This Nomu was designed to defeat him. "We've almost won." Izuku, despite his broken arm, felt a new surge of determination. He couldn't fight physically, but he could think. He could analyze. He looked at the Nomu, at its movements, at the pattern of its shock absorption. And then, a flicker of an idea. "It has shock absorption, but not damage negation," Izuku mumbled, his analytical mind whirring. "If All Might hits it enough times, with enough force, even if it absorbs the impact, the sheer number of blows will cause damage. He has to go beyond his limit." He screamed to All Might, his voice hoarse. "All Might. Go beyond. Hit him with everything you've got. Don't let him recover." All Might, hearing Izuku's desperate cry and understanding the logic, roared, unleashing a barrage of punches that surpassed even his usual limits. Plus ultra, he bellowed, a final, devastating punch sending the Nomu flying out of the USJ, defeated. Tomura stared, dumbfounded, his carefully constructed plan crumbling before his eyes. "No. This can't be." He's supposed to be weaker. He's supposed to fall. His scratching intensified, tearing at his neck with frantic desperation. All Might, now severely weakened, his muscle form flickering, stood triumphant, but barely. He had saved them. He had saved Izuku. Then, the remaining villains, bolstered by Tomura's furious command, charged. Izuku, Mineta, and Tsuyu stood together, ready to defend their injured mentor. Kacchan, Todoroki, and Kirishima also arrived, having escaped their own zones, ready to fight. Just as Tomura was about to unleash his decay quirk on the weakened All Might, Kacchan, with a flash of explosive power, trapped Kurogiri, preventing the warp gate from opening further portals. "You're pathetic, villain," Kacchan snarled, his gauntlets crackling. "Trying to take down All Might? You're not even worth my time." Tomura snarled back, a primal rage twisting his face. You annoying brats. You're just delaying the inevitable. I'll kill you all. I'll decay this entire place." But before he could act, reinforcements arrived. Pro-heroes, led by Endeavor and Gran Torino, burst into the USJ, overwhelming the remaining villains. Tomura, defeated and furious, was forced to retreat through a hastily opened warp gate by Kurogiri. Izuku watched him go, a shiver running down his spine. The man with the hands on his face. The chilling malice in his eyes. He felt a strange, inexplicable sense of familiarity, a ghost of a memory that he couldn't quite grasp. It was unsettling. Later, in the infirmary, Izuku lay in bed, his arm encased in a cast, the pain a dull throb. All Might, in his deflated form, sat beside him, looking more exhausted than Izuku had ever seen him. "You truly went beyond, young Midoriya," All Might rasped, a weary smile on his face. "You pushed me, and you pushed yourself. You are a true hero." Izuku felt a surge of pride, despite the pain. He had protected his friends, he had helped All Might, and he had taken a stand against true evil. The echoes of his past, the haunting self-doubt, were slowly fading, replaced by the resonant certainty of his chosen path. He was a hero. And he was ready for whatever came next, even if it was the chilling face of Tomura Shigaraki. The story of Blood in the Ashes had begun its violent unfolding, and the first echo of their collision had been heard. The aftermath of the USJ attack was a period of intense reflection and recovery for Izuku Midoriya. His broken arm was a physical testament to the brutal reality of hero work, a constant reminder of the fine line between bravery and recklessness. While the pain was significant, the feeling of having contributed, of having stood up to real villains, far outweighed the discomfort. He spent his recovery time meticulously analyzing the USJ incident, filling new notebooks with observations on Tomura Shigaraki's tactics, the Nomu's capabilities, and the strengths and weaknesses of the League of Villains. His analytical mind, sharpened by the crucible of direct combat, was now a formidable tool. He wanted to understand their motivations, their methods, their ultimate goals. "He wants to destroy All Might, the symbol of peace," Izuku mumbled to himself, sketching a crude diagram of the USJ layout. But why? What drives such hatred? And those hands? They were so unsettling. His classmates visited him, offering comfort and support. Uraka brought him flowers, her cheerful demeanor a welcome balm. Ida, still recovering from his own injuries, meticulously briefed him on the school's increased security measures. Even Kacchan, in a rare display of something akin to concern, brought him a protein bar, though he delivered it with a gruff "Don't think this means anything, Deku. You were just in my way, as usual." Izuku knew better. He saw the subtle shift in Kacchan's eyes, the grudging respect that was slowly beginning to replace pure disdain. Their rivalry had taken on a new dimension, one fueled by mutual challenge rather than pure contempt. All Might, visiting him frequently in his deflated form, offered both encouragement and grave warnings. "This was just the beginning, young Midoriya," All Might said, his voice serious. "All for One is a formidable foe, and he is clearly pulling Shigaraki's strings. You must be stronger. You must be ready." The mention of All for One sent a shiver down Izuku's spine. The ultimate evil, the shadow figure from All Might's past. He felt the immense weight of the legacy he had inherited, the responsibility to fight against such a pervasive darkness. He was no longer just training to be a hero, he was training to fight against the very embodiment of evil. His humor, though still awkward, seemed to provide a necessary release valve for the accumulated stress. During a physiotherapy session, trying to exercise his injured arm, he comically overshot a movement, nearly hitting his therapist with a flying pillow. He dissolved into embarrassed giggles, apologizing profusely. It was a reminder that even in the gravest of circumstances, his inherent earnestness and slightly clumsy nature remained. The concept of full cal became his obsession. He realized that the reckless power of his smash technique was unsustainable. He needed to distribute the power throughout his body, to control it, to harness it without destroying himself. He spent hours visualizing the energy, imagining it flowing like a river, a gentle current rather than a destructive flood. He would lie in bed, eyes closed, trying to feel the energy, to guide it, to make it part of him. He often reflected on Tomura Shigaraki's appearance, particularly the severed hands he wore. There was something profoundly disturbing about them, a macabre statement. Izuku, with his analytical mind, couldn't help but wonder about the origin of such a twisted fixation. What kind of person would collect such morbid trophies? What kind of tragedy could lead to such a profound distortion of the human psyche? He knew nothing of their true significance, of the shared blood that flowed within both their veins, but a faint, almost imperceptible echo of unease lingered whenever he thought of them. As he slowly recovered, Izuku also returned to his extensive research into hero history. He found himself drawn again to the elusive second symbol, the mysterious figure from the dawn of quirks. The available information was scant, fragmented, almost deliberately obscured. But something about the hints, a powerful, transferable quirk, a legacy shrouded in silence, resonated deeply with the burgeoning understanding of his own inherited power. He felt an inexplicable pull towards this forgotten history, a sense that there was a piece of a larger puzzle waiting to be discovered, a puzzle that might hold answers to questions he didn't even know how to ask. He made a mental note to delve deeper, once his arm healed and the immediate pressures of UA subsided. The recovery period was a profound learning experience. Izuku learned resilience, the importance of strategy, and the true cost of heroism. He also learned the depth of his own courage, his willingness to sacrifice himself for others. He was no longer just a boy with a dream, he was a hero, bloodied but unbowed, ready to face the next challenge, ready to become the symbol of peace the world so desperately needed. His path was clear, illuminated by the legacy of one for all, and defined by the unwavering promise to save with a smile. In the shadowed depths of All for One's hidden lair, Tomura Shigaraki's rage festered, boiling beneath the surface. The USJ attack, his grand debut, had been a humiliating failure. All Might was still standing, his symbol of peace unbroken. The frustration was a physical ache, manifesting in more intense scratching, leaving his neck and face a roadmap of angry, inflamed scars. All for One, ever the patient manipulator, was quick to console and redirect. It was a test, Tomura, he murmured, his voice calm and reassuring. A learning experience. You underestimated the symbol of peace, but you also exposed his weakness. He is not invincible. You saw it. He is slowly decaying. Just like everything else. Tomura gritted his teeth, his fingers twitching with a destructive impulse. He was supposed to fall. The Nomu was supposed to kill him. And that brat, Midoriya. He interfered. He screamed at All Might, giving him advice. The memory of Izuku Midoriya, the small, earnest boy who had dared to defy him, was a particularly galling point of anger. There was something about him, something in his eyes, his frantic determination, that struck an unsettling chord with Tomura, an echo of a past he had painstakingly buried. He hated him. He hated his optimism, his quirkless courage, his blatant admiration for All Might. All for One merely hummed, letting Tomura's anger run its course, then subtly steered him back to strategy. The League needs to grow, Tomura. You need more followers, more resources. You need to create more chaos, more despair. You need to recruit those who truly understand the rot in this world. Those who have been abandoned by heroes. Tomura absorbed the words, his mind, though clouded by rage, still retained its cold, calculating edge. He began to plan, meticulously detailing new targets, new methods of sowing discord. He focused on public perception, on acts that would erode trust in heroes, that would expose their flaws and hypocrisy. He spent hours playing violent video games, but now, his victories felt hollow. He needed real chaos, real destruction. He needed to prove himself, not just to All for One, but to the world, and to himself. He needed to prove that his quirk, decay, was the ultimate equalizer, the harbinger of true liberation. His hands, adorned with the remains of his family, became even more pronounced symbols of his hatred. He would often stare at Nana Shimura's hand, the one covering his mouth, tracing its desiccated lines. All for One had continued to twist the narrative of her heroism, portraying her as a selfish, abandoning figure whose neglect led directly to his family's demise. Tomura harbored no reverence for her, only a simmering contempt for the superficiality of her ideals. He saw the echoes of his past, the haunting memory of his family's demise, not as a source of guilt, but as a burning fuel for his rage. Every scratch, every raw patch of skin, was a testament to the pain he carried, a pain he was determined to inflict upon the world. He was a living embodiment of resentment, a harbinger of chaos. His humor, sharp and cynical, was now laced with an almost manic glee when he spoke of destruction. He would watch news reports of civilians praising heroes, and then, with a dry, raspy chuckle, would detail how easily those heroes could be shattered, how quickly their smiles could be wiped away. "They're so naive, sensei," Tomura would scoff, pointing at a group of children excitedly cheering for a hero on TV. "They believe in this fake peace. They believe in their heroes. It's disgusting. I'll show them the truth." All for One would smile, a chilling, unseen expression of satisfaction. "Indeed, Tomura. You will. And in their despair, they will turn to you. They will turn to true liberation." Tomura had no friends, no true companions, only the silent, unwavering presence of Kurogiri, and the insidious, omnipresent influence of All for One. His isolation was absolute, a self-imposed exile fueled by his twisted mission. He was a force of nature, shaped by malice, ready to unleash a deluge of ruin upon the unsuspecting world. He was Tomura Shigaraki, and he was ready to watch the world crumble, piece by agonizing piece, until only ashes remained. The echoes of his childhood, the desperate cries for belonging, had been completely drowned out by the thunderous roar of his destructive future. He was poised, a ticking time bomb, waiting for the perfect moment to detonate. The world, oblivious to the deeper currents flowing beneath its surface, continued on its everyday rhythm, while Izuku and Tomura, two sides of a coin forged in tragedy, prepared for their next collision. The threads of their separate destinies, so intricately woven, were tightening, drawing them inexorably towards a confrontation that would not only shake the foundations of hero society but also unravel the very fabric of their individual realities. The story of Blood in the Ashes was picking up pace, and the echoes of forgotten names were growing louder, promising a reckoning. Chapter 2, Splinters of Memory. The Sports Festival. For Izuku Midoriya, it loomed on the horizon like a colossal, multifaceted diamond, brilliant, terrifying, and utterly essential. After the raw, visceral experience of the USJ attack, the students of Class 1A found themselves thrust into a new kind of spotlight, one that promised not just glory but also intense scrutiny. This was their chance to prove their worth, not just to their teachers, but to the entire world watching. For Izuku, it was a terrifying gauntlet. He had glimpsed the devastating power of One for All, but still struggled to wield it without self-destruction. His recovery from the USJ had been swift, thanks to Recovery Girl's quirk, but the memory of his mangled arm, the excruciating pain, lingered. It was a stark reminder of his limitations, of the fragility of his own body against the immense power he now housed. He trained with renewed fervor, pushing himself relentlessly, trying to master the elusive full cowl technique that All Might had hinted at. He needed to distribute the power, to make it flow through his entire being like a gentle current, rather than a destructive torrent concentrated in a single limb. "Imagine it," young Midoriya, All Might would explain, deflated, during their private training sessions. "One for All is not a floodgate you open and close. It is a vast reservoir, a deep well of power that exists within you. You must learn to draw from it, not to unleash it all at once. Think of it as a percentage. A mere fraction, distributed evenly throughout your muscles, can grant you incredible speed and strength without fracturing your bones." Izuku would nod, scribbling furiously in his notebook, his brow furrowed in concentration. A percentage. So, like, 5%? 8%? How do I feel that? All Might would sigh, a puff of air from his gaunt frame. "That is the art, my boy. It is not something I can teach you directly. It must come from within. A connection to the power. A trust in your own body." The advice was frustratingly vague, yet Izuku persevered. He ran laps, practiced shadowboxing, tried to activate tiny, controlled bursts of One for All, feeling for that subtle hum of power, the threshold before the snapping pain. His fingers, still sometimes aching, became his focus, his instruments of precision. He imagined the lightning-like energy of One for All flowing through his veins, enveloping his entire body in a green glow, strengthening every fiber, every muscle. His classmates were also preparing. The air in Class 1A was thick with anticipation and competitive spirit. Ida, ever the disciplined one, was meticulously charting his training regimen. Uraka was practicing her zero-gravity quirk, floating objects around their classroom with a cheerful determination. Even Kachan, radiating his usual explosive confidence, was pushing himself, his explosions growing stronger, more refined. The sports festival was his stage, and he intended to dominate. "Don't think you're getting in my way, Deku." Kachan would snarl, sparks flying from his palms during a sparring session. This isn't like the entrance exam. I'm going to crush you. You're still just a pebble. Izuku, now more resilient, would simply nod. I'll do my best, Kachan. He was no longer intimidated by Kachan's bluster. He saw the fire, the ambition, and a strange, grudging respect had begun to bloom between them, albeit buried under layers of aggression. Izuku still analyzed Kachan, but now, it was as a rival, a formidable obstacle to overcome, rather than a tormentor to fear. Amidst the intense training, Izuku's moments of awkward humor remained. During a break, while attempting to demonstrate a new, highly analytical combat strategy to Uraka and Ida, he got so carried away with his rapid-fire mumbling and hand gestures that he accidentally tripped over his own feet, sending his carefully drawn diagram scattering across the floor. Uraka giggled, helping him collect the papers. Deku-kun, you're always so focused. It's really amazing, but sometimes you just gotta breathe. Ida, ever formal, chopped the air with his hand. Indeed, Midoriya-kun. While your dedication is admirable, composure is also a crucial element of heroism. Izuku blushed furiously, bowing repeatedly. Right. Yes. Composure. I'll work on it. He felt a warmth spread through him, a quiet gratitude for his friends. They saw him, not just as All Might's successor, but as Izuku, the earnest, awkward boy with a burning desire to save. He also continued his research into the second symbol, the mysterious predecessor of One for All. The information was tantalizingly scarce, hinting at a powerful quirk, a forgotten history, a connection to All for One that seemed more profound than simple rivalry. He felt an inexplicable pull towards this lost lore, a vague sense of unease, as if a piece of his own puzzle lay hidden within its fragmented history. He wasn't sure why, but the face of Tomura Shigaraki, the hands he wore, somehow seemed vaguely connected to this historical enigma, a fleeting, disturbing thought he couldn't shake. He decided to put it aside for now, focusing on the immediate challenge of the sports festival. The echoes of his past, the haunting feeling of inadequacy, were slowly being replaced by the vibrant reality of his heroic future, but the deeper currents of his unknown lineage still swirled beneath the surface. In the desolate quiet of All for One's hidden lair, Tomura Shigaraki's rage had settled into a cold, focused fury. The humiliation of the USJ attack, the unexpected defiance of All Might and the students, fueled his desire for destruction. He spent his days planning, meticulously dissecting the heroes' vulnerabilities, identifying their weaknesses, and refining his strategies for their inevitable downfall. All for One, ever the puppet master, continued to cultivate Tomura's hatred, twisting every news report, every public appearance of All Might, into further proof of hero society's inherent rottenness. He knew the sports festival was coming, and he saw it as an opportune moment to exploit. The sports festival, All for One's voice, a low, insidious whisper, permeated the dimly lit room. A public display of their false strength. A stage for their vanity. It will be the perfect opportunity, Tomura, to show the world the fragility of their symbol. To expose the cracks in their foundation. Tomura listened, his bloodshot eyes fixed on a projected image of the UA Sports Festival Stadium. He traced the layout with a dry, cracked finger, identifying key points, potential vulnerabilities, escape routes. His mind, a vast repository of malice, was alight with destructive possibilities. He wasn't just planning an attack, he was orchestrating a psychological strike, designed to shatter the public's faith in heroes. His physical appearance had become a disturbing reflection of his internal decay. The constant scratching had left angry, festering wounds on his neck and face, raw and inflamed. His hair was perpetually unkempt, his eyes sunken and vacant, only truly lighting up when he spoke of chaos and destruction. His hands, adorned with the desiccated remains of his family, were a constant source of nervous energy, twitching with the ever-present urge to decay. He would often stare at Nana Shimura's hand, the one over his mouth, tracing its withered lines, reinforcing the twisted narrative All for One had instilled in him. She was the hero who had abandoned him, whose sacrifice was a testament to the hypocrisy of the system. He still played violent video games, but now, his focus was less on personal victory and more on strategic destruction. He reveled in games that allowed him to control vast armies, to orchestrate widespread chaos, to dismantle intricate systems. He was rehearsing for his grander purpose. His humor, sharp and cynical, was a constant, biting undercurrent. He would watch news reports of heroes being lauded for their bravery, then turn to Kurogiri with a derisive snort. Look at them, Kurogiri. Parading their strength, ignorant of the true rot beneath their smiles. They're just building up a bigger fall. Kurogiri would offer a noncommittal hum. Indeed, Master Shigaraki. Hubris often precedes collapse. Tomura had no friends, no companions beyond All for One and Kurogiri. His interactions with the other members of the League of Villains remained purely transactional, devoid of warmth or genuine connection. He saw them as pawns, tools to be manipulated in his grand game. His isolation was absolute, a self-imposed prison of hatred and nihilism. He sometimes experienced fleeting, unwelcome sensations, a warmth on his cheek, a scent of something sweet, a faint whisper of a child's laughter. He would flinch, scratching furiously at his neck, dismissing them as stray memories from a past he had meticulously buried. All for One had taught him to suppress such sentimentalities, to turn them into fuel for his rage. These were weaknesses, distractions from his true purpose. He never questioned why these specific memories, these splinters of a forgotten past, would occasionally surface, only that they needed to be crushed. He was a force of nature, shaped by malice, ready to unleash a deluge of ruin upon the unsuspecting world. He was Tomura Shigaraki, and he was ready to watch the world crumble. The sports festival drew nearer, its vibrant energy in stark contrast to the shadowy machinations of the League of Villains. Izuku, focused on mastering his power and proving his worth, and Tomura, consumed by hatred and preparing his next devastating strike, were unknowingly marching towards another collision. The splinters of memory, faint and fleeting, began to stir, promising to reveal more of the truth buried beneath the ashes of their past. The first event of the sports festival, the obstacle race, was a chaotic spectacle. Izuku, strategically navigating the course without shattering his bones, found himself relying on his quick thinking and analytical skills. He used the zero-pointer robots as platforms, skillfully dodging Todoroki's ice and Kacchan's explosions. He was resourceful, adapting on the fly, proving that even without full mastery of his quirk, he was a formidable opponent. He finished in the top ranks, a surprising outcome that silenced some of the murmurs about his quirk's destructive nature. He had shown control, cunning, and an unwavering spirit. The thrill of competition, the roar of the crowd, was exhilarating. He was here, on this grand stage, proving himself, not just to All Might, but to himself. The second event, the cavalry battle, was a tactical nightmare. Izuku, with his high point value from the obstacle race, became the prime target. He formed a team with Uraka, Tokoyami, and Hatsune, relying on their diverse quirks and his strategic mind. It was a chaotic free-for-all, filled with desperate maneuvers and daring gambits. He found himself battling against Todoroki's team, their cold, calculating efficiency a stark contrast to Izuku's more emotional, instinctive approach. He saw the fire side of Todoroki's quirk, suppressed and unused, and felt a strange, inexplicable pang of empathy. There was a story there, a pain he recognized. In the midst of the chaotic struggle, as he desperately tried to protect his headband, a sharp, almost painful splinter of memory flashed through Izuku's mind. A faint image of a familiar hand, small and trembling, holding something dusty. He flinched, momentarily distracted, almost losing his headband to a rogue attack. He shook his head, dismissing it as a fleeting thought, an artifact of his overtaxed brain. But the feeling, a subtle unease, lingered. He managed to keep his team in the game, ultimately securing a spot in the final round. The exhausted but elated cheers of his teammates filled him with a profound sense of accomplishment. He was learning to be a leader, to trust his instincts, to fight not just for himself, but for his friends. The final round, the one-on-one battles, was where Izuku would truly be tested. His first opponent was Shinso Hitoshi, a student from general studies with a brainwashing quirk. Izuku, caught off guard by Shinso's taunts, almost fell under his control, but All Might's booming voice, a distant echo from the crowd, broke him free. He managed to defeat Shinso with a single, controlled flick of One for All, shattering only his finger, a painful but effective victory. His next opponent was Todoroki Shoto. Their battle was a clash of ideals as much as quirks. Todoroki, determined to win using only his ice quirk, struggled with his internal conflict, the shadow of his abusive father, Endeavor, looming over him. Izuku, seeing Todoroki's pain, his self-imposed limitations, felt an overwhelming urge to help him. "It's your power, isn't it?" Izuku screamed, his voice raw with emotion, his body pushing past its limits, forcing a full smash. "It's your power, not his. Unleash it. Use your fire." The words, a desperate plea, resonated with Todoroki. He remembered his mother's kindness, her quiet words of encouragement. He remembered the burden of his father's expectations, and the burning desire to defy them. And then, with a primal roar, Todoroki unleashed his fire, a blazing inferno that engulfed the arena. The clash of ice and fire, one for all against Todoroki's full power, was monumental. Izuku, his body now severely damaged, was thrown out of bounds, but he felt no regret. He had reached out. He had helped a friend. He had embodied the very essence of heroism. He had lost the match, but he had won something far more important, a connection, a step towards helping someone understand their true self. The echoes of his own past, the feeling of being powerless and broken, made him understand Todoroki's struggle on a deeper level. He looked at his mangled hand, then at Todoroki, who stood, exhausted but visibly changed, on the other side of the arena. A faint, almost imperceptible flicker in Izuku's mind, a splinter of memory, of a child's outstretched hand, a small, scared boy, reached out to him. It was gone in an instant, leaving only a subtle ache. Meanwhile, far from the roaring crowds and dazzling displays of the sports festival, Tomura Shigaraki watched the live feed from his hidden lair, his rage building with each passing moment. He saw the students of UA, parading their quirks, their confidence, their sickening smiles. He saw Izuku Midoriya, the boy from the USJ, baffling his opponents, pushing through his limitations. And his hatred for the boy, for his inherent optimism, intensified. "Look at them, sensei," Tomura rasped, his voice a dry, venomous hiss. "Pathetic displays of power. They believe this is heroism? This is just a glorified schoolyard fight. All Might should be ashamed of his students." All for One, sitting in the shadows, merely chuckled, a low, guttural sound. "Patience, Tomura. Observe. Learn their weaknesses. Every hero has a flaw. Every symbol can be shattered." Tomura found himself particularly infuriated by Izuku's unexpected success. The boy's ability to analyze, to adapt, to push through his physical limitations, was both irritating and unsettling. He saw a flicker of something in Izuku's eyes, a determination that felt vaguely familiar, a raw, unyielding spirit that he couldn't quite place, and it angered him further. "That boy, Midoriya," Tomura snarled, pointing at the screen. "He's annoying. He's too earnest. Too hopeful. He reminds me of everything I hate about this society." He scratched his neck furiously, leaving angry red welts. He watched the match between Izuku and Todoroki, his eyes widening slightly when Todoroki unleashed his fire. The sheer destructive power, uncontrolled and overwhelming, brought a perverse satisfaction to Tomura. Chaos. That was the true nature of quirks. Not the controlled, heroic displays. "There," Tomura rasped, a chilling smile spreading across his face. "That's what quirks are truly meant for. Not to save, but to destroy. To bring forth a new world, free from the shackles of their peace." He saw Izuku fall, his body broken, but his spirit unwavering. And a deeper, more profound splinter of memory jolted Tomura. A faint echo of a desperate scream, a crumbling hand, a sense of overwhelming guilt. He flinched, clutching his head, a wave of dizziness washing over him. He dismissed it, once again, as a mere side effect of his agitation, a phantom pain from an old wound. He couldn't let sentimentality weaken him. All for One had purged him of such weaknesses. His hands, adorned with his family's remains, became a source of renewed focus. He ran his fingers over Nana Shimura's withered hand, a constant reminder of the abandonment, the hypocrisy. This was his legacy now. To destroy, to decay, to bring about a world where such heroes and their empty promises no longer existed. Tomura returned to his meticulous planning, focusing on recruitment, on spreading discontent, on laying the groundwork for a larger, more devastating strike against hero society. He needed more power, more resources, more followers who shared his vision of a broken world. The sports festival was just a minor skirmish in a much larger war. He was ready for the next phase, ready to unleash true chaos upon the unsuspecting world. The echoes of his past, the haunting memories, were buried deep, but the splinters, tiny and sharp, were beginning to pierce through the carefully constructed layers of his hatred, waiting for the right moment to unravel his carefully built reality. After the sports festival, Izuku's body recovered, but his mind continued to churn. The battle with Todoroki had been transformative, pushing him to new heights of empathy and understanding. He saw the raw emotion, the struggle, beneath the stoic exterior of his classmate, and it reinforced his belief that a true hero not only saved lives but also saved souls. His focus now shifted to truly mastering One for All, full cowl. He couldn't keep breaking himself. All Might's health was deteriorating, his time as the symbol of peace drawing to a close. Izuku felt the weight of that responsibility acutely. He needed to be ready, not just to replace All Might, but to be strong enough to protect him when the time came. He spent countless hours practicing, focusing on distributing the power throughout his body. He tried to mimic All Might's movements, his flowing combat style, the subtle shifts in weight and balance. He looked for the gentle current, the percentage that All Might spoke of. It was an agonizingly slow process, filled with falls, bruises, and bursts of frustration. "Come on, Izuku," he'd mutter to himself in his dorm room, trying to activate full cowl. "Just a little bit. Just a little bit without breaking myself." He'd jump, he'd punch the air, feeling the familiar hum of one for all, only to have it either dissipate uselessly or surge uncontrollably, threatening to tear him apart. His classmates, recognizing his struggle, offered their own forms of support. Uraka would often join him in the training room, practicing her zero gravity while he worked, offering cheerful encouragement. Ida would meticulously time his practice sessions, providing precise feedback on his form and speed. Even Kacchan, in his own gruff way, seemed to observe his progress with a critical eye, occasionally barking an insult that was almost indistinguishable from advice. "Still can't control that damn power, Deku?" Kacchan would yell, his palms sparking. "Just use more force, you idiot. Stop holding back." Izuku knew it wasn't about more force. It was about control. About finesse. He was learning to listen to his body, to the subtle whispers of one for all, to guide it rather than simply unleash it. During this period, his humor, though still clumsy, became a source of genuine connection. He'd accidentally activate a small burst of one for all while reaching for a snack, sending it flying across the room, then blush furiously and apologize for his unintended quirk activation. His classmates would laugh, but it was a warm, inclusive laughter, not one of mockery. He was part of their chaotic, endearing family. His research into the second symbol of one for all continued to gnaw at him. He found a few more fragmented references, hinting at a powerful quirk, a tragic end, and a deep connection to all for one. The more he delved, the more a vague sense of unease settled over him. There was something about the lineage, something about the suppressed information, that felt unsettlingly familiar. He thought of Tomura Shigaraki's hands, the unsettling sense of déjà vu he'd felt at the USJ, and a faint, almost imperceptible shiver ran down his spine. He couldn't articulate why, but he felt a strange, invisible thread connecting these disparate pieces of information, a thread leading to a truth he wasn't yet ready to face. He put the research aside for now, needing to focus on his immediate goals, but the questions lingered, a subtle ache in his mind. He knew that the sports festival was just the beginning. The world was dangerous, filled with villains like Tomura Shigaraki, and he needed to be ready. He needed to master one for all, not just for himself, but for the future of hero society. His spirit was unwavering, his determination absolute. The echoes of his past, the self-doubt, were slowly fading, replaced by the resonant certainty of his purpose. He was Izuku Midoriya, and he was ready to face whatever came next, with his earnest, if still clumsy, smile. In the depths of All for One's hidden lair, Tomura Shigaraki's rage had matured, evolving into a cold, calculated malevolence. The failure at the USJ had been a catalyst, pushing him to refine his strategies, to deepen his understanding of hero society's vulnerabilities. His physical state continued to deteriorate, a visible manifestation of his festering internal hatred. All for One, ever the master manipulator, continued to feed Tomura's resentment, focusing on the upcoming hero killer, Stain incident. This, he explained, was an opportunity to further destabilize society, to expose the flaws in the hero system, and to recruit powerful individuals who shared their vision of chaos. Stain is a purist, Tomura, All for One explained, his voice a low, insidious drone, as he showed Tomura news footage of Stain's brutal attacks on heroes. He exposes the superficiality of their ideals. He believes true heroes are a dying breed. He will be a powerful ally, a symbol of their hypocrisy. You must find him, and convince him to join our cause. Tomura's dry lips curved into a faint, unsettling smile. He saw the logic, the opportunity. Stain's ideology, though different from his own, resonated with his hatred for false heroes. He studied Stain's movements, his unique quirk, his targets. He meticulously planned his approach, his mind a cauldron of destructive strategies. He would use Stain to his advantage, to further his own goals of dismantling hero society. His hands, adorned with the withered remains of his family, twitched constantly, the urge to decay a vibrating presence just beneath his skin. He occasionally practiced on small, discarded objects, watching them crumble into dust with a detached, clinical fascination. Each act of destruction, however small, was a step closer to his ultimate goal. His interactions with the other members of the League of Villains remained purely transactional. He saw them as pawns, useful tools in his grand game. He felt no camaraderie, no genuine connection. His isolation was absolute, a self-imposed prison of hatred and nihilism. His humor, sharp and cynical, was a reflection of his contempt for the world. He would watch news reports of civilians praising heroes, and then, with a dry, raspy chuckle, he would detail how easily those heroes could be shattered, how quickly their smiles could be wiped away. "They're so easily manipulated, sensei," Tomura would scoff, pointing at a group of citizens participating in a pro-hero rally. "They rally around these false symbols, oblivious to the rot beneath. It's sickening. I'll show them the truth." All for One would smile, a chilling, unseen expression of satisfaction. "Indeed, Tomura. You will. And in their despair, they will turn to you. They will turn to true liberation." Tomura's physical appearance, already a stark contrast to Izuku's burgeoning health, grew even more unsettling. His constant scratching had left angry, festering wounds on his neck and forearms. His hair was perpetually unkempt, his eyes perpetually bloodshot, holding a vacant, unsettling gaze that only sharpened when he discussed destruction. He moved with a subtle hunch, a predatory stillness, as if always ready to strike. He found himself plagued by faint, unwelcome sensations, a warmth on his cheek, a gentle touch, a distant echo of a child's laughter. These splinters of memory, more persistent now, would prick at him, causing him to scratch furiously, trying to tear away the unwanted intrusions. He dismissed them as weaknesses, as lingering effects of his past trauma, firmly believing that All for One had purged him of such sentimentalities. He never questioned why these specific echoes persisted, only that they needed to be suppressed. He spent his final hours before setting out to find Stain in a state of heightened anticipation, a grim excitement building within him. He was ready to unleash his quirk, to make the world crumble, to watch the illusion of peace dissolve into dust. He was no longer just Tenko Shimura, the boy who had accidentally destroyed his family. He was Tomura Shigaraki, the leader of the League of Villains, the chosen successor to All for One, and the herald of a new age of chaos. The echoes of his past, the haunting memory of his family's demise, were entirely subsumed by the thunderous roar of his destructive future. He was poised, a ticking time bomb, waiting for the perfect moment to detonate. The hero killer, Stain incident was a pivotal moment. For Izuku, interning with Gran Torino, the eccentric, fast-moving former pro-hero, was a crash course in quirk mastery. Gran Torino pushed him relentlessly, forcing Izuku to adapt One for All's power to his entire body. It was painful, frustrating, and exhilarating all at once. "You're too stiff, kid." Gran Torino would zip around him, a blur of motion. "Like a block of wood. Let the power flow. Stop thinking so much. Just feel it." Izuku would fall, stumble, and then get up again, determined. He tried to mimic Gran Torino's movements, his fluidity, his lightning-fast reactions. He was slowly, painstakingly, learning to activate full cowl, a low percentage of One for All flowing through his limbs, giving him enhanced speed and strength without shattering his bones. It was a breakthrough, a feeling of liberation he had never experienced before. During a patrol with Gran Torino, the news broke about the hero killer, Stain. Izuku felt a shiver of dread. The villain from the USJ, Tomura Shigaraki, had spoken of him. He knew this was a dangerous individual, a purveyor of chaos. Then, the terrifying news: Ida, his earnest, rule-abiding friend, had gone to Hasu City, seeking revenge on Stain for injuring his brother. Izuku's blood ran cold. Ida was driven by a need for vengeance, a path Izuku instinctively knew was dangerous, corrupted. He felt a desperate urge to save his friend, not just from Stain, but from himself. He rushed to Hasu City, Gran Torino reluctantly accompanying him. The city was a chaotic battlefield, heroes injured, buildings aflame. He found Ida, frozen by Stain's quirk, lying helpless before the terrifying villain. Todoroki was already there, fighting, but struggling against Stain's speed and precision. "Ida! Todoroki!" Izuku yelled, leaping into the fray, full cowl activated, a faint green glow surrounding his body. Stain, with his chillingly intense eyes, turned his gaze on Izuku. "Another fake hero. Another one who prioritizes the weak. You are unworthy." Izuku, despite his fear, stood his ground. He fought with every fiber of his being, his newly acquired full cowl a revelation. He was faster, stronger, more agile than he had ever been. He coordinated with Todoroki and Ida, combining their quirks in a desperate dance against the lethal assassin. In the midst of the intense battle, as Stain moved with terrifying speed, a profound, almost visceral splinter of memory jolted Izuku. A faint image, clearer than before, a small boy, crying, surrounded by dust. A hand reaching out. A terrifying whisper of decay. The feeling was overwhelming, a sense of profound loss and unspeakable horror that wasn't his own, yet resonated deep within his soul. He flinched, momentarily distracted, almost falling victim to Stain's blade. He shook his head, pushing the disturbing vision away, focusing on the fight. But the splinter of memory, sharper and more insistent, left him with a gnawing sense of unease. They managed to defeat Stain, a grueling, hard-won victory. Stain, even in defeat, continued his chilling pronouncements about false heroes, about the rot in society. He was a terrifying, yet strangely compelling figure, a mirror reflecting the ugliness beneath the gleaming surface of hero society. Later, as they recovered, Izuku felt the weight of the incident. The danger, the near-death experience, the chilling ideology of Stain. He also felt a renewed sense of purpose. He had saved his friends. He had pushed his quirk to new heights. He was becoming the hero he was meant to be. The echoes of his past, the self-doubt, were fading, replaced by the resonant certainty of his own unique path. He was Izuku Midoriya, and he was ready for whatever came next. In the shadowed confines of All for One's hidden lair, Tomura Shigaraki watched the news footage of the hero killer, Stain's capture, his rage boiling to a furious crescendo. The plan had been to recruit Stain, to use his ideology to further destabilize society. Instead, Stain was captured by a handful of UA students, including that insufferable boy, Midoriya. He was supposed to be recruited, sensei. Tomura shrieked, his voice raw with fury, scratching at his neck with desperate violence. He was supposed to join us. And now he's caught. By those pathetic brats. All for One, his voice a low, calming hum, gently redirected Tomura's fury. Patience, Tomura. Even in capture, Stain has served his purpose. He has exposed the weakness of hero society. He has created a ripple effect. Many will now question the very foundation of their peace. This is an opportunity, my boy. An opportunity to recruit those who are disillusioned, those who seek true chaos. Tomura listened, his anger slowly morphing into a cold, calculating resolve. He saw the logic. Stain's capture, ironically, had made him a martyr for a certain segment of the underworld, inspiring others to embrace villainy. This was a chance to expand the League, to gather more pawns for his grand game of destruction. He began to meticulously plan recruitment drives, focusing on villains who felt marginalized, who shared his contempt for hero society. He aimed to build a larger force, an army of chaos that would truly shatter the symbol of peace. His hands, adorned with the withered remains of his family, twitched constantly, the urge to decay a vibrating presence beneath his skin. He ran his fingers over Nana Shimura's hand, the one covering his mouth, a grim reminder of the twisted legacy he was determined to obliterate. He saw no familial connection, only the symbolic weight of a failed ideal. He found himself plagued by more persistent, intrusive splinters of memory. A small, familiar face, laughing. A gentle touch on his cheek. A faint echo of a child's voice, almost like his own, calling out a name he couldn't quite grasp. These were no longer fleeting visions, they were sharp, painful intrusions that caused him to scratch furiously, drawing blood. He dismissed them as psychological weakness, as lingering effects of his past trauma, firmly believing that All for One had purged him of such sentimentalities. But they lingered, an unsettling hum in the background of his rage. His humor, sharp and cynical, was now laced with an almost manic glee when he spoke of destruction. He would watch news reports of hero failures, of innocent civilians caught in crossfire, and then, with a dry, raspy chuckle, he would detail how easily those heroes could be shattered, how quickly their smiles could be wiped away. "They're so utterly clueless, sensei," Tomura would scoff, watching a pro-hero apologize for collateral damage. "They cause so much suffering, and then they apologize with a meaningless smile. It's infuriating. I'll make them understand true despair." All for One would smile, a chilling, unseen expression of satisfaction. "Indeed, Tomura. You will. And in their despair, they will turn to you. They will turn to true liberation." Tomura had no friends, no true companions, only the silent, unwavering presence of Kurogiri, and the insidious, omnipresent influence of All for One. His isolation was absolute, a self-imposed exile fueled by his twisted mission. He was a force of nature, shaped by malice, ready to unleash a deluge of ruin upon the unsuspecting world. He was Tomura Shigaraki, and he was ready to watch the world crumble, piece by agonizing piece, until only ashes remained. The echoes of his childhood, the desperate cries for belonging, had been completely drowned out by the thunderous roar of his destructive future. He was poised, a ticking time bomb, waiting for the perfect moment to detonate. The splinters of memory were becoming more frequent, more vivid, subtly chipping away at the carefully constructed facade of his hatred. The League of Villains, under Tomura's increasingly unstable leadership, began to grow. Minor criminals, disillusioned individuals, and those who simply yearned for chaos flocked to their banner. Tomura, despite his social awkwardness, displayed a chilling charisma, his raw hatred for hero society resonating with those who felt abandoned by the system. He was a twisted magnet for the disaffected, drawing them into his destructive orbit. He focused on small, calculated attacks designed to sow discord and panic. Petty crimes, minor acts of sabotage, public displays of villainy that chipped away at the public's sense of security. Each act, however minor, was a test run, a rehearsal for the larger, more devastating attacks to come. He was learning to be a leader, to command, to inspire fear and chaos. His personal hygiene continued to decline, a visible manifestation of his mental state. The constant scratching had left angry, weeping sores on his neck, arms, and face. He rarely slept, fueled by a manic energy, his bloodshot eyes constantly scanning news feeds for signs of hero weakness, for opportunities to strike. He still clung to the severed hands of his family, particularly Nana Shimura's, the one on his face. He'd run his thumb over its desiccated surface, a constant reminder of the abandonment he felt, the betrayal of a hero who chose duty over family. All for One's twisted narrative had completely replaced any lingering familial affection. She was a symbol of everything he hated. The splinters of memory, however, were becoming more insistent, more vivid. A small, curious child, with bright green eyes, pointing at something excitedly. A shared laugh. A gentle, comforting touch. These fragments were fleeting, but they left a lingering sense of unease, a disturbing warmth that contradicted his carefully cultivated hatred. He would flinch, scratching furiously at his neck, dismissing them as a trick of his mind, a weakness he needed to purge. He refused to acknowledge their source, the undeniable echo of a shared childhood. It's just fatigue, sensei, Tomura would rasp to All for One, clenching his fists until his knuckles cracked. My mind playing tricks on me. I'm fine. Ready for the next phase. All for One, ever observant, would merely hum, a subtle, almost imperceptible satisfaction in his tone. He knew the memories were there, knew they were the raw material he had to work with, to twist and corrupt. Tomura's humor remained dark, cynical. He found perverse amusement in the suffering of others, in the panic he caused. He relished in the moments where heroes faltered, where their composure cracked under pressure. He was slowly, painstakingly, breaking down the world, brick by brick, smile by smile. He envisioned the day when All Might's smile would finally crumble, when the symbol of peace would fall, exposed as a hollow fraud. That was his ultimate goal. That was his salvation. He was a force of decay, and he was ready to unleash his full power upon the unsuspecting world. He was Tomura Shigaraki, and the splinters of memory were beginning to chafe, threatening to unravel the carefully constructed reality that All for One had built around him. The deeper currents of his past, the forgotten connections, were beginning to stir, promising to surface with devastating consequences. This period was a slow burn, a gradual escalation of both Izuku's growth and Tomura's deepening villainy. The world, still largely unaware of the extent of the League of Villains' reach, continued its routines. But beneath the surface, the two brothers, unknowingly bound by blood and fate, were rapidly approaching a confrontation that would not only reshape hero society but also force them to confront the devastating truths of their intertwined pasts. The splinters of memory were gathering, waiting to form a complete, horrifying picture. Chapter 3, Smoke on the Horizon. The world, post-sports festival and USJ attack, was like a simmering pot, its surface deceptively calm while turmoil brewed beneath. For Izuku Midoriya, life at UA continued its demanding rhythm. He was still striving for complete mastery over One for All, full cowl. The constant struggle to activate the power without tearing his body apart was a daily, often painful, ordeal. His arms and legs, though visibly more muscular, still felt brittle against the immense power coursing through him. His alarm clock blared at 5 a.m., a harsh jolt into the pre-dawn quiet of his dorm room. Izuku groaned, stretching his aching limbs. Every muscle protested, a dull throb that had become a familiar companion. He swung his legs out of bed, landing with a soft thump, and immediately began his morning routine, a series of stretches, followed by shadow boxing, meticulously trying to mimic All Might's fluid movements, focusing on that elusive percentage. Just a little more, Izuku, he'd whisper to his reflection in the mirror, his breath fogging the glass. Just a little more control. He'd activate full cowl, a faint green lightning crackling around him, feeling the familiar hum of power. He'd punch the air, trying to find the sweet spot between overwhelming force and bone-shattering recoil. More often than not, a tiny jolt of pain would shoot through his joints, a warning that he had pushed too far. He still felt like he was walking a tightrope, with an abyss of self-destruction on either side. All Might, in his deflated form, would often join him for early morning training sessions in the deserted UA gym. His presence, even in his weakened state, was a constant source of inspiration and pressure. "You're getting there, young Midoriya," All Might would cough, a thin stream of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He'd quickly wipe it away. "The foundation is strong. Now, it is about refinement. One for All requires not just strength, but an understanding of flow. Like water, it seeks the path of least resistance. You must guide it." Izuku's brow would furrow in concentration. "But how do I guide it without breaking? It feels like it wants to explode, not flow." All Might sighed, a weary expression on his gaunt face. "A difficult lesson, indeed. It took me time to master it myself. Think of it as a river, not a raging waterfall. You must become the riverbed. Let it pass through you, not crash against you." He paused, then his eyes grew serious. "Time is of the essence, my boy. My own time is dwindling. You must be ready." The unspoken weight of All Might's words settled heavily on Izuku's shoulders. He knew the symbol of peace was fading, that his own injury was taking an irreversible toll. He felt a desperate urgency, a burning need to master One for All, not just for his own dream, but to protect the man who had given him everything. The thought of All Might, so powerful, so invincible, becoming vulnerable, was terrifying. Academically, Izuku excelled, his analytical mind devouring information. He devoured every textbook on hero law, every historical account of past villains, every theoretical combat strategy. He filled countless new notebooks, his handwriting a frantic scrawl, detailing quirks, weaknesses, and potential counter-strategies. He became an unofficial strategist for his classmates, often called upon for his insights during team exercises. His social life continued to blossom, a vibrant contrast to the growing darkness outside UA's walls. Uraka's cheerful optimism was a constant source of uplift. Ida's unwavering discipline pushed him to be better. Even Kacchan, though still prone to outbursts, seemed to grudgingly acknowledge Izuku's presence, their rivalry slowly maturing into a complex dance of competition and respect. "Oi, Deku!" Kacchan would snap during a sparring session, explosions popping in his palms. "Your full cowl is still sloppy. Don't think you're catching up to me with that weak-ass technique." Izuku would just nod, panting. "I'm trying, Kacchan. I'll get there." He knew Kacchan's insults were now a strange form of encouragement, a challenge to rise to. One afternoon, during a break in hero training, the class was gathered in the common room, watching a news report. The reporter was detailing a series of seemingly random, yet unsettling, acts of villainy across the country, minor acts of sabotage, public disruptions, strange, unsettling messages left behind. The anchor tried to reassure the public, but the underlying tone was one of unease. "Hero society remains vigilant," the reporter chirped, a forced smile on her face. "These are isolated incidents, and our brave pro-heroes are working tirelessly to ensure your safety." Komura Shigaraki's voice, distorted and raspy, cut through the news report. A grainy, pixelated video appeared on screen. "Isolated incidents? No. This is a message. A declaration. Your heroes are weak. Your peace is an illusion. And soon, it will all decay." The screen flickered, then went blank. A tense silence filled the common room. The cheerful atmosphere evaporated, replaced by a palpable sense of unease. Izuku felt a shiver run down his spine. He recognized that voice. He recognized the chilling malice. Komura Shigaraki. He was escalating. "This is getting serious," Kirishima muttered, his normally cheerful face grim. "They're trying to scare people," Kaminari said, his voice trembling slightly. "Trying to shake public trust." Izuku clenched his fists, One for All thrumming faintly beneath his skin. He felt the weight of it all, the public's fear, the rising tide of villainy, All Might's fading power. He had to be stronger. He had to be ready to face this new, escalating threat. The smoke was on the horizon, not a distant wisp, but a thick, choking cloud, slowly creeping towards their meticulously constructed world. His own moments of awkward humor seemed to serve as a release valve for the building tension. One evening, trying to impress Uraka with his improved quirk control, he attempted a graceful leap across the common room, aiming for a perfectly controlled landing. Instead, he overshot, bounced off the wall, and crashed into a stack of magazines, sending them scattering everywhere. He ended up tangled in a blanket, red-faced and apologizing profusely, much to Uraka's amused giggles. Despite the light-hearted moments, the underlying current of anxiety was ever present. Izuku knew the stakes were rising. The world was becoming a more dangerous place, and he, as the inheritor of One for All, was now at the very heart of the coming storm. The splinters of memory, too, became more insistent, more vivid, during moments of intense stress or deep thought. A child's small, shaking hand. A faint, almost imperceptible whisper of a name. A fleeting image of a house, crumbling into dust. He dismissed them as psychological residue from the USJ, a subconscious manifestation of his fear of decay. But a subtle, nagging question lingered: why these specific images? Why did they feel so personal? He couldn't articulate it, but a strange, unsettling thread seemed to connect these fragments to the chilling presence of Tomura Shigaraki. He felt like he was walking through a fog, vaguely aware of hidden shapes, but unable to fully grasp them. He was still Izuku Midoriya, but the echoes of a forgotten past were growing louder, threatening to unravel the carefully constructed reality of his life. In the depths of All for One's hidden lair, Tomura Shigaraki reveled in the growing chaos he was sowing. The low-level attacks, the public declarations, the subtle erosion of trust, it was all part of a meticulously crafted plan, designed to destabilize society and expose the inherent rottenness of hero culture. His physical state, a reflection of his internal turmoil, continued to deteriorate, his skin a landscape of raw, weeping sores from his incessant scratching. All for One, ever observant, saw the rising tide of public unease and fed Tomura's growing ego. "Excellent, Tomura," he murmured, his voice a low, insidious drone. "The seeds of doubt have been planted. The public is beginning to question. They are beginning to see the truth beyond the hero's false smiles." Tomura's dry lips curved into a faint, unsettling smile. He watched the news reports, a manic glee in his bloodshot eyes as he saw the fear, the confusion, the growing disillusionment on the faces of the civilians. This was his art. This was his purpose. To decay. To dismantle. To shatter. "They're so weak, Sensei," Tomura rasped, his voice filled with a chilling contempt. "So easily swayed. They believe in heroes because they are afraid. I will give them something real to be afraid of. I will give them true liberation." He began to plan larger, more impactful strikes, targeting not just individuals but institutions, symbols of peace and order. He aimed for maximum psychological impact, for acts that would send ripples of terror throughout the country. He consulted with All for One, refining his strategies, always seeking the most effective way to spread despair. His hands, adorned with the withered remains of his family, twitched constantly, the urge to decay a vibrating presence just beneath his skin. He ran his fingers over Nana Shimura's hand, the one covering his mouth, a macabre talisman of his hatred. He had convinced himself that she was the ultimate symbol of heroic abandonment, a false hero who had sacrificed her family for a meaningless ideal. The splinters of memory, however, were becoming a significant internal conflict. They were no longer fleeting whispers, they were sharp, vivid images, intrusive sensations. A child's soft hair, a gentle hum, the scent of warmth and safety. A small, familiar voice, almost his own, calling out a name. He would flinch, clutching his head, scratching furiously at his neck, trying to tear away the unwanted intrusions. "What is this, Sensei?" Tomura would shriek, his voice raw with frustration. These memories. They're distracting me. They're making me weak." All for One's voice, calm and unruffled, would fill the room. "They are merely echoes, Tomura. Remnants of a past that no longer exists. They are your trauma. You must embrace them, and then twist them. Let them fuel your hatred. Let them remind you of what you have lost, and what heroes took from you." Tomura would nod, trying to force the memories into the framework of All for One's narrative. Yes. Loss. Betrayal. Abandonment. That was what these splinters represented. They were not reminders of love, but of the pain caused by heroic inaction. He had to believe that. He had to. It was the only way to justify his burning hatred. His interactions with the other members of the League of Villains remained purely transactional. He saw them as pawns, useful tools in his grand game. He felt no camaraderie, no genuine connection. His isolation was absolute, a self-imposed prison of hatred and nihilism. His humor, sharp and cynical, was laced with an almost manic glee when he spoke of destruction. He relished in the moments where heroes faltered, where their composure cracked under pressure. He was slowly, painstakingly, breaking down the world, brick by brick, smile by smile. He envisioned the day when All Might's smile would finally crumble, when the symbol of peace would fall, exposed as a hollow fraud. That was his ultimate goal. That was his salvation. He was a force of decay, and he was ready to unleash his full power upon the unsuspecting world. He was Tomura Shigaraki, and the splinters of memory, while still painful, were being twisted, corrupted, forced into the service of his destructive ambition. The deeper currents of his past, the forgotten connections, were stirring, but they were now tainted by the venom of All for One's influence, pushing him further down his path of ruin. The smoke on the horizon was thickening, promising a conflagration. The summer internship period arrived, a pivotal moment for UA students to gain real-world hero experience. For Izuku, this was another crucial step in mastering One for All, full cal and preparing for the inevitable confrontation with the League of Villains. He chose to intern with Gran Torino again, knowing the demanding, unconventional training would push him to his limits. Gran Torino, with his biting wit and relentless speed, continued to be a challenging but effective mentor. He forced Izuku to react instinctively, to distribute One for All's power throughout his entire body at a low percentage, rather than relying on explosive, self-destructive bursts. "Still too stiff, kid. Like a board." Gran Torino would yell, zipping past Izuku, leaving him flailing. "Think of your body like a spring. Coiled, ready to release. Not a hammer swinging wildly." Izuku would fall, bruise, and get up again, determined. He spent hours focusing, trying to feel the energy of One for All flowing evenly through his muscles, a low, constant hum of power. Slowly, painstakingly, he began to make progress. He could move faster, react quicker, his movements becoming more fluid, less jerky. He was finally getting closer to the full cal All Might had spoken of. He also found himself observing Gran Torino, not just as a mentor, but as a link to All Might's past. Gran Torino had trained All Might, knew the secrets of One for All's lineage. Izuku often found himself wanting to ask about the previous users, especially the elusive second symbol he had vaguely researched. He felt a strange, inexplicable pull towards that forgotten history, a sense that answers lay hidden within it. He hesitated, however, knowing All Might and Gran Torino were protective of the lineage's secrets, and he didn't want to seem distracted from his training. Amidst his training, news reports continued to trickle in about the League of Villains. More petty crimes, more unsettling messages, more instances of public unrest. It was a slow, creeping dread, a smoke on the horizon that threatened to engulf the city. Izuku felt the weight of it, the responsibility. He saw the subtle fear in the eyes of the public, the forced smiles of news anchors trying to reassure them. One evening, after a particularly grueling training session, Izuku was watching the news in his dorm common room. A brief, blurry image flashed across the screen. A villain, his face obscured, but his distinctive, hand-adorned appearance chillingly familiar. Tomura Shigaraki. He was addressing a small crowd of disillusioned individuals, his voice a distorted rasp, speaking of liberation and the decay of hero society. A sharp, almost physical splinter of memory jolted Izuku. A young boy, scared, crying amidst dust. A hand, small and trembling, covered in gray. A profound sense of loss and overwhelming horror. The image was fleeting, gone as quickly as it appeared, but it left Izuku gasping, clutching his chest. "Deku-kun, are you okay?" Uraka asked, noticing his sudden distress. "Why yeah," Izuku stammered, trying to compose himself. "Just that villain. He's so unsettling. And that power. Decay. It's terrifying." He didn't mention the memory, dismissing it as a result of stress and the visceral impact of seeing Shigaraki again. But the feeling of unease lingered, a subtle ache that he couldn't shake. His conversations with classmates often revolved around the escalating villain threat. Kirishima was eager for action, wanting to prove himself. Todoroki, ever stoic, analyzed the situation with a cold, practical logic. Even Kacchan, with his usual bluster, seemed to take the threat seriously, his explosions crackling with a hint of genuine concern beneath the aggression. "Those villains are a bunch of losers," Kacchan would yell. "They're just messing with society. We'll crush them when the time comes, right Deku?" Izuku would nod, his eyes serious. "Right, Kacchan. We will." He knew a major confrontation was coming. He could feel it in the air, a tension that was almost palpable. The smoke on the horizon was no longer a distant threat, it was drawing closer, threatening to choke the light from their world. He had to be ready. For All Might. For his friends. For the future. In the depths of All for One's hidden lair, Tomura Shigaraki's rage was a controlled burn, fueling his relentless pursuit of chaos. He was executing All for One's plan with chilling precision, targeting the public's trust, eroding their faith in heroes, and gathering more followers to his banner. His physical state continued to deteriorate, a visible manifestation of his festering internal hatred and the psychological toll of his twisted mission. All for One, his voice a low, insidious drone, continued to guide Tomura, praising his successes, subtly nudging him towards greater acts of destruction. You are making excellent progress, Tomura. The fear is spreading. The heroes are struggling. Soon, their facade will crack completely. Tomura's dry lips curved into a faint, unsettling smile. He watched the news reports, a manic glee in his bloodshot eyes as he saw the growing fear, the confusion, the widespread disillusionment on the faces of civilians. He saw the cracks forming, the trust eroding. This was his art. This was his purpose. To decay. To dismantle. To shatter. They deserve this, Sensei, Tomura rasped, his voice filled with a chilling contempt. They deserve to see the truth. They deserve to suffer for their blind faith in false heroes. He continued to plan larger, more impactful strikes, targeting not just individuals but institutions, symbols of peace and order. He aimed for maximum psychological impact, for acts that would send ripples of terror throughout the country. He consulted with All for One, refining his strategies, always seeking the most effective way to spread despair. His hands, adorned with the withered remains of his family, twitched constantly, the urge to decay a vibrating presence just beneath his skin. He ran his fingers over Nana Shimura's hand, the one covering his mouth, a macabre talisman of his hatred. He had convinced himself that she was the ultimate symbol of heroic abandonment, a false hero who had sacrificed her family for a meaningless ideal. The splinters of memory, however, were becoming a significant internal conflict. They were no longer fleeting whispers, they were sharp, vivid images, intrusive sensations. A child's soft hair, a gentle hum, the scent of warmth and safety. A small, familiar voice, almost his own, calling out a name that echoed with a strange sense of belonging. These memories were relentless, attacking him in his sleep, during moments of quiet, causing him to scratch furiously, tearing at his neck and face, drawing blood. Stop it. Get out of my head. Tomura would shriek, his voice raw with frustration and a nascent fear. He hated these intrusions. They threatened to undermine everything All for One had built within him. He hated the warmth they evoked, the fleeting sense of something lost that he couldn't reconcile with his hatred. All for One's voice, calm and unruffled, would fill the room. They are merely echoes, Tomura. Remnants of a past that no longer exists. They are your trauma. You must embrace them, and then twist them. Let them fuel your hatred. Let them remind you of what you have lost, and what heroes took from you. Tomura would nod, trying to force the memories into the framework of All for One's narrative. Yes. Loss. Betrayal. Abandonment. That was what these splinters represented. They were not reminders of love, but of the pain caused by heroic inaction. He had to believe that. He had to. It was the only way to justify his burning hatred. But the memories were becoming too real, too persistent, too warm to fully twist. A subtle crack was forming in the carefully constructed wall of his hatred. His interactions with the other members of the League of Villains remained purely transactional. He saw them as pawns, useful tools in his grand game. He felt no camaraderie, no genuine connection. His isolation was absolute, a self-imposed prison of hatred and nihilism. His humor, sharp and cynical, was laced with an almost manic glee when he spoke of destruction. He relished in the moments where heroes faltered, where their composure cracked under pressure. He was slowly, painstakingly, breaking down the world, brick by brick, smile by smile. He envisioned the day when All Might's smile would finally crumble, when the symbol of peace would fall, exposed as a hollow fraud. That was his ultimate goal. That was his salvation. He was a force of decay, and he was ready to unleash his full power upon the unsuspecting world. He was Tomura Shigaraki, and the splinters of memory, while still painful, were becoming a constant, insidious torment, threatening to unravel the carefully constructed reality that All for One had built around him. The deeper currents of his past, the forgotten connections, were stirring, but they were now tainted by the venom of All for One's influence, pushing him further down his path of ruin, even as they threatened to shatter his very identity. The smoke on the horizon was no longer a distant threat, it was a choking shroud, obscuring the truth. The summer training camp at the Forest Training Camp was meant to push the UA students to their absolute limits, to hone their quirks and prepare them for their provisional hero licenses. For Izuku, it was another intensive step towards mastering full cowl. He practiced relentlessly, his body aching, his mind focused, trying to channel One for All's power evenly throughout his entire being. He worked closely with Mandalay and Pixie Bob of the Wild Pussycats, heroes known for their extensive experience in rescue and combat. They drilled him on quick reactions, on utilizing his enhanced speed and strength in various terrains, and on the importance of teamwork. "You're getting faster, Midoriya," Mandalay would praise, her voice firm. "But you still hesitate. Trust your instincts. Let the power flow naturally." Izuku would nod, panting, pushing himself even harder. He felt the subtle hum of One for All, a low, constant vibration through his body when full Cal was active. It was like a sixth sense, an extension of himself. He was finally gaining a semblance of control, enough to fight effectively without constant self-destruction. He continued his analytical observations, sketching his classmates' quirks, noting their improvements, and strategizing how their abilities could synergize in a team battle. He was learning to think like a pro hero, not just as an individual, but as part of a larger force. His social bonds deepened within Class 1A. Uraka's unwavering support was a comfort. Ida's disciplined focus was an inspiration. Even Kacchan, in moments of quiet, which were rare, seemed to acknowledge Izuku's progress, a grudging nod of respect in his explosive way. "Don't think you're getting ahead of me, Deku," Kacchan would yell during a sparring session. "Your full Cal is still too slow. You'll never surpass me, you damn nerd." Izuku would just smile, a small, genuine smile. He knew Kacchan's words were a challenge, a testament to their complex rivalry. He was no longer just a pebble in Kacchan's path, he was a rival, an equal. The training camp was intense, but it was also filled with moments of lightheartedness. A cooking competition, a bravery test, late-night conversations by the campfire. These were the moments that reminded Izuku of the preciousness of peace, the normalcy he was fighting to protect. Then, the smoke appeared. Not figurative, but literal smoke, on the horizon, drifting towards the training camp. A cold dread seeped into Izuku's bones. This wasn't a drill. This was real. The League of Villains. They had found them. The attack was swift, brutal, and chaotic. Villains with terrifying quirks emerged from the smoke, targeting the students, aiming to capture Kacchan, whose explosive quirk was deemed valuable by all for one. Izuku, overwhelmed by the sudden violence, felt a surge of fear, but it was quickly overshadowed by a fierce determination to protect his friends. He fought alongside Todoroki and Shoji, using full Cal to evade, to analyze, to protect. He was faster, more agile than he had ever been. He saw the genuine terror in his classmates' eyes, the raw, unfiltered violence of the villains, and a cold resolve hardened his features. He wouldn't let them be hurt. He encountered more villains, including the terrifying Dabi, whose blue flames burned with an unnatural intensity, and the maniacal Himiko Toga, whose bloodlust was unnerving. He pushed himself to his limits, using every ounce of his burgeoning power, every analytical thought, to protect his friends. In the midst of the terrifying chaos, as Dabi's blue flames crackled menacingly close, a profound, almost visceral splinter of memory jolted Izuku. A faint image, clearer than before, a house, crumbling to dust. A child, screaming, surrounded by ashes. A terrifying whisper of decay. The feeling was overwhelming, a sense of profound loss and unspeakable horror that wasn't his own, yet resonated deep within his soul. He flinched, momentarily distracted, almost caught by Dabi's flames. He shook his head, pushing the disturbing vision away, focusing on the fight. But the splinter of memory, sharper and more insistent, left him with a gnawing sense of unease, a strange, inexplicable connection to the destructive power he was facing. He saw the League of Villains' primary objective, to capture Kacchan. A desperate, daring plan formed in his mind. He, Todoroki, and Shoji, along with a few others, would rescue Kacchan, not by fighting the villains head-on, but by a stealthy, coordinated extraction. It was risky, dangerous, and against direct orders, but it was their only chance. He finally faced Tomura Shigaraki again, though briefly. Tomura, his face obscured by the hands, his eyes blazing with a chilling fanaticism, confronted All Might. Izuku watched, horrified, as All Might struggled against the overwhelming numbers, his power visibly diminishing. The sight of All Might, his symbol of peace crumbling before his eyes, filled Izuku with a desperate urgency. He had to save Kacchan. He had to get stronger. He had to be ready to protect All Might. The smoke on the horizon had reached them. The fight was real. And Izuku, in the heart of the chaos, felt a chilling premonition. This was only the beginning. In the depths of the forest training camp, Amidst the swirling smoke and roaring flames, Tomura Shigaraki reveled in the chaos he had unleashed. This was his grand stage, his declaration of war against hero society. His body, ravaged by constant scratching, felt a strange lightness, a perverse euphoria, as he witnessed the fear, the despair, the disintegration of order. All for One's voice, delivered through a calm link, was a low, satisfied hum. Excellent, Tomura. The plan is proceeding as expected. The students are in disarray. All Might will be forced to reveal his true weakness. This is your moment. Tomura's dry lips curved into a wide, unsettling grin. They're so weak, sensei. So easily broken. And that Katsuki Bakugo. He'll make a perfect instrument of destruction once we break him. He focused his attention on the capture of Kachan, the central objective of their assault. This was about more than just a quirk, it was about crushing the spirit of heroism, twisting it into something monstrous. His hands, adorned with the withered remains of his family, twitched constantly, the urge to decay a vibrating presence just beneath his skin. He ran his fingers over Nana Shimura's hand, the one covering his mouth, a macabre talisman of his hatred. This was her legacy now. Twisted, corrupted, used to destroy the very ideal she had supposedly upheld. The splinters of memory, however, were becoming a relentless torment. They assaulted him without warning, a child's laughter, a gentle hum, the scent of warmth and safety. A small, familiar voice, almost his own, calling out a name that echoed with a strange sense of belonging, a profound and agonizing love. These memories were no longer just painful, they were agonizingly beautiful, threatening to shatter the carefully constructed wall of hatred he had built around his heart. He would shriek, clawing at his neck, at his face, desperate to tear out the offending thoughts, to purge the unwanted warmth. Stop it. Get out of my head. Tomura would scream, his voice raw with frustration and a growing despair. He hated these intrusions. They threatened to undermine everything All for One had built within him. He hated the warmth they evoked, the fleeting sense of something lost that he couldn't reconcile with his hatred. All for One's voice, calm and unruffled, would fill his ear. They are merely echoes, Tomura. Remnants of a past that no longer exists. They are your trauma. You must embrace them, and then twist them. Let them fuel your hatred. Let them remind you of what you have lost, and what heroes took from you. Tomura would try, desperately, to force the memories into the framework of All for One's narrative. Yes. Loss. Betrayal. Abandonment. That was what these splinters represented. They were not reminders of love, but of the pain caused by heroic inaction. He had to believe that. He had to. It was the only way to justify his burning hatred. But the memories were becoming too real, too persistent, too warm to fully twist. A subtle crack was forming in the carefully constructed wall of his hatred, a tiny hairline fracture threatening to expand. His interactions with the other members of the League of Villains remained purely transactional. He barked orders, chastised failures, and reveled in their destructive capabilities. He felt no camaraderie, no genuine connection. His isolation was absolute, a self-imposed prison of hatred and nihilism. His humor, sharp and cynical, was laced with an almost manic glee when he spoke of destruction. He relished in the moments where heroes faltered, where their composure cracked under pressure. He was slowly, painstakingly, breaking down the world, brick by brick, smile by smile. He envisioned the day when All Might's smile would finally crumble, when the symbol of peace would fall, exposed as a hollow fraud. That was his ultimate goal. That was his salvation. He was a force of decay, and he was ready to unleash his full power upon the unsuspecting world. He was Tomura Shigaraki, and the splinters of memory, while still painful, were becoming a constant, insidious torment, threatening to unravel the carefully constructed reality that All for One had built around him. The deeper currents of his past, the forgotten connections, were stirring, but they were now tainted by the venom of All for One's influence, pushing him further down his path of ruin, even as they threatened to shatter his very identity. The smoke on the horizon was no longer a distant threat, it was a choking shroud, obscuring the truth, and threatening to blind him with painful clarity. The Provisional Hero License exam was a crucible for Izuku, not just a test of skill but of his rapidly evolving identity as a hero. He passed, securing his license, a physical symbol of his commitment. He now had the legal authority to use his quirk in public, a responsibility he took with utmost seriousness. He still struggled with full cowl at higher percentages, the danger of bone breaking still present, but he was undeniably growing stronger, more confident. His friendship with Kachan, after the training camp and the shared trauma, had taken a significant turn. Kachan, seeing Izuku's increasing power and his unwavering spirit, challenged him to a fight at Ground Beta. It was a brutal, no-holds-barred clash, a release of years of pent-up rivalry and resentment. "You've been holding out on me, Deku," Kacchan roared, explosions engulfing his hands. "All this time, you were hiding that power. What gives? Why didn't you use it against me before?" Izuku fought back, not with pure aggression, but with controlled bursts of one for all, dodging, deflecting, trying to explain the complexities of his inherited quirk without revealing All Might's secret. He unleashed a devastating Detroit smash at 8%, a controlled explosion of power that rattled Kacchan but didn't break Izuku's arm.
I didn't know how to control it, Kacchan," Izuku gasped, panting.
"And it's a lot to explain. But I'm going to be the best hero. Just like you." The fight ended with both boys exhausted, bruised, and bleeding. All Might, witnessing the aftermath, revealed the truth of one for all to Kacchan, swearing him to secrecy. The revelation was monumental. Kacchan, processing the weight of the secret, understood Izuku's struggle, and their rivalry solidified into a grudging, competitive bond, fueled by a shared burden and a newfound, if unspoken, respect. "Don't you dare fall behind, Deku," Kacchan snarled, though his voice lacked its usual venom. "I'm still going to be number one. But you better keep up." Izuku smiled, a genuine, relieved smile. He had finally shared his biggest secret, and it hadn't shattered their bond, it had deepened it. He felt a profound sense of relief, of having a true peer, a confidant in his impossible journey. The news continued to be dominated by the escalating activities of the League of Villains. Their recruitment efforts, fueled by Stain's martyrdom, were proving successful. More and more villains, disillusioned and angry, were flocking to their banner. The public's fear was palpable, a pervasive smoke that threatened to choke the very air. Izuku devoured every piece of information, analyzing the League's new members, their quirks, their motivations. He saw their desperate acts, their cynical pronouncements, and felt a burning resolve to stop them. He needed to master one for all, not just for himself, but for the world, for the innocent people caught in the crossfire. He spent hours practicing his new shooting style, shoot style, focusing on powerful kicks and leg movements to minimize damage to his arms. He practiced his tactical maneuvers, his ability to analyze and react in complex combat scenarios. He was growing, not just in power, but in strategic thinking and emotional resilience. The splinters of memory, however, continued to plague him, especially in moments of quiet reflection. A faint, almost imperceptible whisper of a name, a child's cry, the smell of burnt wood and dust. The image of a small, trembling hand, covered in gray, flashed through his mind. He'd flinch, a sudden unease settling over him. He still couldn't connect the fragments, but they felt increasingly personal, increasingly tied to the chilling figure of Tomura Shigaraki. It was as if his subconscious was trying to tell him something, a hidden truth buried deep within the ashes of his forgotten past. He wrote them off as stress, as remnants of the trauma from the USJ, but the feeling of eerie familiarity persisted, a subtle ache that he couldn't quite articulate. His humor, though still awkward, was a source of relief. He'd occasionally trip over his own words, or blush furiously at a compliment, reminding his classmates that despite his growing power, he was still the same earnest, slightly clumsy Izuku. He was grounded by these moments, by the normalcy of his friendships, even as the world around him spiraled towards greater chaos. He felt the gravity of his role as All Might's successor, a beacon of hope in a darkening world. The smoke on the horizon was no longer just a threat, it was obscuring the sun, casting long, menacing shadows. He knew a larger conflict was inevitable, a confrontation that would determine the fate of hero society. He was Izuku Midoriya, and he was ready to face it, with his earnest smile and his unwavering resolve. In the depths of All for One's hidden lair, Tomura Shigaraki's confidence swelled with each successful recruitment, with each new act of chaos unleashed upon hero society. The League of Villains was growing, a malignant tumor spreading through the underworld, fueled by the disillusionment and anger of those abandoned by the system. His physical state, a grim testament to his festering rage, continued to deteriorate, his skin a roadmap of raw, weeping sores from his incessant scratching. All for One, his voice a low, insidious drone, continued to shape Tomura, guiding him towards ever greater acts of destruction. He praised Tomura's strategic acumen, his ability to exploit weaknesses, his terrifying charisma that drew in the disaffected. "You are becoming a true leader, Tomura," All for One murmured, a chilling satisfaction in his tone. "They flock to you, because you speak their truth. You offer them liberation from a world that has failed them. Soon, the entire country will feel your decay." Tomura's dry lips curved into a wide, unsettling grin. He watched the news reports, a manic glee in his bloodshot eyes as he saw the growing fear, the confusion, the widespread disillusionment on the faces of civilians. He saw the cracks forming, the trust eroding. This was his art. This was his purpose. To decay. To dismantle. To shatter. They deserve this, Sensei, Tomura rasped, his voice filled with a chilling contempt. They deserve to see the truth. They deserve to suffer for their blind faith in false heroes. He meticulously planned larger, more impactful strikes, targeting not just individuals but institutions, symbols of peace and order. He aimed for maximum psychological impact, for acts that would send ripples of terror throughout the country. He refined his strategies, always seeking the most effective way to spread despair. His hands, adorned with the withered remains of his family, twitched constantly, the urge to decay a vibrating presence just beneath his skin. He ran his fingers over Nana Shimura's hand, the one covering his mouth, a macabre talisman of his hatred. This was her legacy now. Twisted, corrupted, used to destroy the very ideal she had supposedly upheld. The splinters of memory, however, were becoming a relentless torment. They were no longer fleeting whispers, they were sharp, vivid images, intrusive sensations. A child's soft hair, a gentle hum, the scent of warmth and safety. A small, familiar voice, almost his own, calling out a name that echoed with a strange sense of belonging, a profound and agonizing love. These memories were relentless, attacking him in his sleep, during moments of quiet, causing him to scratch furiously, tearing at his neck and face, drawing blood. He would shriek, clawing at his head, desperate to tear out the offending thoughts, to purge the unwanted warmth. "Stop it! Get out of my head!" Tomura would scream, his voice raw with frustration and a growing despair. He hated these intrusions. They threatened to undermine everything All for One had built within him. He hated the warmth they evoked, the fleeting sense of something lost that he couldn't reconcile with his hatred. All for One's voice, calm and unruffled, would fill the room. "They are merely echoes, Tomura. Remnants of a past that no longer exists. They are your trauma. You must embrace them, and then twist them. Let them fuel your hatred. Let them remind you of what you have lost, and what heroes took from you." Tomura would try, desperately, to force the memories into the framework of All for One's narrative. Yes. Loss. Betrayal. Abandonment. That was what these splinters represented. They were not reminders of love, but of the pain caused by heroic inaction. He had to believe that. He had to. It was the only way to justify his burning hatred. But the memories were becoming too real, too persistent, too warm to fully twist. The hairline crack in the carefully constructed wall of his hatred was expanding, threatening to shatter. He was becoming unstable, his control over himself tenuous, even as his control over the League grew. His interactions with the members of the League of Villains remained transactional, but with a new layer of volatile unpredictability. His temper flared easily, his frustration with the lingering memories often manifesting as irrational outbursts of anger towards his subordinates. He felt no camaraderie, no genuine connection. His isolation was absolute, a self-imposed prison of hatred and nihilism. His humor, sharp and cynical, was laced with an almost manic glee when he spoke of destruction. He relished in the moments where heroes faltered, where their composure cracked under pressure. He was slowly, painstakingly, breaking down the world, brick by brick, smile by smile. He envisioned the day when All Might's smile would finally crumble, when the symbol of peace would fall, exposed as a hollow fraud. That was his ultimate goal. That was his salvation. He was a force of decay, and he was ready to unleash his full power upon the unsuspecting world. He was Tomura Shigaraki, and the splinters of memory, while still painful, were becoming a constant, insidious torment, threatening to unravel the carefully constructed reality that All for One had built around him. The deeper currents of his past, the forgotten connections, were stirring, but they were now tainted by the venom of All for One's influence, pushing him further down his path of ruin, even as they threatened to shatter his very identity. The smoke on the horizon was no longer a distant threat, it was a choking shroud, obscuring the truth, and threatening to blind him with painful clarity, a clarity he desperately resisted. The world held its breath, unknowingly inching closer to a catastrophic turning point. The public, bombarded by unsettling news reports and the visible escalation of villainy, grew increasingly anxious. Heroes, strained and vigilant, scrambled to contain the rising tide of chaos. All Might, his power fading, his body a ticking clock, pushed himself to his limits, determined to confront All for One once and for all. Izuku, now with his provisional hero license, felt the immense pressure of his role. He was a hero in training, but the reality of the profession was harsher, more unforgiving than any simulation. He continued to refine Full Cowl, pushing past the pain, trying to master the flow of one for all. He felt the increasing urgency, the narrowing window of opportunity to grow strong enough to stand beside All Might in the coming battle. He sensed a monumental clash on the horizon, a confrontation that would define an era. His analytical mind, constantly whirring, sought patterns in the League of Villains' activities. He noticed their strategic targeting, their focus on undermining public trust, their uncanny ability to exploit existing societal tensions. He recognized the intelligent, malicious mind behind their actions, and knew it was more than just random acts of villainy. It was a calculated assault on hero society itself. The splinters of memory continued to plague him, more frequently now. A faint, almost imperceptible warmth on his cheek. The sound of a child's innocent laugh, mixed with the chilling whisper of decay. A fleeting image of a small, trembling hand, covered in gray, reaching out. These fragments felt increasingly personal, increasingly tied to the chilling figure of Tomura Shigaraki. He couldn't shake the sense of an inexplicable connection, a feeling that his history, his very being, was somehow intertwined with the villain he was destined to fight. He tried to rationalize it, to dismiss it as stress-induced hallucinations, but the feeling persisted, a subtle ache that he couldn't quite articulate, a smoke on the horizon of his own mind, obscuring a painful truth. He found solace in his friends, in the camaraderie of Class 1A. Their shared experiences, their mutual support, grounded him in the escalating chaos. He knew that the fight against the League of Villains would not be a solitary one. It would require teamwork, unity, and an unwavering belief in the ideals of heroism. He was ready to fight alongside them, to protect them, to stand as a beacon of hope in a world increasingly shrouded in despair. In his hidden lair, Tomura Shigaraki, fueled by a volatile cocktail of rage and satisfaction, meticulously prepared for the decisive confrontation. All for One had informed him of All Might's dwindling power, his impending end. This was it. The moment they had been building towards. The final act in the destruction of the symbol of peace. His entire being vibrated with anticipation. The scratches on his neck and face were raw, weeping, a testament to his manic excitement and the internal conflict warring within him. He rarely slept, consumed by his plans, his mind a labyrinth of destructive strategies. All for One's voice, a steady, insidious presence, echoed in his mind. The time is nigh, Tomura. The symbol of peace is a husk of his former self. He will fall. And you, my boy, will be the one to usher in the new age. The age of true liberation. The age of chaos. Tomura's dry lips stretched into a wide, unsettling grin. He saw it all in his mind's eye, All Might crumbling to dust, his iconic smile wiped away, the public screaming in despair. He imagined the world descending into the chaos he so desperately craved, free from the oppressive weight of heroes and their false peace. He will decay, Sensei, Tomura rasped, his voice filled with a chilling, almost reverent certainty. He will decay, just like everything else. And then, there will be nothing left but ashes. He meticulously planned the final confrontation, a strategic masterpiece designed to isolate All Might, to push him to his limits, and to expose his weakness to the entire world. He chose the targets carefully, places that would maximize public impact, that would send a clear, unequivocal message: heroes were fallible. Heroes would fall. His hands, adorned with the withered remains of his family, twitched incessantly. He ran his fingers over Nana Shimura's hand, the one covering his mouth. She was the final symbol to be desecrated, her heroic legacy utterly corrupted and used to destroy her own ideals. The splinters of memory, however, were no longer just intrusive, they were becoming a devastating, almost incapacitating force. A vivid image of a small, green-haired boy, laughing, chasing him in a sun-drenched yard. A flash of warmth, of comfort, of an uncomplicated love. The scent of sweet flowers. A familiar voice, almost his own, calling out a name, Tenko. He would shriek, collapsing to the floor, clawing at his head, his body racked with tremors. The warmth was terrifying, a betrayal of everything All for One had taught him. It threatened to shatter the carefully constructed wall of hatred he had built around his heart. He hated it. He hated the love it represented, the innocence it evoked. He hated the truth it hinted at. Get out! Get out! Tomura would scream, tears of frustrated rage streaming down his face, mixing with the blood from his raw scratches. He couldn't reconcile these tender memories with the monster he had become, with the hatred that defined his existence. All for One's voice, though calm, held a subtle edge of concern now. Focus, Tomura. Do not let these old wounds fester. You are stronger than them. They are merely reminders of what you have lost, of the weakness of those who abandoned you. Tomura would try, desperately, to force the memories into the framework of All for One's narrative. But the cracks in his psyche were expanding, threatening to shatter his very identity. He was becoming more volatile, more unstable, his control over himself tenuous, even as his control over the League reached its zenith. His interactions with the League members were now marked by explosive outbursts and unpredictable shifts in mood. He was a ticking time bomb, his internal conflict threatening to spill over into his external actions. His humor, sharp and cynical, was increasingly manic, bordering on a terrifying hysteria when he spoke of destruction. He relished in the moments where heroes faltered, where their composure cracked under pressure. He was slowly, painstakingly, breaking down the world, brick by brick, smile by smile. He envisioned the day when All Might's smile would finally crumble, when the symbol of peace would fall, exposed as a hollow fraud. That was his ultimate goal. That was his salvation. He was a force of decay, and he was ready to unleash his full power upon the unsuspecting world. He was Tomura Shigaraki, and the splinters of memory, while still painful, were becoming a constant, insidious torment, threatening to unravel the carefully constructed reality that All for One had built around him. The deeper currents of his past, the forgotten connections, were stirring, but they were now tainted by the venom of All for One's influence, pushing him further down his path of ruin, even as they threatened to shatter his very identity. The smoke on the horizon was no longer a distant threat, it was a choking shroud, obscuring the truth, and threatening to blind him with painful clarity, a clarity he desperately resisted. The stage was set for a final, cataclysmic confrontation, one that would unravel the deepest secrets of their intertwined lives. The echoes of forgotten names were about to become a deafening roar. All Might, sensing the impending climax, prepared for his final confrontation with All for One. His body, ravaged by his old injury and the strain of One for All, was nearing its limit. He knew this would be his last stand, a fight to secure the future of Hero Society. He continued to train Izuku, imparting every last piece of wisdom, every last strategic nuance, every last moral imperative that defined true heroism. Young Midoriya, All Might would say, his voice strained even in his deflated form, as he watched Izuku practice full cowl. Remember, One for All is more than just raw power. It is a torch passed through generations, a beacon of hope against the darkness. It is the culmination of countless sacrifices. You must wield it not just with strength, but with a pure heart. Izuku, his body aching, his mind focused, absorbed every word. He felt the immense weight of the legacy, the responsibility of being the ninth. He pushed himself relentlessly, mastering full cowl to higher percentages, his movements becoming more fluid, more controlled. He was still the earnest, awkward Izuku, but beneath the surface, a steel resolve had formed. He was ready to fight. Ready to protect. Ready to step into the light. The news was abuzz with a sense of impending doom. Reports of mass gatherings of villains, of coordinated attacks on public infrastructure, of chilling messages from the League of Villains, filled the airwaves. The smoke on the horizon was now a thick, suffocating cloud, visible to everyone. Cities were on edge, fear palpable in the streets. Izuku found himself constantly analyzing the unfolding crisis, his notebooks filled with rapid-fire deductions about the League's objectives, their new recruits, and their ultimate leader, All for One. He knew the final confrontation was imminent. He knew All Might was preparing for it. And he knew he had to be ready to support his mentor, even if it meant risking everything. His moments of humor became a necessary coping mechanism, a way to release the building tension. He'd still stumble over his words, or blush furiously, but these moments of clumsy normalcy provided a brief respite from the encroaching darkness. He found solace in his friends, in their unwavering loyalty and their shared determination to become heroes. They were a bulwark against the rising tide of despair, a reminder of the good in the world he was fighting for. The splinters of memory, however, were becoming a constant, almost agonizing torment. They were no longer vague fragments but startlingly vivid flashbacks, a small, happy child with bright green eyes, playing in a sun-drenched yard. A warm, comforting hand. The faint, sweet scent of something floral. And then, the abrupt, horrifying shift, a crumbling house, screams, the chilling whisper of decay, and a small, trembling hand covered in gray dust. The images were becoming too coherent, too real, too undeniably tied to a past he couldn't grasp. He'd flinch, clutching his head, a wave of dizziness washing over him. He started drawing the images in his notebook, frantically sketching the crumbling house, the small hand, trying to make sense of them, to place them. But they remained stubbornly out of reach, just beyond the veil of his conscious memory. He couldn't shake the terrifying feeling that these memories, these horrifying splinters, were somehow connected to Tomura Shigaraki. That villain, with his hands, his decay quirk, his unsettling presence. There was a shared tragedy, a shared origin, that his subconscious was desperately trying to reveal. The smoke on the horizon was obscuring not just the future, but his own past. In his hidden lair, Tomura Shigaraki, now radiating a chilling, almost palpable aura of malice, finalized his plans for the ultimate showdown. His preparations were complete. The League of Villains was at its strongest, an army of chaos ready to be unleashed. He was ready to face All Might. Ready to usher in the new age. His physical state was dire, a visible manifestation of his utter mental and emotional breakdown. His body was a roadmap of angry, weeping scars from his incessant scratching. He barely ate, barely slept, sustained only by his consuming hatred and the volatile energy of his inner turmoil. His eyes, perpetually bloodshot and sunken, held a terrifying, manic gleam. All for One's voice, though calm, held a note of triumph. "You are ready, my boy. You have surpassed my expectations. The world will soon know true liberation. The symbol of peace will fall by your hand." Tomura's dry lips stretched into a wide, unsettling grin, a grotesque parody of a smile. He envisioned the moment, the final, decisive blow that would wipe All Might's smile from existence, shattering the very foundation of hero society. He relished the thought of the ensuing despair, the chaos that would follow. "He will decay, sensei," Tomura rasped, his voice filled with a chilling, almost feverish certainty. "He will decay. And then, there will be nothing left but ashes." He gave his final orders to the League members, his words sharp, precise, his authority unquestioned. He was a terrifying leader, inspiring a twisted loyalty through his raw power and unwavering commitment to destruction. His hands, adorned with the withered remains of his family, twitched incessantly. He ran his fingers over Nana Shimura's hand, the one covering his mouth. She was the final symbol to be desecrated, her heroic legacy utterly corrupted and used to destroy her own ideals. The splinters of memory, however, were no longer just intrusive, they were an overwhelming, incapacitating torrent. They crashed over him, a flood of repressed trauma and agonizing truth. He saw it all, clear as day, a sunny afternoon, playing with a small, green-haired boy. A kind, loving mother. A gentle, protective sister. A stern, abusive father. His quirk, manifesting in terror. The crumbling house. The screams. The dust. His family, turning to ash. And the boy, his little brother, Izuku, crying amidst the chaos, looking at him with wide, terrified eyes. The memories hit him like a physical blow, shattering the carefully constructed facade of hatred that All for One had built around his heart. He saw the truth, it wasn't the hero's fault. It was his. His quirk. His hands. And the image of his brother, so vivid, so undeniable, was a fresh wound, tearing through his meticulously cultivated nihilism. "No. No. It wasn't me. It wasn't." Tomura shrieked, collapsing to the floor, clawing at his face, at his neck, drawing blood, trying to tear out the truth that was now laid bare. He saw Izuku's small, green-haired figure, a mirror image of his own childhood self, innocent, terrified, and forgotten. He saw the bond, the shared blood, the common origin, and it was horrifying. All for One's voice, for the first time, held a hint of urgency, of concern. "Tomura. Focus. Do not let these old wounds destroy you now. They are illusions. They are weakness." But it was too late. The dam had broken. The truth, however distorted by All for One's manipulation, was undeniable. He was Tenko Shimura. And he had a brother. A brother he was now destined to fight, a brother who was on the side of the very heroes he sought to destroy. His interactions with the League members became erratic, marked by fits of rage, desperate scratching, and moments of chilling, vacant despair. He was losing control, his mind a battlefield of agonizing memories and consuming hatred. His humor was gone, replaced by a raw, primal scream of anguish. He was a force of decay, yes, but now, the decay was consuming him from within. He was Tomura Shigaraki, but the ghost of Tenko Shimura, haunted by the splinters of his forgotten past, was returning, threatening to utterly annihilate him before he could complete his mission. The smoke on the horizon had finally engulfed him, blinding him with a painful, undeniable truth, a truth that promised to shatter not just hero society, but his very soul. The echoes of forgotten names were now a deafening, agonizing roar. The final chapter of this tragic prelude was about to unfold, setting the stage for the true collision of blood in the ashes. The day of All Might's final confrontation with All for One dawned with a heavy, oppressive stillness. The smoke on the horizon was no longer a metaphor, it was a physical haze, a lingering residue from the League of Villains' coordinated attacks across the country. Every city was on high alert, every hero braced for impact. The air crackled with anticipation, a collective held breath before the storm. Izuku Midoriya felt the weight of it all in his bones. He knew this was it. The climax of a rivalry that spanned generations. All Might's last stand. He walked with a determined stride, full cowl humming beneath his skin, a steady, controlled power. He had pushed himself to the very brink, mastering one for all to a level he never thought possible in such a short time. He was ready to fight alongside All Might, to protect him, to be the symbol of hope the world needed. He encountered All Might at the designated rendezvous point, a desolate area ravaged by a previous villain attack. All Might, in his deflated form, looked weary, but his eyes held an unwavering resolve, a blazing fire that belied his gaunt appearance. "Young Midoriya," All Might said, his voice raspy, yet firm. "This is it. The final battle. You have grown strong, my boy. Stronger than I could have imagined." He placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. "Remember everything I have taught you. But most importantly, remember the heart of a hero. The desire to save, to protect, to inspire. That is one for all's true power." Izuku nodded, tears pricking at his eyes. "I understand, All Might. I won't let you down." The confrontation with All for One was immediate, devastating. The sheer power of All for One was overwhelming, a monstrous force that twisted and warped the very fabric of reality. All Might, pushed to his absolute limit, fought with a ferocity born of desperation and the weight of his legacy. He was battered, broken, his muscle form flickering, but he would not yield. Izuku, observing from a distance, saw the raw power of All for One, the devastating impact of his stolen quirks. He saw All Might, once an unbreakable colossus, being slowly, brutally worn down. He felt a profound fear, a desperate ache to intervene, to help. But he knew he couldn't. Not yet. This was All Might's battle, his final stand. The battle raged, a cataclysmic clash that ripped apart the landscape. All Might, battered and bruised, his secret slowly being revealed to the world as his muscle form faded, pushed past his limits, unleashing every last ounce of One for All. In the midst of the chaos, All for One, with a sadistic grin, revealed a chilling truth. "You protected your successor well, All Might. But you couldn't protect everyone. Not from her failed legacy. Your predecessor, Nana Shimura. She abandoned her family for her ideals. And look what became of her grandson. He is mine now. The vessel of my hatred. Tomura Shigaraki, her own flesh and blood, consumed by decay." The words hit Izuku like a physical blow, tearing through his perception of reality. Nana Shimura. Tomura Shigaraki. Her grandson. Brother. The splinters of memory, now a coherent, horrifying torrent, flooded his mind. The crumbling house, the screams, the dust, the small, green-haired child and the trembling, decaying hand. It wasn't a memory of his own. It was Tenko's. It was his brother's. His brother, who had been there, who had caused it. His brother, consumed by decay, twisted by All for One. The world seemed to tilt on its axis. Everything he knew, everything he believed, shattered in that instant. His nemesis, the leader of the League of Villains, the embodiment of destruction, was his own flesh and blood. The smoke on the horizon finally cleared, revealing a truth more devastating than any villain attack. He was connected to the very evil he sought to fight. He was intertwined with the very force that threatened to destroy his mentor, his society, his world. The echoes of forgotten names became a deafening roar, a symphony of tragic revelation. He barely registered the final, devastating punch from All Might, the United States of Smash, that finally defeated All for One, imprisoning him once and for all. He barely registered the cheers of the public, the tears of relief, the profound silence that descended upon the battlefield. He only saw the face of Tomura Shigaraki, distorted by hatred, now chillingly familiar, a mirror reflecting a shared, buried past. His brother. In the heart of the final battle, Tomura Shigaraki watched with a manic glee as All Might struggled against All for One. This was it. The symbol of peace was crumbling. The world would soon be free from its oppressive peace, free to embrace the chaos and despair he so desperately craved. His physical state was dire, a grotesque tableau of his inner turmoil. His body was a roadmap of angry, weeping scars from his incessant scratching. He barely ate, barely slept, sustained only by his consuming hatred and the volatile energy of his inner turmoil. His eyes, perpetually bloodshot and sunken, held a terrifying, manic gleam. All for One's voice, for the first time, held a note of vulnerability, of struggle, as he fought against All Might. "You protected your successor well, All Might. But you couldn't protect everyone. Not from her failed legacy. Your predecessor, Nana Shimura. She abandoned her family for her ideals. And look what became of her grandson. He is mine now. The vessel of my hatred. Tomura Shigaraki, her own flesh and blood, consumed by decay. The words, meant to taunt All Might, struck Tomura with a devastating, earth-shattering force. Nana Shimura. Her grandson. Flesh and blood. The splinters of memory, no longer vague or intrusive, became a coherent, overwhelming deluge, crashing over him, tearing through the carefully constructed wall of hatred that All for One had built around his heart. He saw it all, clear as day, a sunny afternoon, playing with a small, green-haired boy. A kind, loving mother. A gentle, protective sister. A stern, abusive father. His quirk, manifesting in terror. The crumbling house. The screams. The dust. His family, turning to ash. And the boy, his little brother, Izuku, crying amidst the chaos, looking at him with wide, terrified eyes. The memories hit him like a physical blow, stripping away every layer of All for One's insidious manipulation. He saw the truth, it wasn't the hero's fault. It was his. His quirk. His hands. And the image of his brother, Izuku, so vivid, so undeniable, was a fresh wound, tearing through his meticulously cultivated nihilism. He recognized the earnestness, the quiet determination he had dismissed as irritating, as something profoundly familiar. No. No. It wasn't me. It wasn't. Tomura shrieked, collapsing to the ground, clawing at his face, at his neck, drawing blood, trying to tear out the truth that was now laid bare. He saw Izuku's small, green-haired figure, a mirror image of his own childhood self, innocent, terrified, and forgotten. He saw the bond, the shared blood, the common origin, and it was horrifying. His brother. The hero he wanted to destroy. All for One, though struggling against All Might, looked at Tomura, a flicker of something akin to disappointment, perhaps even fear, in his eyes. Tomura. Focus. Do not let these old wounds destroy you now. They are illusions. They are weakness. But it was too late. The dam had broken. The truth, however distorted by All for One's manipulation, was undeniable. He was Tenko Shimura. And he had a brother. A brother, Izuku Midoriya, who was now a hero, destined to fight him. The smoke on the horizon had finally engulfed him, blinding him with a painful, undeniable truth, a truth that threatened to shatter not just hero society, but his very soul. The echoes of forgotten names were now a deafening, agonizing roar. His very identity, built on lies, was crumbling into dust, just like his home. He was Tenko Shimura, and the monster he had become was now facing the ultimate mirror, his own forgotten blood. This was the end of the beginning, and the true, agonizing story of their fractured brotherhood was about to violently unfold. The silence that followed All Might's final, earth-shattering blow was profound, broken only by the distant wail of sirens and the murmur of shocked onlookers. All for One was defeated, apprehended, but the victory felt hollow for Izuku. The physical wounds on his body were nothing compared to the gaping wound in his soul. His arm, which had housed One for All, felt strangely numb, a phantom limb. The shock of All for One's revelation, the grotesque twist of fate that bound him to Tomura Shigaraki, was a crushing weight. He stumbled forward, his legs unsteady, barely registering the other pro-heroes rushing in, securing All for One. His eyes were fixed on the defeated villain, then on the direction where Tomura Shigaraki had been. Brother. The word echoed in his mind, sharp and terrible, a newly formed splinter of unimaginable pain. He saw All Might, his true, gaunt form now fully exposed to the world, standing triumphant but utterly depleted, his arm raised in a final, defiant salute. The symbol of peace had fallen, not in defeat, but in a final, sacrificial act to secure peace. The crowd roared, a mix of awe and heartbreak, as they witnessed the end of an era. Izuku pushed through the throng, reaching All Might. All Might sensei. He choked out, his voice raw. You did it. All Might turned, his face pale and exhausted, but a faint, proud smile on his lips. We did it, young Midoriya. The torch has been passed. It is your turn now. But Izuku couldn't focus on that. His mind was still reeling from the revelation. All Might. He said. Shigaraki. Nana Shimura's grandson. My brother? The words were a desperate plea for clarification, for a shred of doubt to cling to. All Might's weary eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise, then profound sadness crossing his face. He looked at Izuku, truly seeing him, seeing the agony in his eyes. He knew this truth was not his to reveal, but All for One, in his final act of malice, had twisted the knife. Young Midoriya, All Might began, his voice barely a whisper, strained with exhaustion and a new kind of sorrow. This is a truth that was meant to remain buried. A tragic secret from a bygone era. Nana. She had a son. My master, my predecessor, she was forced to make an impossible choice to protect her child from All for One. She entrusted him to a safe family, but All for One. He found him. He twisted him. Corrupted him. All Might closed his eyes, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek. It is a cruel twist of fate, my boy. But yes. Homura Shigaraki. Tenko Shimura. He is indeed Nana Shimura's grandson. Your family. The confirmation hit Izuku with the force of 1,000 blows. His legs buckled. He fell to his knees amidst the rubble, the dust, the lingering scent of smoke. His brother. The monster who wanted to destroy everything he held dear. The man who wore the decaying hands of their shared family. The truth was an agonizing splinter, tearing through his very soul. He felt the echoes of his childhood, now imbued with a terrifying, agonizing clarity, the fleeting image of a small hand, trembling with decay, the cries, the crumbling house. It wasn't just a nightmare, it was his brother's origin, a tragedy that now defined both their lives. He had dedicated his life to saving, to protecting, and his own blood was dedicated to destroying. The irony was a bitter, suffocating taste in his mouth. He looked at the devastated landscape, at the smoke still curling into the sky. The smoke on the horizon had not just arrived, it had exploded, revealing a truth more devastating than any physical wound. His entire world had shifted, cracked, fractured. He was Izuku Midoriya, the inheritor of One for All, the next symbol of peace. But he was also inextricably linked to the very darkness he fought against. The threads of his destiny were violently twisted, forever binding him to Homura Shigaraki. The first chapter of this tragic saga had concluded, leaving him reeling from the echoes of forgotten names, now screaming with horrifying clarity. He was no longer just fighting villains, he was fighting his own blood. Far from the shattered battlefield, cloaked by Kurogiri's warp gate, Homura Shigaraki landed on the cold, sterile floor of All for One's hidden lair. His body trembled, not from physical exertion, but from the cataclysmic eruption of repressed memories and the horrifying truth. All for One's words, intended to taunt All Might, had instead shattered Tomura's own carefully constructed reality. Homura Shigaraki, her own flesh and blood, consumed by decay. Nana Shimura. His grandmother. His family. His brother. The splinters of memory, a torrent now, assaulted him, overwhelming his senses, stripping away every layer of All for One's insidious manipulation. He saw it all, clear as day, unadulterated by malice, a sunny afternoon, playing with a small, green-haired boy in a vibrant yard. The warmth of his mother's hand. The gentle, protective presence of his sister. The stern, abusive face of his father. His quirk, manifesting in terror. The crumbling house. The screams. The dust. His family, turning to ash. And the boy, his little brother, Izuku, crying amidst the chaos, looking at him with wide, terrified eyes. No. No. It wasn't me. It wasn't. It couldn't be him. Tomura shrieked, collapsing to the floor, clawing at his face, at his neck, at the hands that adorned him, desperate to tear out the truth that was now laid bare. He recognized the earnestness, the quiet determination he had dismissed as irritating, as something profoundly familiar. He recognized the boy from the USJ, the sports festival, the boy who fought with such naive heroism, as his brother. The horror was unimaginable. Every act of malice, every plan for destruction, every moment of hatred he had cultivated, now felt like a grotesque parody. He had been fighting his own blood. He had been trying to destroy a world that contained the last remnants of his forgotten innocence. All for One, though defeated and imprisoned, had succeeded in one final, devastating act of psychological warfare. He had broken Tomura. Tomura writhed on the ground, incoherent screams tearing from his throat, tears of profound anguish mixing with the blood from his raw scratches. His mind was a battlefield, warring between the agonizing truth and the carefully ingrained hatred. He wanted to undo it all, to rewind time, to reclaim the innocence he had lost, to embrace the brother he had never known. But it was too late. He was a monster, a force of decay, shaped by All for One, and he had set himself on a path of self-destruction. Kurogiri, silent and stoic, stood nearby, observing his young master's breakdown with a quiet, unreadable sorrow. He had known the truth, had kept the secret, obeying All for One's command. Now, the consequences were playing out before him. Tomura was losing control, his mind and body utterly consumed by the revelation. He was Tenko Shimura, and the monster he had become was now facing the ultimate mirror, his own forgotten blood. The smoke on the horizon had finally engulfed him, blinding him with a painful, undeniable truth, a truth that threatened to shatter not just hero society, but his very soul. The echoes of forgotten names were now a deafening, agonizing roar. This was the end of the beginning, and the true, agonizing story of their fractured brotherhood was about to violently unfold. He was no longer just fighting heroes, he was fighting himself, and the ghost of the boy he once was. The foundation of his hatred had crumbled into ashes. The world outside erupted in a mixture of celebration and somber reflection. All Might's victory over All for One was monumental, a moment for history books. But the revelation of his weakened state, and his eventual retirement from active hero work, cast a long shadow over the triumph. Society grappled with the void left by the symbol of peace, a palpable sense of uncertainty settling in. For Izuku, the external world, with its jubilation and apprehension, felt distant, muffled. His internal world was in utter turmoil. The revelation of Tomura Shigaraki's identity, his brother, Tenko Shimura, was a shockwave that tore through his very being. He spent days in a daze, processing the information, the terrifying implications. He locked himself in his dorm room, surrounded by his hero notebooks, which now seemed to mock him with their innocence. He stared at the All Might posters, the symbol of everything he believed in, now tainted by the knowledge of his master's devastating secret, and the tragic legacy of Nana Shimura. His mother, Inko, worried incessantly, sensing the profound shift in him. She tried to reach out, to offer comfort, but Izuku remained withdrawn, lost in the labyrinth of his own mind. He couldn't bring himself to tell her the devastating truth about his brother, about their shared lineage. How could he? How could she bear such a burden? He revisited his research on the second symbol, the fragmented historical accounts now imbued with chilling clarity. The powerful quirk, the tragic end, the mysterious connection to All for One, it all made a horrifying sense. Nana Shimura. His grandmother. The echoes of her forgotten name now resonated with a tragic, almost unbearable weight. She was a hero, yes, but her sacrifice had led to this, to her own grandson becoming a monster, manipulated by the very evil she had fought against. His internal monologues, once filled with strategic planning and hopeful aspirations, were now dominated by questions, by a desperate attempt to understand. How could this have happened? How could his own blood be so twisted, so consumed by hatred? Was there a part of Tenko Shimura still remaining within Tomura Shigaraki? Could he be saved? The questions were agonizing, pulling him in conflicting directions. His heroic duty demanded he fight Tomura, destroy him if necessary. But the blood bond, the shared history, screamed for understanding, for connection, for redemption. He also wrestled with the practical implications. He was the inheritor of One for All, the next symbol of peace. He was destined to fight Tomura Shigaraki. How could he, Izuku Midoriya, fight his own brother? How could he bring himself to potentially kill a member of his own family, however twisted and corrupted? The dilemma was a moral abyss, threatening to consume him. He found himself plagued by more vivid, more insistent flashbacks of the splintered memory, the sun-drenched yard, the children playing, the sound of laughter, and then the horrific shift to crumbling dust, screams, and terrified, pleading eyes. He now understood whose eyes those were, Tenko's. His brother's. The memory wasn't his, but it was theirs, a shared trauma that transcended blood. He saw the innocence, the fear, the desperation of the child Tenko, and it tore at his heart. His humor, the awkward, earnest giggles, vanished. He was grim, focused, burdened by a truth too terrible to share. He knew he had to keep this secret, not just for All Might, but for the fragile peace that now hung in the balance. But the weight of it threatened to crush him. The smoke on the horizon was no longer a threat, it was a reality, a dense, suffocating cloud that obscured his past, his future, and his very identity. He was Izuku Midoriya, the hero, but now, he was also the brother, burdened by a devastating, personal tragedy. The echoes of forgotten names, once a roar, had now become a quiet, agonizing whisper, a secret that would forever define his path. This was the true beginning of his ordeal. In the depths of All for One's hidden lair, now filled with a chilling silence following his master's defeat and capture, Tomura Shigaraki remained in a state of profound, agonizing breakdown. The revelation of his true identity, Tenko Shimura, and the horrifying truth about his family's demise, had utterly shattered the carefully constructed facade of hatred that All for One had built around him. He lay curled on the cold, sterile floor, his body racked with tremors, his throat raw from hours of screaming. The hands, once symbols of his righteous anger, now felt like grotesque, mocking burdens. He tore at them, trying to rip them off, but they were firmly attached, a permanent reminder of his trauma, his guilt, his inherent monstrosity. The splinters of memory, now a coherent, unyielding torrent, replayed in his mind, the sunny afternoon, the innocent laughter, the warmth of his mother and sister, the chilling fear of his father. And then, the horrifying manifestation of his quirk, the crumbling house, the screams of his family, turning to dust. He saw it all, clear as day, unadulterated by All for One's lies. And he saw his little brother, Izuku, crying, looking at him with wide, terrified eyes. The memory of Izuku, the earnest, annoying hero wannabe, now his forgotten brother, was a fresh wound, ripping through his meticulously cultivated nihilism.
I killed them, Tomura whispered, his voice hoarse, raw with anguish.
My hands. My cursed hands. I did it. The hatred for heroes, for society, for all might, had evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming, suffocating tide of guilt and despair. All for One's carefully crafted narrative, the foundation of his entire being, had crumbled into ashes. Kurogiri, silent and stoic, approached cautiously, his misty form radiating a quiet sorrow. He offered no words, only a subtle presence, a silent testament to the devastating truth. He had watched Tenko Shimura fall into All for One's clutches, had been a witness to his transformation, and now, he witnessed his agonizing unraveling. Tomura was utterly lost. His purpose, his identity, everything he had believed in, was a lie. He was Tenko Shimura, the child who had accidentally murdered his family. And the very hero he sought to destroy, All Might's successor, was his own forgotten brother. The irony was a cruel, mocking torment. He had nowhere to go, no one to turn to, no ideology to cling to. He tried to reconcile the two images, the innocent Izuku from his fragmented memories, and the heroic Izuku, the one who fought against him at the USJ, the one who defied him. They were the same. His brother. And he had tried to kill him. The thought was nauseating. His physical state mirrored his internal collapse. He barely moved, barely ate, his body growing weaker, more gaunt. The scratching continued unconsciously, leaving deeper, more painful wounds. He lay amidst the dust and debris of the lair, a broken shell of a villain, consumed by a truth more terrible than any lie. His humor, the dark, cynical sarcasm, was entirely gone, replaced by a profound, vacant despair. He saw no amusement in anything, only the endless replay of his past, the haunting screams, the image of his family turning to dust, and the terrified, innocent face of his brother. He was Tenko Shimura, and the monster he had become was now facing the ultimate mirror, his own forgotten blood. The smoke on the horizon had finally engulfed him, blinding him with a painful, undeniable truth, a truth that threatened to shatter not just hero society, but his very soul. The echoes of forgotten names were now a deafening, agonizing roar, tearing him apart from the inside. This was the true beginning of his agonizing ordeal, a descent into a personal hell, stripped bare of his purpose, facing the horrifying truth of his own actions. He had set out to make the world decay, but the decay had started within him.